big welcome to Gqeberha. Yes, we're back here again, unbelievably, only after about a month and a half. We've come back down to the Eastern Cape and being hosted by the Border Motorsport Club today, but at Aldo Scribante for round 5 of the Extreme Festival, and Rookie Cup are making their way onto the circuit as we speak. The previous round here at their home circuit was pretty spectacular. Let's go and have a look and see exactly what happened in that previous round with the Rookie Cup here at Aldo Scribante. To Sebastian's Luke Hill is right up there as well, and we're expecting to see Jack Moore at his home circuit be right at the front when it comes to the end of the race in 8 laps time. Heading down towards turn 1, great start as they head into turn 1. Looks like Venkov might have just squeezed through there. Yes, Sebastian Venkov coming through with Luke Hill tucked in behind him, and then Sebastian Diaz making some maneuvers to get up into 3rd and 4th place with a bit of pressure coming from Jack Moore initially there as they go into turn 2. Through the S's, they've got to try and keep it all smooth. The last time Jack Moore was here, he ended up on his roof. Fortunately, this time it looks like he's got through okay and stays within the hunt for the front end of this field. Dropping to the back there, Gqeberha just taking a little bit of strain initially, but there's some big pressure now on the front end, looking for a way past as Luke Hill puts that pressure on and tries to find a way through. Venkov soaking the pressure up with no issues whatsoever out front. He seems to just find something special around this track. And with these cars being so evenly matched, you've got to find that racecraft, which they're teaching these youngsters how to do and what to do on circuit to get through on cars when they are evenly matched. Venkov has got it all sorted out at front. He's doing an amazing job, and Sebastian has certainly found exactly what it takes to be at the front end of a race here at Aldo Scribante. Big gap to Luke Hill has opened up a little bit more as they go into the S's, an even bigger gap down to 3rd place in Diaz. So I think they've just sorted things out there in terms of the top 3. I don't think there's going to be any change up there. Oh, in the closing stages at Duomo, yes it is. Gqeberha makes a small mistake coming out of the S's. That is going to gift 4th place back to Jack Moore, and Max Corbett possibly even up into what is going to be 5th place on the road. So a small mistake there is a costly one, especially when you are so evenly matched and the cars literally are within about half a second of each other. If you had to put one of the top drivers in the country into one of these cars and set them on their way, you see just how close and how evenly matched they are. Checkered flag is out though for Venkov. He takes the win from Hill. Is it going to be Sebastian Diaz looking to maybe go to be the best Sebastian on track in race number 2? They get off the line nicely, heading down towards turn number 1. Back live now as they head down on their warm-up lap and into turn 1. In fact, here we go into the start for race 1. Try and leave Sebastian Diaz behind as they head up into turn 1. On the inside line though, great start coming from Luke Hill as well. And he goes to the outside, being forced to the outside line there with a little squeeze through from Sebastian Diaz. So it's Seb 1 and 2, and then a massive charge from Luke Hill as he goes defensive, as he tries to keep out the big charge coming through from Max Corbett. What a start there from Maxi. And Jack Moore can't find a way past on him yet. So the local man is looking to try and get some hometown advantage here, but it hasn't quite worked out for him. Here we go, side by side between the Diaz and Venkov battle. Seb's on the inside as he got through. Oh, he just squeezes out. Oh, it's so tight between the two of them. It's brilliant. Side by side as they came out of the hairpin, they stay side by side, eventually squeezing through as he heads up to the top towards Dunlop for the final time. And Venkov on his way for a double win here in the home track of Volkswagen Motorsport. The Rookie Cup have come, they've provided some fantastic action, and it's looking good for Venkov to move himself up nicely in this championship overall and bring himself back into contention with Luke Hill, who's dominated from the start. So Sebastian Venkov will be looking to go here as we come back live to Aldo Scribante after those highlights we saw from the previous 2 races only a couple of weeks ago. And incredibly, we're back down here at the home of Volkswagen Motorsport for some more action here in Rookie Cup. And coming to the line, it's Luke Hill and Sebastian Diaz will be on that front row, looking forward to an opportunity of hopefully going to take it to the rest of this pack and give them a good run for their money, because there's been some really spectacular racing so far in the 2026 version of the Rookie Cup. And of course, more of the same expected here today as they come to take up positions. Jack Moore will be the man to catch at the front end as he brings his little Fleet Dynamic Services Group Rookie Cup Polo up to the line, and alongside him he'll be looking to try and take on the rest of this pack. And of course, it's going to be a bit of a tight affair between these youngsters, because they tend to go at it full tilt right from the word go. And there's no holds barred, and that's the best thing about it. I love it when there's no holds barred, because then everybody can go at it and do what they need to do. Because it's pretty vital that they get to the front end of this field right from the word go. And as we stand by now, we are looking to get down into that first corner. And Moore getting a good start there, but it looks like it's going to be second place, looking for an opportunity to try and squeeze through. The blue lipstick and wing mirrors, of course, heading down towards turn 1 will be Jack Moore, looking for a chance to try and stay ahead of the rest of the pack as they come flying down there for the first start of Rookie Cup and our first bit of action here at round 5 of the Extreme Festivals National Championships. As I said, back down here at Aldo Scribante, hosted this weekend, of course, by the incredible Border Motorsport Club, but a great start as well coming out of Sebastian at this stage. Looks like Diaz putting through a real push there. Venkov a bit further back than what he'd like to be. He's sitting currently in 4th place, and of course after that final victory at the last round, it's not where he wants to be. He'd like to be a little bit higher up than that. That is 100% sure. Now as they come up into the braking point, Moore going defensive into the hairpin and hangs onto that inside line, but Diaz is all over the back of him. Then you've got a little bit of a push coming from Luke Hill. Luke Hill had a great run yesterday and was looking pretty tasty, but looks like he's got a little bit of work to do. The one man we have to keep an eye out on the back is, of course, Maxi Corbett. This morning in warm-up and in his qualifying session had a massive crash, so hats off to the Volkswagen Motorsport team for getting that car onto the track and getting Max Corbett back into the action. But as they come to complete lap number 1 through Dunlop Corner, it's going to be Jack Moore who's going to hold on to the lead for now. But the first 4 cars have pulled a small margin and got away from Annual April, Kian Duamu, and at the back, Maxi Corbett. They head towards turn 1, a little bit of slipstream coming into play here. These cars are identical in terms of their setup. It's basically just the driver's abilities that are tested to the maximum here when they get onto the circuit, because they run the same tyres, same brakes, same setup. In terms of the base setup that you'd get, and then the driver will tweak it with the coaches that are available from Volkswagen Motorsport to teach these youngsters exactly what they need to know and how they can get around all the activities that are required to get a race car around a circuit as quickly as possible. But as they come up towards the hairpin now, it's Moore from Diaz. Luke Hill looking dangerous in the background, just starting to close that gap down ever so slightly. Venkov is right there with him. And Sebastian Venkov would love to be a little bit higher up. 3 positions higher would be exactly where he finished up after the last heat here at Aldo Scribante. And looking forward to seeing if he can just find a way through. But it's not an easy thing to do, especially when you've got cars that are exactly the same. They really are so evenly matched. And of course, when you get the coaches like Brad Liebenberg, Matt Merton and Jonathan Mahotsi, who are behind these guys and teaching these youngsters the ropes of racing, so to say, if you put any one of those drivers into any one of these cars, you'd probably get the same performance out of every single one of the 7 cars on track at the moment. And every single one of them, the balance of performance is almost identical. So it's literally driver skill that comes into play, and a little bit of driver skill, a little bit of look up the inside there from Diaz. Diaz deciding it's now time to start showing a wheel, maybe putting Moore under a bit of pressure. Moore's just put in the quickest lap of the race so far, getting down into the 15.6s, or 15.9s I should say. 15.9 there from him, so he's looking pretty tasty, but it's 16s from everybody else, 17s further down there from Max Corbett, who's also not quite on the pace that he'd like to be. But at this point in time, Corbett would basically take the opportunity to just be on track after the big crash he had this morning in the qualifying session. So fortunately, he's okay. And as you can see there, just in the background, there's the car. There's a little bit of damage on the car still, but most of the panels were replaced and he was able to get onto the circuit. So this how things have changed up there. Corbett coming through there nicely and starting to tick them off. He's found a way past Andromo and he's dropped Annual April to the back of the pack. So it's Moore from Diaz as they come into Dunlop. Then it's Hill and Venkov. And Maxi Corbett up into the top 5 now, just finding a way past. Once again, as they come across the line, will we see another quick lap here from Jack Moore as he tries to hang on to the lead. Remember, this is his home ground, so he would certainly like to do the best he can for the family, because he saw his dad last weekend jump into one of his cars to have some fun in the 111 GD Sports and Saloons at the regional side of this championship. And the Extreme Festival here are back-to-back weekends for regionals and nationals, and it was great to see James Moore getting behind the wheel of a car. Jack Moore, of course, is in action here in Rookie Cup, and Josh will be in action a bit later on, his brother, looking to try and show what Astron Energy Polo Cup and what he's got in terms of a possibility of a home victory. I don't know if we've ever had a situation where we've had family members taking home victories overall in 2 separate categories. At the last round of this championship, we'll get into it a bit later on, in Astron Energy Polo Cup, we saw father and son taking victories in the Cup and Masters categories with the Smallburgers. But I don't think we've ever seen a Rookie Cup and an Astron Energy Polo Cup championship or win in both classes separately on the same day by separate family members. It'll be pretty interesting to see if those stats were available. And we're going to be looking at a couple of stats today as well, and bringing those up to you as soon as we get into the thick of things. But right now it's Jack Moore who's just showing a clean pair of 4 wheels at this stage to get away from the rest of this pack. But he's being kept relatively honest there by the hard-charging Sebastian Diaz. And Diaz now getting into the 15.9s as well. So Sebastian is up the wick ever so slightly. Once again, shows a wheel into turn 1. He goes a little bit more up the inside there than what he has in the previous couple of attempts. Just forcing Jack into a defensive maneuver into turn 1. Didn't have to do too much of defensive maneuvering, which didn't cost him too much time in terms of getting the apex and then climbing on the power on the exit of turn 1. And now through the S's does the same thing. A little wide there from Sebastian, using a bit more of the road than what was necessary, but fortunately didn't go into the grass. These cars are pushing themselves and the drivers to their limits, but if you do go off track slightly, there is possibilities that those Dunlops won't find the traction that are required, and then you'll be looking to try and catch cars, which is exactly what Max Gqeberha had to do this morning, coming out of Chevy and heading up towards the crossover at the subway. Venkov doesn't seem to have an answer there to Luke Hill as well. Luke Hill's also found some really nice pace this weekend. Great to see a turnaround from his point of view, and putting himself up into potentially a chance for at least being in the top 3 in the championship in what will be 3 races time for Rookie Cup. So some work still to be done for our rookies before the 2026 season wraps up. Further back, nice run from Kian Duomo, who's now found a way back past on Max Corbett. So Max unfortunately dropping behind Kian, and Kian Duomo also spent some time last weekend, of course, in the 111 GD Sports and Saloons and in Volkswagen Challenge, and got an opportunity to sort of get a little bit extra time in the saddle, which is also a key point, which a lot of these rookie drivers are doing. They are participating in the regional side at their own circuits, whether they're from Cape Town or the Eastern Cape, like some of these drivers are, or they're coming up and being part and parcel of the tour that runs with the regional side of Extreme Festival, and getting chances to be in similar polos to what they run here in Rookie Cup. But it's seat time that they spend most of their time looking for. That additional seat time certainly pays dividend, and it helps these guys to get to grips with how front-wheel drive, particularly polos, work. And a lot of them drive similar polos, or maybe slightly more powerful polos than what they're in today in terms of Rookie Cup. This is the 1-litre turbo, of course, that runs in these machines that are part of the Rookie Cup. 81 though, and April now has also moved up. So Corbett has dropped back slightly. He might be feeling the effects there, I think, maybe of this morning's off-track excursion, and he's now going to have to just probably have to settle for 7th place there. I don't think he's got an answer with 2 laps to try and catch, unless something goes wrong with Kian and Anwar, but that's highly unlikely. They've had a pretty decent run in terms of that mid-pack of Rookie Cup. Right now, the battle's on for the lead. Jack Moore putting in another hot lap, but still not as quick as what he did earlier on in the 15.9 to 8. He's now sitting in the 16.1. 16.1s also from Diaz, so similar lap times from the two of them as they head into the penultimate lap of the race. And Luke Hill just going defensive, keeping the bright yellow and lipstick and wing mirrors, just ahead of that Hulk green car in 4th place of Sebastian Venkov. Venkov, of course, he also started his career not in polos. He actually started in karting and then moved up into the NX Legends, where he learned quite a bit. NX Legends, of course, those single-seaters that run motorcycle engines underneath them, the Yamaha machines that they run. But getting an opportunity, he was also under the sort of auspices and a bit of tutelage there from Devin Robertson, a former Polo Cup champion, and of course Class T champion in production cars as well. So would have a little bit of extra experience, which he's now going to be putting into place, but it doesn't seem to be getting him into at least that top 2, because the top 2 are getting away and they've got 1 to go. So it looks like Jack Moore might have done enough here. He's got a little bit of breathing room as they cross the line there, and in fact it's almost, well, it's just over a sec, or just under a second, I'd say, between him and Sebastian Diaz, but that might be enough to keep Diaz at bay. Luke Hill, similar thing there with Sebastian Venkov for 3 and 4. Unless there's a mistake coming out of that machine in 3rd place, Hill might be able to hang on. Remember that they are also working on a car for Luke Hill's sister Taylor, who, as we all know from karting, if you've been watching South African karting, or if you've just joined us for the first time, a little bit of information there. Taylor, of course, is in a wheelchair, so they've developed a paddle system for one of these little Rookie Cup cars, and she'll be jumping into the Rookie Cup in 2027 with a paddle shift machine to give an opportunity to be part and parcel of Rookie Cup, which will be a really awesome venture that Volkswagen does. We've seen it in the past with Super Hatch, with a couple of guys that got in. Matt, of course, jumping into that super hatch polo of his with paddle shift, where the accelerator and the gear changes were on the steering wheel, so he didn't have to use his legs because he can't, and neither can Taylor. So good to see that they've made a plan there, and possibly going to see her in the 2027 championship. Coming to the line, though, is a man who's certainly looking to get higher up in the 2026 championship, and with his victory he's going to do that. So a great run there from Jack Moore, flag to flag basically for Moore, and a home track victory there for him, beating Sebastian Diaz and Luke Hill for third place. He also hung on to take the third away from Venkov, last race winner here at Aldo Scribante. So Venkov down in fourth. It's going to be a little bit of concern there. Sebastian, we're looking to try and change things up there. Kian Duomo in the top 5 ahead of Annual April, and Maxi Corbett comes through in 7th place, surviving I think more than anything else there for Max Corbett, because it really didn't go according to plan with his running this morning in qualifying and his off-track excursion. So wrapping up the first part of the day's proceedings there with the Volkswagen Rookie Cup at their home circuit here at Aldo Scribante. So a good run nonetheless from our 7 cars in the Rookie Cup. Looking forward to, of course, the rest of the day's program, and of course in that program we have got not only the Astron Energy Polo Cup, which I was talking about during race 1 here of Rookie Cup, but we also have the Investchem MSA4s. We've got South African touring cars and SupaCup, and we've also got the Gazoo Racing GR Cup here at Aldo Scribante. So lots of Volkswagen powered machines that are going to be out there, a couple of BMW powered machines as well in touring cars, and then the rest are all powered by Toyotas. So it's the 3 manufacturers that are literally represented here this weekend in the various championships that will be out on circuit here today, and looking forward to, of course, that action in a few moments' time. Up next, we will be heading into the first race of our first bit of single-seater action with MSA4, and the MSA4 category has turned into something pretty spectacular, and you'll see when they come into the grid a couple of changes to the way things are sort of standing overall for the championship, as well as drivers who have had massive improvements compared to the last time that we were here. So interesting to see that. Coming into this round, of course, we've got Akil Alibai, who would be leading the championship. He's got a nice, relatively comfortable lead, although Michael Besaidenout has kept him pretty honest almost all season long. It's been a nice battle between those two. Karabo Molamela has had sort of an up and down seasons, but his consistency has kept him still in that top 3 hunt. Renzo Ribeiro will definitely be looking to try and up his game, because he had a nice outing the last time we were down here. So Renz, I'm sure, will be looking for an opportunity just to be a slightly higher up than 4th place by the time we leave Aldo Scribante this afternoon. Srin Naidu, of course, was the big faller at the last round. And with pit lane opening, let's go and have a look and see exactly what went down the last time we were here at Aldo Scribante. So as they get onto the line, lights went out, we went racing. A couple of guys getting a little bit slow starts, and some of them very, very slow starts on the line. We, of course, had the Formula Ford Kents in the background as well, with Ian Schofield being joined by Lieutenant Colonel Alan Meyer, as well as Rick Morris. But we concentrated our efforts on the front end of the field with Akil Alibai getting away from Michael Besaidenout. Renzo Ribeiro is up in the 3rd place. Liam Palome also getting a relatively good start, tucked in there behind Srin Naidu. And then it all started to unwind a little bit as they started to get in the mix. And the mix was a proper good mix at the front end of the field. They were really battling hard. Off-track excursions for a couple of cars. It was actually one of our guest drivers who was involved, of course, in the Kent category, who stepped up and unfortunately didn't quite make it. And then a little bit of chaos as they went down in towards turn number 1. A little off-track excursion there, and the 11 car getting completely out of shape, with Chase Haskins having to take evasive action, having not seen the cars slowing up for turn 1, and he smashed straight into the back. Once we got the restart going again, though, after that off-track excursion had to be cleared, Chase Haskins was no longer there, and it left once again Akil Alibai to fight it out of the front. A better start from Renzo. One of the reasons why he moved up so nicely on our stats in terms of the championship was that he was up in the 2nd place behind the Gqeberha racing machine. But an incredible one once again from the man who's looking to be king in this class, and that's Akil Alibai, as he came through for the victory. In the second race, we were looking for more of the same. Alibai would start from 2nd, but he got a fantastic start. But unfortunately, in the background, lots of cars coming together, and one of them right at the back of the pack getting caught out, along with Rick Morris, who actually left the line on the first set of lights, and with that had to drive over his good friend Ian Schofield, who got left at the start. So there was a bit of chaos on the start at race 2. and a couple of cars who'd also gone off track, a bit of off track excursions for a couple of cars further back in the pack. And Ken Swartz actually was one of them. He came on relatively dangerously, and fortunately was missed by one of the slow cars who got off the line. But by the time they got everything sorted out, it was once again a battle royal between Akil Alibai and Renzo Ribeiro, who was looking to try and move up in the championship overall. Gqeberha Malabela was having a fantastic battle and looking for an opportunity to try and steal things away there from the front end, as was Ian Schofield in the Kent category. They're not here this weekend, it's only the MSA4s. Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer was doing some development on a new car for Ian Schofield. Unfortunately, that ended up with him on the sideline. But coming to the line, Michael Basadno took the second victory. Akil Alibai right behind him for second. So Alibai hung on to the championship, but a fantastic run nonetheless. Now, as they come to line up, it's a slightly different format, as you can see. And Akil Alibai is on pole, which we kind of expected because he has sort of been the force to be reckoned with in this category. But alongside him is Chase Haskins. Now, we saw in that highlights reel, Chase Haskins was in a bit of trouble down in turn one and locked up some wheels and showed you just how well these cars are built, showing you the tether system that's on the front wheels and giving you an opportunity to see that those wheels actually don't go flying off the cars. They remain stuck to the cars with the tether system that's adjoining those uprights that get the wheels onto the front and back of these vehicles. Volkswagen power about to be unleashed once again here with the MSA4 category. No Kent category cars at the back, so it's literally just all of the 15 cars that are going to go fight it out. Liam Palome looks like he might have got into a little bit of issues in qualifying. He's going to have to start right from the back of the pack, which is not what he wanted. He's going to have a huge mountain to climb coming into this one. So let's see what happens now as we come under starters orders for race number 1 of MSA4, courtesy of Investchem. Looking at the standings as they came in here, as I said, it literally was a battle royal between Akil Alibai and the guys that are pushing so hard to be at the front end. Michael Basadno, Renzo Ribeiro, and the possibilities there. But a massive, massive improvement. Have a look down in, if you can just see there, in 5th place. Third car on the left-hand side. Anastasia Gerasis finding some serious pace, and the work that they've been doing in that team has certainly paid dividend for that young lady as she moves up into the top 6 on the start for the first time in her MSA4 career. So fastest lady out there, certainly looks like she can run with the boys. Let's see if she can do that as we go into the start procedure. 5 seconds, we'll turn to lights on. We get lights off and everybody gets going nicely. Look at Palome looking left, right, centre, trying to find a way through at the back of the pack. He's going to try and find a way through there on Simpiwe Matlatlo. And then, of course, look out for Nzalo Koza and Gianna Pascal, who could potentially be in his way as they head down towards turn 1. Already some manoeuvres there, as you can see. But, oh, what happened with Chase Haskins? Haskins from pole was dropped down to 7th place. That is not what that young man wanted, that is for sure. Akil Alibai getting a fantastic start as always. And right on his tail, looks like it's Michael Basadno. 2 cars off. Is it Haskins? One of them looks like it might be. It is. It's Haskins and Palome. It's Haskins and Palome by the looks of things, and you can see how frustrated he is, slamming his fists up against that steering wheel. And once again, Haskins looks like he's been caught out by Palome, who's trying to come through from the back of the pack and get to the front as quickly as possible. And it didn't quite work out for those 2 drivers as they are now stricken on the outside of turn number 2. Nzalo Koza with some new colours out there as well. We just saw the pink and black colours there of Nzalo. He's sitting in about 7th place at the moment as they come through to complete the first lap. Now we'll keep an eye on whether we get a safety car or possibly we may even get a red flag. They're keeping it on the green for now with 9 laps to go, and Akil Alibai on that first lap leading things out with the rest of the pack charging down on him. I'm getting confirmation that's Haskins and that's certainly Palome at the back. So those 2 drivers are the 2 drivers who are on the outside, who will have yellow flags into turn 1, because the incident is a little bit further down on the left-hand side. We'll probably just get a shot of it as they come into the S's. It's on the right-hand side of our shot right now. So they seem to be saying that that's a relatively easy place and not a dangerous place to be in as they come through there under yellows. They'll probably keep them under yellows for a couple of laps now, just to warn the drivers that they are going to try and extract those cars and get the drivers out of the way. But a fantastic start nonetheless from Akil Alibai, who leads out over Michael Basadno. Renzo's up into 3rd. Adam Kaji with a good start as well in 4th place. And Gerasis is remaining in her top 5 where she started. Behind her is Shirin Naidu, and Shirin Naidu also running some new colours. Gqeberha Malabela around the outside of outside of Chevy, I should say, as they head up towards Dunlop and finding a way through. Squeezing out Nzalo Koza. Yeah, Nzalo dropping back slightly. Falls back into the clutches by the looks things of Bianco Ferri. So Bianco Ferri is now also getting onto the tail end of, well, the yellow flag's there, so they would have had to back out of that opportunity to overtake. Bianco will not be able to overtake. Are we under safety? We're under safety car. Yeah, I thought so. Just saw the board there at the end of pit lane. I saw the yellow flag, and then I wasn't sure if the safety car had been deployed, but there it is, coming in. And I think we're running a Golf 8 this weekend as our official safety car. So well done to the clerk of the course for eventually seeing that issue might be a little bit too dangerous. They've got, of course, our top COCs in the country running with these categories, and well done there to Arlene for calling out and saying, no, listen, those cars are a little bit too dangerous. Let's rather get them out the way, bring them under safety car for a couple of laps, and what this will do, of course, is just concertina the field back up again. I was about to say, Anastasia Gerassis found pace yesterday. She's maintained that pace. She stayed ahead of Shirin Naidu. Is that Liam Palome, who's up in a 7th according to my timing? It is, so apologies. It might be just slightly different colours there. It's actually Guido. My apologies, it's Guido Bedoli, who runs similar colours to Liam Palome. It's on the sideline there. So yeah, definitely Chase Haskins. And the other car, I couldn't see the number at that stage, unfortunately, but there I've got it now. 68 is Guido Bedoli, who is the other car involved in that incident. So apologies on that one. Didn't pick up, because there are some new colours out there for these race cars. They've changed their liveries slightly compared to, there you can see a prime example. Shirin Naidu was in green and black the last time we were here. He's now running in that sort of burnt orange and black colours for Production X. Palome, apologies on that one, buddy. Up into 7th place, ahead of Karabo Malamela. Malamela was charging hard. He had to back out of a possible overtaking opportunity because of the yellow flag, and the same thing applied there to Bianco Ferri, who had to back out of his attempt to get through on Nzalo Koza. But once we've got that incident cleared, we should be back under green flags again in a few laps' time, and then it'll be battle resuming. And of course, if they stick together and try and stay with each other for the restart, they could capitalize on a slightly better restart and maybe use that as an advantage to get through on the drivers that are up ahead of them. We've still got 7 to go as they cross the line, so Shirin at this stage with some work to do to try and find a way past and get up higher in position, and most importantly find a way through there on the very fast this weekend Anastasia Gerassis. What an amazing run there from that young lady. There's the 17 car. That's the one that caught me out a bit earlier on there. That's Gianna Pasquale, other young lady driver. And more than equal is, of course, on the side of her car, ahead of Simpiwe Mashlatlo, our third lady driver in the MSA4 category. So we've got some serious top-end lady drivers in this championship, and they're all getting better and better every single time they get behind the wheels of these MSA4 categories. Simpiwe particularly, who spends a lot of time in the other categories of single-seaters, getting a little bit extra time at the wheels of different cars, and of course also piloted her MSA4 car at the top of the hill challenge as one of the single-seater categories, and that gave her a little bit additional time. And I did say the last time that we came to the MSA4 categories here at Aldo Scribante that the possibilities are that a lot of these youngsters should have been using top of the hill as an opportunity to get some more seat time in their MSA4 category cars, because it would have been an ideal opportunity to get a little bit extra data, a little bit of extra seat time, learn the car, especially at a track running the opposite way around at SupaCup when we did top of the hill only a couple of weekends ago as well. So there was prime opportunity for a couple of these drivers to get that additional seat time. Karabo's had some fantastic seat time, and of course has been a top runner in the previous format of this championship when it still ran under Formula 1600 colours, and now with MSA4 as the official single-seater championship for South Africa, it's now back under starters orders for this man, Gqeberha Racing's top gun, Akil Alibai. Will he try and catch Michael Besaid out of this Dunlop corner? These cars also running on Dunlop rubber. As they come out, you can see it's still playing a little bit there. They will go line astern as they come across the line. They can't overtake until they cross that finish line. And a good start there from Shun. He's got the slipstream. So is Karabo. Karabo Malamel in the background looking for the slipstream opportunity as they head down towards turn 1. He pulls out of the slipstream, looking to try and sneak up the inside of Shun as they go under braking. Anastasia sees them coming. Palome goes around the outside, trying to find some grip around the outside of turn 1. That is an amazing bit of driving from Liam Palome, and he makes it stick. Can he go into the S's and around? He does! Around Gerassis into the S's. That's 3 cars in 2 corners. Oh, there's Malamela off the circuit. Catch it, Karabo, catch it, buddy. Yo, that's close. Well held. That's incredible bit of skill there from Karabo Malamela. Keeping that car on the pretty slippery grass, I'd say. Probably dried up a little bit more than what it was this morning. We did have a bit of dew factor this morning, but I think that grass is a little bit drier right now. There'll still be a little bit of wetness underfoot there, but fortunately he was able to catch it and bring it back on track. But what a move from Palome. Palome went 4 cars in 2 corners and moved himself up rapidly up into that top 4. Ahead of Shrin. Shrin capitalized on him going through, and Anastasia just got caught out with cars all around her. Understandably, not knowing exactly where to go in defensive and where to go in attack, but unfortunately she did lose out to 3 cars under that attack. Karaba was the worst for wear. He dropped right back after going off track, but it's Palome now who's moved up into the top 5. Naidu is 6th and Anastasia down to 7th. Nzala Corza also made a move and got through, and Gianna Pasquale also making a move there to get through ahead of Ken Swartz, who's just behind her as they come into the S's now. So Ken Swartz and Bianco Ferri had to maybe just take a little bit of evasive action as they saw Karabo Mela on the right-hand side. They would have sort of just caught him in their periphery and probably were wondering when he's going to come back onto the track and where he's going to come back onto the track. Fortunately, he did find a spot that was safe, and he returned onto the grey stuff here. And there you can see him coming out of the hairpin now, applying massive amounts of pressure onto the back end of Bianco Ferri to try and find a way through. Ken Swartz doing the same thing to Pasquale and to Nzalo Corza for 8th, 9th and 10th place. That's the battle heading into Dunlop now, with the pink car leading things out in that little battle. And then just ahead of them is the 5th place battle with Palome, Naidu and Gerasis all fighting hard. What a start. This is a fantastic run here from MSA4s, considering that we've already had an off-track excursion. And by using that off-track excursion, unfortunately, it's 2 drivers that are missing from the back of the pack there in Chase Haskins and Guido Badoli. Haskins must be thinking to himself, this is not my track. The last time we were here, he had a big off. This time he's had another one right in the beginning of race number 1. And Chase, of course, started on the front row, so he'd found pace, and he knew he could do it around here. And putting on a show of note of these youngsters as they head through up into the hairpin again. Zalo Corza under a bit more pressure now. Ken Swartz and Gianna Pasquale are applying that pressure and just showing a little bit of a change up there. I think Kent's actually got through. Yes, he has. He's found a way through there on Gianna. So Gianna dropping back 1 position and Swartz up 1 into the single digits in MSA4. Karabo closing down big time on the back end of Bianco Ferri. Bianco's going to be in a bit of trouble in about a lap or so's time, as Nzalo Corza makes his way to try and get a little bit higher up than what he did as he went off track. Nice move here from Renzo Ribeiro as well, slowly but surely starting to reel Michael Besaidenote in ever so slightly in the Metal Use Spares machine out there in 3rd. That, of course, the Del Gamar machine pushing hard, but it doesn't look like there's going to be the Gemelli team looking for a chance here for overall victory. Kokoro's got that at the moment with Akila Libai running away, and not really an answer to anybody else out there. His fastest lap so far has been a 1:02.7. Fastest lap out of Michael Besaidenote was a 1:02.9, but it was a couple of laps ago. Michael Besaidenote at the moment on the 1:03 dead, so not quite on the pace of the lead car as they're heading into the closing stages. We've got 3 to go, 2.5 as they come through Chevy. Karabo Malamela forcing his way through Chevy sweep, not showing any gentlemanly behavior there at all to the young lady as he forced his way past on Gianna. Pasquale fortunately saw him coming and gave him a little bit of room, so she at least played the lady's role there and gave the hard-charging Karabo Malamela an opportunity to squeeze through. Here comes a chance. Shrin Naidu was in the slipstream. Palome realized that and came across and shut the door as the Production X car tried to find a way through, but no answer yet to the pace that's being shown there by Liam Palome as Shrin tried, but he was found wanting on that attempt. He's got only a couple of corners left to go and about 4.5 kilometers of race action still available to him to find a way through and squeeze himself up into the top 5. Palome's going to make that very, very difficult, considering the fact that he came from the back of the pack. And he's made his way up quite nicely to what is now going to be potential top 5. Great recovery there from him. Let's see whether or not he's able to keep out these two, because it looks like Gerasis is not done yet either. The Apex and Kuroko car starting to put the pressure onto that Production X car and looking for a chance to dive through. Besaidenote goes quickest on the last penultimate lap. So Michael Besaidenote ups the wick slightly, goes into the 1:02.7s now. So he does the fastest lap of the previous lap, and he gets down into a 1:02.6 actually on that lap. So quickest by, what is that? 8,000ths of a second. That's incredible. Akila Levi leads out, though, even though he's 8,000ths of a second slower than Michael Besaidnout in second place. But Besaidnout's got to make up that, 7 or 8 car difference between himself and Akila Levi that gives him the sort of 0.8 second differential as they go into that final lap. I don't think there's going to be an answer from Besaidnout. He's going to have to hang on to what is potentially second on the road, and that'll keep him in second place in the championship. It will certainly keep Akila Levi in the lead of this championship heading into the next race later on today. Renzo Ribeiro will also probably maintain third place with his third now as he comes through, and checkered flag will be on standby. So coming across the line, it's Akila Levi who gets a phenomenal start. He stayed out of trouble. He got a great restart, and he managed to stay at the front end all race long, and in fact put the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, a 1:02.638. So you can see these cars tend to get better and better through the race, and as those Dunlop tyres come into their own, into I'd say from six laps in, the tyres start to come in and they start to work better, particularly on a surface that is quite hard on tyre wear. Akila Levi getting a 1:02.638 on the last lap. Besaidnout 1:02.656. A 1:02.991, so what is that, 0.3 of a second between the top three overall in terms of lap times. Renzo will try and find that 0.3 and hopefully get it a little higher up in race 2. Kaji came through for 4, Palome in 5, beating Shinaidu. Anastasia, one of her best finishes. I think that is her highest finish actually, in 7th place, ahead of Kent Swartz, Bianca Ferri. Robert Malamela forcing his way through in the closing stages on Gianna Pasquale. Zalo Corsa was able to keep Simpiwe Matlafo at the back of the pack in 13th, which is lucky for some. Unfortunately, the 2 unlucky drivers of the day was Chase Haskins and Guido Badoli, who had to start and ended up on the sidelines right from the word go. So wrapping up the second race of the day there for the MSA4 category. And what a turnaround there. Lovely stuff to see how the MSA4 class is just building into something pretty spectacular in terms of South Africa's single-seater championship. Great to see a partisan crowd out here, considering the fact that we've had back-to-back weekends here at Aldo Scribante, and already we've seen action a month ago here at Aldo Scribante. You can see just how hungry these people are, and is that up? I think is that our diehards up at Hangar? It is the Hangar Bend diehards that are up there. Are of course there every single time. They've actually got a little WhatsApp group that they do, and they keep each other sort of informed. There's a couple of ex-motorsport racing drivers in there. There's a couple of current motorsport racing drivers that are up there. I believe Silvio Scribante might be up there as well. He's going to be watching for a little bit today before he heads off to go and do other things that he's got to do today. But nice to see the crowds that are here today and out here to enjoy all the race action once again for the second outing at Aldo Scribante for the Extreme Festival's National Championship side of 2026's National Motorsport calendar. Yeah, we got you. Don't worry. We can see you. Hope you guys are enjoying. There's a Bulls fan there, hey? Rocking the Bulls shirt so early on. You might have a little bit of trouble later on there, sir. I got to just warn you, hey? 7 o'clock this evening, there's a certain team from a little country down under that you might have a little bit of a tough time with a bit later on. Some Alfa Romeo fans in the house? That's incredible. There were some Alphas here last weekend. I don't know if there's any Alphas here this weekend, unfortunately, but we do like the fact that they've got an Audi flag there as well. And I think last weekend they actually had a KTM flag up there too. So great to see you guys. Hope you're enjoying and watching us on the live stream later on as well. You'll pick up that we are seeing there. There's Jeff Afar, one of our official photographers out there too. I think he's trying to squeeze a free hot dog or burri roll there, I think, eh? Jeff Latham, you need to go and buy hot dogs. Support the local communities. That's what we do here, bud. You can't go and squeeze yourself in and steal hot dogs from the local fans in the house. But he does an amazing job when it comes to photography as well. So we do appreciate all of our media that are out there, including our own cameramen who are bringing, of course, all the action here today. And our Two Wheels and Planet Margate production team bringing you all the action as well. So as it stands out of that previous one, the race PSL giving us an opportunity to see the standings. Akil Liliba will maintain his lead in the championship. It's now 10 points between himself and Michael Besaidenote. Renzo Ribeiro has moved up again and a little closer, but he's still 45 points adrift there. Karabo Malamela's 10th or top 10 finish there, unfortunately drops him behind Renzo, and also a bit further back, another 3 points adrift. Shirin moves up ever so slightly, and Guido Badoli stays in 6th place despite his off-track excursion. So it just shows you that Badoli's earlier outings in this championship have kept him sort of in the hunt for the top 10. Then it's Ken Swartz, Liam Palome, 8th place. Well, we had Keegan Campos only in for one race. He'll be dropping out of it slowly but surely as we see the recovery vehicles going to fetch both Chase Haskins' cars and Guido Badoli's cars. Those cars should be able to be repaired. I didn't see any damage to the wheels. There was mainly a wing and maybe a couple of front wings that were damaged there in that contact between those two guys. But unfortunately, they did not complete race number 1. So it means that they've got a lot of work to do now for race 2. But awesome to see how we can pick up on how the championship has gone. And with that, we've got fans in the house, but we've got a really big fan out there as well. It's always great to see that really big fan in the house too. But our race PSL giving us some really awesome stats here alongside me today. So we'll be jumping into those onto some of the championships and of course looking at the rankings as we get through the day's proceedings. As I said, up next is Astron Energy Polo Cup's first heat of the day. We're expecting them to be out on track shortly, and they will be bringing us some more absolutely epic battles, because here at the home of Volkswagen Motorsport, they hardly ever fail to deliver when it comes to providing us with race action that is top class. And if we take into account that just in qualifying alone and through the practice sessions yesterday, I think there were 14 cars that were split by a second. There were 11 cars that were split by about 0.7 of a second. So just shows you how well prepped these Astron Energy Polo Cup competitors are, how hard the teams that each of the competitors drive for are working to try and get those cars equally matched and try and catch our championship leader at this stage, Hannes Gqeberha, who has got a relatively commanding lead, although it didn't quite go according to plan for him yesterday in the practices and qualifying. But we'll get into that as soon as we see cars out on track. And we'll bring you some of the highlights from the previous round here at Aldo Scribante about a month or so ago.
Copy that, I'm back on my camera.
So cars rolling out. Let's go and have a look and see exactly what happened at the previous round here at Aldo Scribante. Astron Energy Polo Cup, round 4, race 1. Here we go. Lights about to go on. Is it going to be Charles Smallberger to get the drop? Look out behind his skippers. As I said, he is the pole position man normally, but this time out he's been outgunned by 2 cars as they head down towards turn 1. Masters starting in the background as well, and a quick start there from Mike Babaglia, trying to squeeze through there in the paybar car. So the Masters are on their way, and Mikey got off the line relatively quickly. Oh, problems down in turn 1. It's Mussolini getting together there with a Fantech car, Berlin Robinson, and on the sideline, Berthold out as well. We've got 3 cars out of race into turn 1, and make that 4. Oh, the AA car went spinning off. That's Jane Gerson into the tires out of turn 2. So there are 4 cars off within the space of about 400 meters. The red flag is out, understandably. 4 cars stricken on the sideline. This is from Bjorn Berthold's point of view as they head down there. On board with him. He squeezes through, comes alongside Nirav Singh. Watch for the cars out front. There's going to be a little touch between the 2 of them. Berlin Robinson getting up close and personal with the FSS car of Pierluigi Mussolini. And then it all goes haywire here. And there you go. Just absolutely nowhere to go for Berthold. Let's do this all again. Restart. 8 laps this time as they head down towards turn 1. Smallberger again off the line rapidly. This time a better start from Deleuze as he heads towards turn 1 as well with skippers on his tail. We're here on board with the Masters, with Wayne Masters, championship leader, as they start their second time. And it's a good start from John Kruger. He hangs on for now. Rushball finds an inside line though, and he's late on the brakes. Can he squeeze into turn 1 first ahead of Moore? Yes, he can. Just gets that little nose in front of the Photon Trucks car and puts the Volkswagen machine slightly ahead. Oh, Liam Crystal coming together there with Berthold. That's the second time Berthold's gone off at turn 1, just behind them. So it's the 3 team red cars. Oh, problems! Top of the hairpin, and that is the doctor sent sideways as Mara Deleuze forced his way past. Deleuze going very opportunistic on the inside there, coming from a long way back to have a dive on the inside of the dentist. Look at Deleuze now. Deleuze is watching the rearview mirrors. He's actually slowed down. He's slowed down. He's realized his mistake. This is great driving. Fantastic racecraft. They've certainly taught him well in the rookie cup, and he gives the position back. That will probably stop him from getting the penalty on that last lap because it was the final lap and he knew he was going to be in trouble. Great thinking from a young man. That's a motorsport head to watch out for in the future. Here with Srin Rajpal as well as we get away. Lights are out. Rajpal with a great start. Goes side by side with Mara Deleuze. Charles Smallberger missed the gear by the looks of things. He's going to lose out big time. That's Tate around the outside. What a start there from Chris Tate. But he's got Moore on his inside. Great start there from Josh Moore again. And look how close it is here between Milan Emsley and the upward spiral car there, Roshan Goodman. Oh, he's got a tap. He's been upward spiraled right off the circuit. Man, that's huge. And heading towards the marshals, slams into that barrier. And there go the Masters right behind that with John Kruger leading things out over Masters. But now into the hairpin. Big dive on the inside. Emsley squeezes through. Jakob Schuner going to try and go with him to get through. Nirav Singh is right there. We're watching on board here from Bjorn Berthold's point of view. It's basically almost a perfect season in terms of victories for him. Charles being the first man to knock him off the top step of the podium in 2026. But he's come straight back and answered that call and said, right, let me just bring it back to where I'm used to being. So the doctor comes out of Dunlop. DDS machine coming through for the victory. And it's going to be a Works Motorsport 1 and 5. They're sandwiching out that top 5. Him and his teammate Srin Rajpal. Second place to Tate. Smallberger comes through. Great drive there from the hub. Back live here with Bjorn Berthold coming to the front. He was the man who put it on pole position yesterday in qualifying, but couldn't quite get it together in the Super Pole. Now remember, with the Astron Energy Polo Cup, they run a Super Pole for the top 6. And once they've all qualified, that top 6 goes out in reverse order and tries to do one more quicker lap to try and get in the lap that will put them onto pole position, which is exactly what Mauro Deleuze did to get his G&H Transport Sparco and Nathan's Motorsport machine onto pole position. You can see Graham Nathan jumping in there, and a final high five and probably just turning on the onboard camera there for Mauro, who will start from pole position. Alongside him will be the man who got pole and then had it unfortunately stolen away from him in the Super Pole by Mauro. That'll be Bjorn Berthold. So the 2 young guns coming through. Of course, both of them have come through the Rookie Cup program. So they know exactly what they're going to be up against. And they've got a very seasoned campaigner on their tail in Charles Smallberger. And then Chris Tate, your Rookie Cup champion from 2025. He is, of course, in the second of the Volkswagen Motorsport entries there on the right-hand side of your screen, starting from 4th place. They line up just ahead of Josh Moore, local man, as I said, in the Photon Trucks car. And Roshan Goodman in 6th place. Now, Roshan actually was in 4th place yesterday afternoon during qualifying, but unfortunately during their Super Pole lap, 2 touring cars actually went onto the circuit accidentally, and hindered his lap. So he decided to do one additional lap, which the COC gave him permission to do, and actually went slower than what he'd done in his first lap. So he dropped himself out of contention and dropped him to 6th place as opposed to where he was 4th before he went out for the additional lap, saying that he had been hindered by the car. So it actually cost him slightly there in terms of his race strategy. The championship leader, to the tune of 37 points in Hannes Gqeberha over Charles Smallberger, unfortunately, for the first time this year, did not make the top 6. So Hannes Gqeberha is there in that black and yellow car, the DDS and BDS machine from Works Motorsport. He's alongside his teammate Shin Rajpal on the 4th row of the grid. So the Works Motorsport team have got a little bit of extra work to do here in this first heat of Astron Energy Polo Cups at the second outing here at Aldo Scribante. They are followed by Jaden Goosen and Berlin Robinson. Nice run there from the young lady. She's up ahead of Liam Crystal and Cyril Jacobs Jr. and Milan Emzi, her 2 teammates out of Team Red Racing. And then top of the list in terms of the Masters is that man, Derek Smallberger. So the Big Mac has taken it over Wayne Masters. They shared the honours, of course, remember last time we were here. And with the Masters battle, also saw when Derek Smallberger took his victory, his son Charles took a victory as well, and was the first time in history that we'd seen a father and son taking a Masters and Cup category win on the same day in the same race for Astron Energy Polos in the 30 years that they've been out on circuit. So fantastic to see that. 30th anniversary, of course, of this championship, 75th anniversary of Volkswagen in South Africa, and we're at the home of Volkswagen Motorsport in Gqeberha, so you can't ask for a better outing than seeing all of these cars winding it left and right and trying to get a bit of heat into that Dunlop rubber. We will be sort of coming from back and front because the battles at the back last time actually turned into one of the most spectacular races we'd seen in a while in Polo Cup. So we'll be watching that back end of the field as well. And we'll keep an eye out on the Masters. As I said, it's Smallberger ahead of Wayne Masters, John Kruger and Richard van Heerden, who will line up in their positions there for the Masters category. They have a staggered start, so they go on the second set of lights. There will be 2 lights for the Cup class first and then the Masters category afterwards as they come to the line now to come under starters orders for race number 1. Graham Nathan giving us a little bit of this is how we do it. Thank you, Graham Montel Williams Nathan there. And just getting his man, Mara Deleuze, as close to that white line as he can to give him the most advantage of that pole position. I remember the pole position here at Aldo is actually not on the race line. It's on the inside of the track, which sometimes isn't the race line for these cars. The outside line is the cleaner line. So that is what Bjorn Berthold and Chris Tate will be hoping to try and use to their advantage. Mara has been in a position where he's been here before, so he knows what to do, and hopefully he can hang on to that pole position and keep them all at bay by the time they get down towards turn 1. Going with him, though, will be Charles Smallberger in the Sabertech cars. The lights go out. It is the lose, but it is a much better start coming from the man on his left-hand side, Berthold. Berthold seemed to get a slight advantage there off the line, and I think he might have just outdone and outsqueezed Mara Deleuze as they head towards turn 1. Good start there from the Sabertech car of Derek Smallberger as they head into turn 1. The mid-pack starts to heat up. It's Hannes Gqeberha's right on the tailpiece, an inside line from Moore. Moore having to take evasive action to try and find a way through, but it was not an easy line he was trying to find a way through on there because he was having to try and get through on hard charges in that mid-pack. And the hard charges, by the looks of things, Liam Crystal getting caught out there ever so slightly. But it was Mara Deleuze who dropped right out of contention and down way back in the field. He was going side by side there with Moore as they came into the S's. So as they come up towards the hairpin, it's Deleuze who's lost out huge there. He's dropped down to about 6th place on track as they come out of the hairpin. Crystal falling back into the clutches. Berlin Robinson as well into the clutches there, potentially of the Masters as they come through into Chevy for the first time. Roshan Goodman getting a great start. He's up to 4th place, and he's tucked in right behind, I think that might be Chris Tate. So Tate in 3rd place. Smallberger is already up into 2nd. Charles, that is, in terms of the Smallberger family. That's the mini burger. That's just the normal McDonald's burger. You got the Big Mac and the quarter pounder with cheese. He races off-road now in Georgie Smallberger, but fantastic to see them all out there and fighting hard. Berthold, though, with the lap of note, getting the whole shot and getting away at the front end of the field as well over Charles Smallberger. Chris Tate in third place also capitalised on that slightly cleaner line on the left-hand side of the start grid and went with his teammate to try and get into turn 1 and maybe go 1 and 2 for Volkswagen Motorsport, but it didn't quite work out. Team Red, Cyril Jacobs leads out the Team Red challenge, just behind, of course, Roshan Goodman slightly higher up there. So the two Team Red cars are evenly matched as they come through, and Cyril Jacobs Jr. just keeping Milan MC behind him as they come up onto the brakes into the hairpin. Shrin Rajpal in the Volkswagen machine from KwaZulu-Natal, right on the tailpiece of his teammate Hannes Gqeberha, but Gqeberha at this stage is not even inside the top 6 just yet. He's still got to try and find a way through there. Most importantly is to keep an eye out on exactly where Charles Smallberger is. Remember, there's only 37 points between himself and Gqeberha coming into this round. And at this point in time, Smallberger is having the advantage because he's in second. Gqeberha is 5 positions back in 7th. Jayden Goosen behind his teammate. That is Shrin Rajpal. And Goosen hangs on to the final single digit of the top 10 in 9th place, ahead of Jacobs Jr. and Milan Emsley. There you can see Jayden Goosen in the AA car, slowly but surely closing things down there on that Volkswagen and Works Motorsport car of Rajpal. New livery on that car, of course, also running all white wheels. It's one of the only cars that actually runs white wheels in this category, so it's quite nice to see a bit of a change up there in terms of his new livery on that car. We did see Volkswagen, of course, jumping onto the car 2 races ago, but now with their own livery and a slightly different car. It's nice to see a blue car out there for a change, because a lot of them have stayed with the sort of the normal situation, trying to keep them as white as possible, maybe a little bit of stripes here and there. So the blue and yellow car is quite easy to pick up on in the pack. The black car, of course, with that bright yellow livery is always an easy car to pick up on, but if you look at the livery in the other teams, they're all very similar, so it makes it a little bit more difficult to try and spot who's who in those categories and in those cars. Late dive from Milan Emsley. The Triton car closes right onto the tailpiece there of Cyril Jacobs Jr. Nice little in-house fight between the two teammates for Team Red Racing as they come up onto the straightaway and complete another lap. So we got 7 to go still for these drivers as they come down towards turn 1, and it's Smallberger now who's gone quickest. Charles Smallberger just making his way to the front end. Did Berthold go slightly quicker than him? I think he may have. Yes, he has. A 10.8 coming out of Bjorn Berthold. So he goes slightly quicker, and there's a dive on the inside. Oh, look at this. These are the two Masters going at it further back in the pack. Wayne Masters got the drive onto the straightaway, but it's Derek Smallberger who's going to try and keep him honest in the S's, and is he? He's going to put him on 2 wheels and then sideways and then get on the grass. Well, if it was George Smallberger, I'd say that's pretty cool. He's used to being on the grass and the dirty stuff. Derek seems pretty at home on the grass as well, and still hangs on to keep that lead ahead of Wayne Masters. That's incredible bit of driving coming out of these two Masters. And right on their tail, waiting to pick up the pieces, is John Kruger. Kruger watched that and went, yeah, no, you guys, you sort that out and I'll join you afterwards. I'll see you at the other side, yeah. We'll catch you at the end. Man, that was impressive stuff. Yo, that was proper cool. They were literally side by side into turn 1. They held it through the little straight towards the S's into turn 2. They were then side by side, and Wayne Masters was actually on 2 wheels on the exit of the S's. And then Smallberger went off track completely, kept it buried, stayed on the grass, came back onto the grey stuff, and still maintained the lead in the Masters battle. Top class. That's what Polo Cup is all about. Further up the field, though, battle continuing there between Rajpal and Goosen. Rajpal's teammate now seems to have just closed the gap there, so Hannes Gqeberha has found a way to get onto the back end of Josh Moore. Can he get through on the Photon Trucks car? We'll have to wait and see. He's then still got 5 more cars to get to the front of this field. Not going to be an easy day in the saddle here for the doctor. Heartbreaking from Berthold. He is looking for his first victory in Volkswagen Motorsport colours in Polo Cup. It'll be amazing to see this young man if he can hang on to it. He did such a great job yesterday to get the pole position in qualifying. As I said, just losing out, I think, about 0.2 of a second in the qualifying super pole run to the man who eventually put it on pole. And that's how it went. Let's have a look and see the action down into the S's there between those Masters again. Look at this. Here we go. Smallberger squeezes Wayne out. Wayne gives him some room. They now go side by side. Wayne's on the outside. He goes later on the brakes into the S. Here they come together slightly. Little tag, but a little clip of the curb actually put Wayne out of shape. That sent Derek onto the grass. Derek then caught it on the grass, kept it buried, stayed around the outside. Wayne Masters tried to come back at him. He had nowhere to go. And Smallberger said, I'll have that. Thank you very much. And managed to still keep the lead of the Masters side of Astron Energy Polo Cup. That is top quality stuff. I love it. Upward spiral car there of Roshan Goodman. He's up in that top 4. and keeping the pole man at bay in 5th. Biggest loser, unfortunately, is Deleuze. He's dropped down to 5th place off the start. So Maro with some work to do now, big time, to try and get himself at least into the top 3. He's got to get past on Goodman, he's got to get past on Tate. Those are very difficult cars to get past on. Roshan, of course, coming through the Gazoo Racing stables side of things before he jumped into a Polo. And the other one, of course, is if you look at the way Maro, Deleuze and Tate fought it out previously in Volkswagen Rookie Cup, it's more of the same coming through this option as well. So all young drivers at the front end, other than Scholl, and Scholl, please don't take offense to that, slightly older than the youngsters that he's fighting with there. And Hannes eventually now up in the 6th. So Hannes has found a way through and dropped another Rookie Cup contender, Josh Moore, down into 7th place. And he put him straight into the clutches of his teammate, who dives on the inside into turn 1 and squeezes through. Does he get past? He does. Nice run there from the Dub Core and the Goldwagen car of Shren Rajpal. So the Photon Trucks car now drops into the clutches of Jaden Goosen for Team AA as he comes into the S's. 3-way fight coming out of the S's though. Josh hasn't given up. He's going to give Rajpal a bit of a run up towards the hairpin. He's going to know exactly how to get that car up the inside into the hairpin. He's been around this track on a few occasions as Josh Moore. And Shren Rajpal sees him coming, shuts it all. Fantastic battle here. That's it. Mid-pack battle in Polo Cup usually turns out to be one of the good highlights of the day. The pack just behind are having a pretty epic one as well. And then, of course, we'll keep an eye on the Masters just behind that and see whether or not there's some more antics between Smallberger, Masters, and Kruger. Richard van Heerder, not quite on the same pace as those three, but he's in 4th place at the moment in the Masters. And unfortunately for young Berlin Robinson has dropped right to the back of the pack behind all 4 of the Masters as well. So she's having a bit of a tough day there in the Fantech car. Another lap completed, we got 3 to go. It's Berthold from Smallberger, Chris Tate, Roshan Goodman, Deleuze and Hannes Gqeberha now your top 6. Berthold 11 5s, 11 6s, 11 5s, 11 4s and 11 4s. That's your top 5 at the moment. That's how evenly matched they are. And I did mention the fact yesterday in qualifying and also in yesterday's free practice sessions, at one point in time we had 15 cars within the same second. Just showing you how evenly matched and how difficult it is to win in Polo Cup when you've got cars that are that evenly matched. A little bit of a gap opening up now between Smallberger and Masters. Similar gap there between Van Heerder and Kruger, so equidistant amongst the top 4 there in the Masters category. We normally have a couple more of them. Unfortunately, they haven't all made it down here. Some work commitments there, I know, from Mike Barbaglia's side of things, from the Paybar team. Gavin Ross, of course, was here last weekend at the regional, so probably there was a budget factor there for him to not be able to make it here for both rounds. But fantastic effort nonetheless from the 4 cars that have come out to fight it with the Masters category in Astron Energy Polo Cup's 30th anniversary year. They are into the penultimate lap. The front end have started that. The Masters are about to start theirs. It's Deleuze now putting massive amounts of pressure onto Roshan. Roshan Goodman soaking that pressure up and putting the same amount of pressure onto Tate, hoping to force a mistake out of Chris Tate. Roshan Goodman is applying huge amounts of pressure. They're looking for a way through. Of course, his his mentor was here last weekend. Unfortunately for Ishmael, the boogeyman, Peck didn't quite go according to plan there in the BMW. Had a broken machine before he even got on track. So Roshan Goodman now trying to fly the flag there for the Mzansi Motorsport team and for Upward Spiral's team. Trying to dive on the inside of Tate. He put massive amounts of pressure on Tate. Tate had to go evasive and go exceptionally late. You actually heard the tyres squeal as he climbed on the anchors up towards the hairpin. So Chris Tate is feeling that pressure from the original pole man in 5th, and the man Roshan Goodman, who is up into 4th place. So 2 cars and sliding into Dunlop. Whoa! How was that move? Ambitious is what I'd have to say there from Roshan Goodman. I'm not quite sure how he was going to try and get up the inside of Chris Tate when you're sliding into turn number 7, Dunlop corner. But he had an attempt. Maybe he's setting things up for the next one. Here comes an overtaking opportunity as well, just in the background, as we watch Jaden Goosen trying to get through there and find a way past on Josh Moore. This is Maro Deleuze now, keeping the pressure on the back end of Goodman. Goodman and Tate going to the S's. Tate with a little bit of breathing room there on Roshan. Roshan's got to get the drive out of here. Keep it flat through hanger and then try and squeeze up the inside of Chris Tate. Under brakes for the hairpin. Left-hand kink, right past the big die-hard hanger bend boys on the left-hand side. They are loving all this race action there. You can see them up there on the right-hand side of our shot. The die-harders there having a fantastic day, as always, and loving what we see when this kind of action happens. Is that Mara having a go? He is. He's having a full go on Roshan now. He's going to try and hold the outside line around Chevy Sweep, which is not an easy thing to do. This man, of course, is going to be ecstatic. Berthold has been dying for this. He's been trying so hard over the last couple of outings. He ended up on the sidelines the last time we were here. The Union Power Energy car coming through now, and it's going to be a victory this time. So turning his luck around from 0 to hero. A great effort there from Bjorn Berthold. Wins out over Charles Smallberger. And a fantastic effort there from Chris Tate. I think he's just been able to squeeze out Roshan. Yes, he has. Keeps Roshan Goodman at bay as they cross the line. And Roshan does the same thing to Mara Deleuze. Skip is your championship leader up into the top 6. He probably won't be too concerned about that. And in the Masters battle, it's Smallberger again who takes the victory in the Masters category, beating Wayne Masters and John Kruger. So there you have unofficial results. Bjorn Berthold from Charles Smallberger, Chris Tate, Roshan Goodman, Deleuze, and Skip as your top 6. That's how we classify them in the Polo Cup Championship. And the Masters further down in 13th. It was lucky for number 55, Derek Smallberger, beating Wayne Masters, John Kruger, and Richard van Heerden. So that will change things up ever so slightly. We're going to have a look in a few moments' time, and we'll give you the change up in terms of how the championship standings are. But what an amazing effort there, and congratulations have to go out to BJ. He's been dying, he's been trying, and of course we saw in the highlights before this race started how his day ended up horribly going wrong in race number 1 at the last outing here at Aldo Scribante, and he's turned that completely around and come back to take the victory and wrap things up here for the first race of Astron Energy Polo Cup. Great effort there from the Union Power Energy car, and there's going to be a happy man in the Park for May area. First man to jump onto that car is going to be his dad, to congratulate him on a magnificent and valiant effort there from Bjorn's point of view to beat out a hard charge coming from Charles Smallberger. That is a tough man to beat in Polo Cup, is Charles Smallberger. You can ask anybody who's raced up against him head to head. He is a really tough man to go and fight out with. And of course behind him it was Chris Tate, who managed to keep out the other youngsters in the class for the top 5 in Roshan Goodman. Hannes Skippers eventually squeezed Josh Moore out to come through for a top 6 finish, and then there was Jaden Hussen, and he managed to stay ahead just in the end of a nice battle between himself and Shrin Rajpal. And a fantastic effort as well, also coming out of Liam Crystal and Cyril Jacobs Jr. They were fighting pretty spectacularly there, I'd have to say, between themselves. There is the Masters coming in there, led out by the number 55 of Derek Smallberger, ahead of Wayne Masters, John Kruger, and Van Heerden. And at the back of the pack, as I said, not quite going according to plan there for Berlin Robinson. Hopefully she can turn her luck around and just get that Fantech car a little bit higher up than what she was able to do there in race number 1. So looking at the way things stand, it's only 6 points that have sort of been the advantage gained there from Charles Smallberger's point of view. He stays in second place, but he makes up 6 points on Hannes Skippers. Mara Deleuze stays there in third. Roshan Goodman steps up 1 place ahead of Shrin Rajpal, who drops down to 5th. Goodman to 4th with that result. There's Bjorn. Is he a happy man? Hang tight. Wait for it. Wait for it. I think we're going to possibly get a little... I don't think it's sunk in just yet for him that he's taken a victory for his new team and turned his luck completely around. As he turns around now, hopefully we can get a quick little chat with him there as well, but he's certainly going to be a happy man when he climbs on the microphone. There we go. That's nice always to see one of the top drivers from Volkswagen Motorsport, Brad Liebenberg, giving him the first high five, and a chance there as well to get some loving there from his arch rivals as well. Roshan Goodman giving him a big high five and a hug. As I said, in the championship, Rajpal was the man who dropped down in that fight. Tate stays in 6, Hussen in 7, Milan Emslie, Berthold, and Josh Moore. But Berthold's win brings him up 4 places, and it drops a couple of contenders out of the top 10 as well, in Nirav Singh, who unfortunately couldn't make it out here this weekend, the Kyle Army Exhaust and Ninja. But let's catch up now with our race 1 winner, Bjorn Berthold.
Bjorn Berthold, your first Polo Cup win. How do you feel?
Oh, what a feeling. What a feeling. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel like all the years of hardship, challenges, and all that pain and agony of being at the back for years, it's all paid off. It was all worth something. I'm so glad I'm finally where I believed I should be and where I've proved to be. It's an incredible feeling. It's really an incredible feeling.
Race 2 coming up.
I'll chat to you now, Dan.
And race 2 coming up. What's the same kind of plan?
Same plan. We'll see. I don't know where I'm starting now because it's based off times. But look, if we're in the front there again, I've got the same idea. I just want to run. I don't want to get involved with any hassle. I'm not here to fight with anyone. I just want to run.
All the best, man.
Thank you so much.
So that phenomenal effort, of course, moves him 4 positions up in the championship, and that is exactly what Bjorn Berthold would like to see. And more of the same, I'm sure, later on, if he can get it 2 in a row for today. But as you heard, it comes from positions that they've gained now in terms of their lap times for race number 2. So we'll see while the grid comes out a bit later on. But in terms of the championship, Skipper still hangs on to the lead of the championship. He's 31 points ahead of Charles Smallberger. Mara Deleuze has also lost a little bit of ground there. He's now dropped down into about, 44 points behind. 44 points behind the leader, Hannes Skippers. So that's how it stands at this stage in terms of Astron Energy Polo Cup heading into race 2 later on this afternoon. Up next, we're going into, of course, the action that came from South African touring cars and the SupaCup class. This is what happened the last time we were at Aldo Scribante. So separate starts, but just a break in the grid there between the SupaCup cars, and then the touring cars get off first. They head down towards turn 1. It was a fantastic start coming from the front end from Robert Volk, who led things out, and then SupaCup made their way down just a little bit further back from them. Volk hanging on with Campos diving through for second. Coming through the pack was a relatively quick 2 Toyotas of Gqeberha and Van Rooyen, and then tucked in behind them, the first of the Golfs was Julian van der Walt. So van der Walt was fighting hard with his stablemate, and unfortunately Casey Ensel-Smith, that stablemate, went off track through the S's on the first attempt into the S's, so costing him a little bit of time and dropping him behind the Fly Sapphire car there of Andrew Schofield. Mid-pack, Jason Newsmore was getting up close and personal and putting Mohammed Wali sideways coming out of the S's. Wali managed to do a very similar maneuver that we just saw from Derek Smallberger, and went onto the grass, able to save it and come back onto the track, but it dropped him through and into the mid-pack of the SupaCup class, which is not where both him and Jason Newsmore wanted to end up. Tate Bishop making a welcome return to SupaCup, disappeared at the front end. Nicky Vastanos, who'd found an amazing bit of pace, along with Judd Berthold, were fighting for honours at the front end of the SupaCup class. In terms of the touring car class, though, a battle royal between Julian van der Walt and the 2 Toyotas started to unfold for third place as we watch Robert Volk and Keegan Campos just get away. So Volky just showing a clean set of wheels to everybody else on track ahead of the hard chargers behind that. Lead car was Tate, but second place battle was 2 youngsters who'd found some serious pace there, and all of a sudden a big change up at the front end of SupaCup. Jared Rousseau unfortunately didn't have a go all according to plan there as he went off track in the closing stages, but with the checkered flag coming out, it was Volk to take it from Campos, and then Tate Bishop to come through for the first victory in the SupaCup class, making a welcome return in the angry racing machine. He hung on to take the victory. And in the second race with the inverted grid, Casey Ensel-Smith would start from pole position. A little bit of a bog start there from Julian van der Walt, which cost him a little bit on the start, and as you can see, dropped him right to the back of the pack with his fellow stablemate there. But some fun and games still to be had as they headed down towards turn 1, and Casey Ensel-Smith was putting the pressure on right from the word go onto Keegan Campos. Lareo stuck on the grid on the start and unfortunately couldn't get his car off, so some work to do there for Rick Lareo as he was stuck on the sideline, our only Masters category competitor in the SupaCup class. The rest of the SupaCup cars maintained the usual positions, and once again Tate Bishop got to the front and found his way through on both Judd Berthold and the hard chargers at the back. The front end was getting exceptionally heated, and that's how difficult it was for some of the guys as Keegan Campos tried to hang on to a big slide around the outside. His attempt to get past on Michael van Rooyen, who was making it very difficult for him to get a pass, meant that he tried the outside line, found the marbles, and then went sliding. Campos out and at the back of the pack for race 2 for the touring cars. Loosemore was still at the front end, but being closed down rapidly by Tate Bishop. And then the rest of them coming flying through there for potentially what was going to be the latter half and the top 5 in terms of SupaCup. A great effort nonetheless as they came across the line. It was Jason Gqeberha to take the victory ahead of Michael van Rooyen. 2 Toyotas, 1 and 2 ahead of the Golfs. And then Jason Loosemore was able to hang on in the Renegade Racing and Volkswagen Motorsport entry to keep out Tate Bishop for equal wins between the two of them. So 1 for 1 for Loosemore and Bishop in the SupaCup class. Back live, we come into race preparation for race number 1 of Touring Cars and SupaCup. And there are a few cars that are missing from the front row, but you can see them just slowly but surely making their way through the SupaCup class as they've exited pit lane and will come to take up their positions on the grid. One of them being Robert Volk, who will go into second place. He'll move on to the left-hand side of the shot. And we're still waiting for Julian van der Walt to make his way to the front end and to pole position, which is where he should be starting from if he's been able to get out on track. Let's see exactly how he is coming into this one. In terms of the stats coming into this one, Van der Walt, of course, is the championship leader. He's ahead of Casey Ensel-Smith and Jason Gqeberha. That's the top 3 in the championship. So basically the top 3 in the championship there will be fighting hard. But there's some maneuvers, slowly but surely, coming from Robert Volk, who started late in the season. Of course, he didn't do the first couple of rounds. And Volk will be looking to turn his luck around after he joined the circus at Touring Cars at round 2 at Red Star. And brought that Volkswagen Golf back into the WCT and Investchem Chemical Logistics team. But it was his teammate Julian van der Walt in the We Buy Cars Golf who is the man to beat. Lorraine hopefully looking for a little bit of a turn of luck, as we saw there, and hopefully he can get his car off the line. Because remember, a big change up for 2025 for this championship is now the standing start procedure. They are no longer doing a rolling start with these cars, they go into a standing start. So it caught a couple of cars out there. Leroux has outgunned his brother though, so Paolo won't be too happy about that as he sees the red car of the combined racing machine pulling in front of him. That will definitely be something he'll be looking to try and remedy by the time the checkered flag comes out in 10 laps time. We go under starters orders. Van der Walt and Volk the front row. Keegan Campos and Casey Ensel-Smith the second row. Michael van Rooyen and Andrew Schofield. Jason Loosemore will be the man on pole position, of course, for the SupaCup class alongside Nico Zafiris. So we stand by. There are 2 Gazoo Racing cars there. I just missed out on Jason Gqeberha. Apologies on that one. He's actually ahead of Michael van Rooyen. So it's Jason Gqeberha and then Michael van Rooyen as they line up now for the first heat of touring cars. Under starters orders. We go to the fastest 2 minutes of your life. And they then get a warm-up lap. And then they come back to take up their positions for the start. See a couple of guys that have not done standing starts for a while have been caught out by this new standing start rule, so it means they've got to just get that start absolutely perfect, get the launch control machine on these machines sorted, and hopefully the launch control works well. And of course the launch control being their ability to get the clutch and accelerator to work well off the line and get them going in a forward momentum as fast as they can go. Heading up to the hairpin, getting some heat into those Dunlops. This is what we need to do, and it's not too difficult to get heat into the Dunlops here because it is quite an abrasive circuit, and it does do some wear and tear to the tires if your car is not set up. I was chatting to a couple of some of the locals here, and they were saying, you know, when they run in the other championships here at Aldo Scribante, and particularly in the local series that runs here, a lot of the guys say that they don't have tire wear. I said, yeah, well, unfortunately, the problem is that some of the local guys maybe not be pushing their cars as hard as what some of these guys do at national championship level. But in saying that, if your car is set up nicely, this surface can be very good, and you can get some fair wear over all 4 wheels if you know how to get that car set up right and get it onto the rails that's required to take race victories here. Everybody here this weekend running the Dunlop rubber. Only class that wouldn't have run Dunlop, of course, are not with us this weekend. And that's the ZX10R Masters Cup. They run Bridgestones, and even the Bridgestone R10s and 11s take strain around here too. So it is quite a hard-wearing surface, despite what anybody says. Majority of the field will tell you that it's tyre preservation that wins races here at Aldo Scribante. So it looks like we are almost good to go here. Final cars coming into position for SupaCup. It's the two Leroy boys at the back on the right-hand side there for combined racing with those big lions on the back of their cars. Look out for Rory Atkinson coming through the field as well. He'll be looking to up his pace and maybe move himself up overall in the standings for SupaCup. But we're under starters' orders. You can hear those revs pick up. Julian van der Walt with some big smoke coming out of the side of that exhaust. Lights on, lights off, and we're racing. And off they go down towards turn one. Great start there coming out of Schofield. He got a slightly better drop off the line there than Van Rooyen was able to get. But it is Julian van der Walt who goes side by side with Keegan Campos. Campos tried around the outside in the previous outing, and remember what happened there. He went sliding. He's going to probably just go discretion better part of valor. Yes, he does. Tucks in behind Julian van der Walt and says you can't win it in the first corner in the first lap, but you can certainly lose it. And he's decided, no, it's not there. Let's just get into there and see what I can do, tucked in behind Julian van der Walt for a while. Good start from the SupaCup class. Jason Loosmore leads out as he heads there. Safiris is in to second place in that Origin Oil car and pushing up onto the into the hairpin. Van der Walt under a little bit of pressure there from Campos. Casey Enselmith is third. Great start, as I said, from Robert Volk as well. He's managed to just squeeze out the two Toyotas and doing a great job to fend off their attack in dual formation, with Michael Van Rooyen leading over Jason Gqeberha. Then it's a hard charge coming out of Andrew Schofield, who's about to be caught actually by Jason Loosmore. Loosemore's first lap has been pretty spectacular. He's closed right onto the tailpiece there of the Fly Sapphire BMW as they come across the line. So he's not too far behind the tail end of touring cars. And with that standing start, everybody now seeming to get the standing start right. It's given an opportunity there for Jason Loosmore to maybe get himself in amongst the tail enders of the touring cars with that SupaCup Polo. Come out of the S's, and it's Van der Walt leading out of Campos and Ensel Smith. It's Loosmore, Zafiris, and Rory Atkinson. Judd Berthold is behind that. Wouldn't it be awesome to see Judd Berthold go for a victory as well? I mentioned the two Moore brothers earlier on, but the Bertholds are also in with a chance of maybe getting victories in two different classes for the family, and that would make Mr. Berthold exceptionally happy, that's for sure. If you think he was happy about Bjorn taking a victory, if Judd took a victory in the SupaCup class, there'd be some serious celebrations happening down in the Berthold pits later on this afternoon. The Leroy's, it's Rick out in front of Paolo. That's how that goes for the combined racing team as they head up towards Dunlop Corner. Jared Rousseau's behind them, and a welcome, haven't had a chance to mention it, to Brandon Dean. First time out there for him in the 777 car. We saw him at top of the hill, driving, of course, that very fast Ferrari of his. Now stepping into a SupaCup Polo, and oh, is he getting into the mix there in the back? No, that's not him getting in the mix. Who's that coming through there in the back there? There's some maneuvering happening at the back end of the field, and it looks like it's Jared. It's Jared Rousseau. There it is. It's Jared Rousseau who's now getting in the mix there with Rick and Paolo Rowe. So some fights all the way through this pack, as we kind of expect to see in SupaCup and in touring cars. I'm waiting to see if there's going to be any answer there from Rory Atkinson on Nico Zafiris. Zafiris has had pace all weekend. He was top of the sheets twice yesterday in the free practice sessions. So that Origin Oil SupaCup Polo has got some great speed around this track. Not quite the same kind of pace as what Jason Loosmore has found, particularly considering that he's pulled about a half a second gap there over the rest of the SupaCup competitors. But needless to say, there's some big charges happening there from Nico Zafiris, and the reason he's having to go fast, as we watch the fast development first car now, I'll change up there, as Paolo Leroux has now been demoted, or promoted I should say, ahead of Rick and Jared. Must have been a little bit of coming together there. I'm sure there would have been for Rick Leroux to fall back and behind his brother and behind Jared Rousseau at the same time. Touring cars into the S's. We Buy Cars leads things out at the moment. Campos Transport in second place with Keegan at the wheel in that BMW. And that 120 pushing hard now to try and close the gap down on the lead Golf 8. It's a Golf 8 on his tail as well. And celebrating 75 years of Volkswagen in South Africa. Would be awesome to see a Volkswagen Golf 8 take a victory here in touring cars. Julian van der Walt wasn't quite able to do that at the previous round, but Robert Volk fortunately was able to. But it was shared honours on the day. They want to make it a full sweep at the home of Volkswagen. And that's what I'm sure the Volkswagen team are planning to do here with either Casey Enselmith, Robert Volk or Julian van der Walt in those Golf 8s. Keegan Campos might be there to spoil the day for the BMW side of things. He'd be loving to get that BM of Campos Transport in turn one slightly higher up than what he is right now. And another fast development car at the front end of the field. Along with this man, Fly Sapphire car of Andrew Schofield. Now Schofield, he might be playing the game here a little bit, because remember, we do have an inverted grid for race 2. So if Schofield stays where he is right now, there's a chance that he'll start from pole position in the next race. So that might be what his strategy is he'll take the 6th place points and then give himself a chance to say, okay, let's move up and start from pole position. Well, it'll actually be 7th place points, I beg your pardon, because it's Jason Gqeberha who's just ahead of him there. Jason Gqeberha took a victory here last time out. His first victory ever in a touring car, so certainly looking for a chance now to possibly spoil the day for the rest of this pack is Gqeberha. He knows what to do, but he hasn't quite got the pace of the Golfs and that BMW of Campos out front. His teammates turning the wick up there slightly. Saw Michael van Rooyen very, very aggressive into Dunlop corner there in the first of those Gazoo Racing Corollas, but also with some work to do down in 5th place and 3.6 seconds to make up. Van der Vat's lead has come down to less than a second, so Campos has definitely turned the wick up as we got to the halfway stage. 5 done and 5 to go. Let's see whether or not he can find an extra 0.9 of a second in these next 5 laps to catch and spoil the day there for Julian van der Vat. Atkinson putting massive amounts of pressure now onto Nico Zaveras for 2nd place in the SupaCup class as they head into turn 1. Volkswagen Motorsport versus Nico Zaveras in that Origin oil car. Nice livery on that car, also quite easy to spot from a long way away with that bright yellow and black. Always works well on a race car. A couple of guys I know also used to run bright orange colours on their motorcycles. It was quite easy for them to spot. But I can tell you it's pretty decent stuff so far for everybody that's pushing hard here in SupaCup. And Zaveras is having to watch those rear view mirrors. He's got a multiple champion on his tail. Remember, this is the outgoing Polo Cup champion that has stepped up into SupaCup with the drive from Volkswagen Motorsport as part of that prize fund that the Astron Energy Polo Cup championship winner gets. It's a free drive in SupaCup for the next season, and Rory he's loved the step up. He's become pretty competitive right from the word go in that SupaCup Polo of his, as has Casey Ensel Smith, who stepped out of single seaters and decided to give Tin Tops a bit of a run, flying past the Hanger Bend diehards as they head through into the hairpin. Look how hard they're pushing. It's great to see. The gap has definitely come down. Yeah, it's down to 0.7. So Campos has closed that gap down, and he just keeps ticking off those 0.1s, 0.2s here, left, right, and centre. And slowly but surely is just bridging that gap to the back end of that Golf 8 for the WeBuy Cars and WCT team there of Julian van der Vat. Championship winner from last year, Michael van Rooyen, the number 1 plate, always a tough plate. You're not in a bad position for race 2's inverted grid, so just try and survive, and maybe we can get the Gazoo Racing boys go 1 and 2 in race 2. Van der Vat has set the pace initially. He eventually he started his attempt with a 102.8, but he's now in the 103s. 103.1s coming out of Keegan Campos means that he's 0.2 of a second quicker than the man out front, and if he can keep that up, he's got what will be 2 laps to go after this one. 2 laps to go to try and make up. It'll be about half a second. Jason Gqeberha, I don't think he's going to catch his teammate. Looks like the 2 Gazoo Racing Corollas are going to have to wait for the second race to see what they can do and potentially go for a double for that team in race 2. But the spoiler there could potentially be Andrew Schofield in that Fly Sapphire BMW of his. Half a second is what Keegan Campos needs in the next 2 laps. It's a little bit more than half a second for Nico Zaveras to close down. 2.3, maybe a little bit less than that now as they come through there. But the reason why Nico Zaveras can't catch Jason Usmore is he's having to drive defensively to keep out the attack from Rory Atkinson. As Raw's having a look on the inside again, Zaveras is quite aware where he was. He knew that his later braking into turn 1 would keep him ahead of Rory Atkinson for now. But how much longer can he soak that pressure up? He's got a lap and a half to go, and Rory Atkinson is hounding the back of him, looking every which way but loose to get past on him. Behind that, it's Berthold. And Judd Berthold, he's just hung on there waiting to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong between these 2. Don't think it will do, because they've got some really great racecraft amongst them. A little bit more in the hands of the man out front. This is the front end of the field completely as Julian van der Vat now with a lap to go, as Campos all over the back of him. Campos has now closed that gap down within striking distance and will look to strike possibly up at the hairpin if he can get the drive here out of the kink up through Hanger Bend in the touring car, just over 200 k's an hour. All four wheels literally at this point would be sliding to try and keep themselves on the grey stuff. He's not quite close enough, and I don't know if Campos is going to get any closer than that. They head down the hill. You can see they're going to come up on some tail enders, but the tail enders won't come into play. I think Leroux will still survive and not be troubled by these cars as they head up towards Dunlop for the last time. Van der Wast's got enough there. Enough to even make a little bit of a lock-up if he has to. He didn't, though. He was smooth as silk as normal for Jules as he comes out of Dunlop. And race 1 victory going to be heading the way for Julian Van der Wast. Campos takes second, Casey Enselmith third, Volk for 4, and Van Rooyen will come through for the top 5 ahead of Kutsia and Andrew Schofield. So touring cars literally wrapping up a pretty spectacular race, but a little bit here and there in the mid-pack. This has been awesome all race long for second. Zephyrus going to be hanging on. This, I think, will be the highest finish for Nico. He certainly started in his highest position on the grid, so this is capitalising on that. Loosemore will get a victory. That's back-to-back victories for him. He took the last race win here at the previous round, and he takes the first race victory here today at this round, ahead of Zephyrus and Rory Atkinson. Good drive from Berthold for 4. 5th place is going to be Paulo Leroux, beating out Jared Rousseau, and Rick Leroux should be coming out of Dunlop any second now to wrap up the 12 positions. Brandon Dean will be just behind them. I think actually Brandon Dean might have got through on Rick Leroux, so Leroux I think had to retire his car and had to go into pit lane by the looks of it. So Brandon Dean will be the last car across the line, and that will wrap up our South African Touring Cars and SupaCup combined race number 1. And from there we'll be heading, of course, down into some Toyotas out on track in a few moments' time with Gazoo Racing's GR Cup. So a nice start to the day there for Julian Van der Wast and for Keegan Campos, as well as Casey Enselmith. They will be looking to try and wrap things up. That is what the program looks like after we have just completed the 4th race there on the program. So next up is Gazoo Racing SA Cup, the GR SA Cup there, 8 laps of them. Then Rookie Cup's 2nd race of the day. We then go to a small lunch break, which will then move us into the 2nd heats of all of them, except for Rookie Cup. Of course, we've got 3 heats today, and they will be the last race of the day as well. So Rookie Cup getting the bonus round here this time out for the 5th round of Extreme National Championship Festival here at Aldo Scribante. Of course, hosted by Border Motorsport Club. We were supposed to be, of course, at the East London Grand Prix circuit, but Border Motorsport Club are our hosts here today and have been given the opportunity to run the day's proceedings by the Aldo Scribante Racing Club, which is fantastic to see that offer being given to the team from East London Grand Prix circuit. So we're standing by for Gazoo Racing GR Cup to make their way out. They'll be out shortly. We'll give you a couple of stats in a few moments' time as well. I've got my good friend alongside me here from Race PSL. Going to give me a few stats. He's just getting them fired up here, and we'll get to run through a couple of the stats after things have changed up after that. I wouldn't say it was uneventful, but it was certainly a lot calmer than it was at the previous round of this championship the last time we were here. A little bit of clean-up, understandably. There were a couple of cars that did go off track and pulled a bit of rubble onto the circuit, which is giving our Orange Army a little bit of work to do. But interesting enough that the changes expected, I think, in this championship are going to be pretty unique. At the front end, there shouldn't be too much in terms of overall standings, but certainly some chopping and changing in the mid-pack up and down in the SupaCup as well as in the touring cars. Nice to see, as I said, a partisan crowd all around the track, in fact, and all the good vantage points. They've found chances to go and get their cars up close and personal, as close to where they can. And hopefully we will be enjoying a full day's racing. You can see those guys are there for a full day, that's for sure. The Briars are cooking, and things are looking good down there at the S's. And a lot of people have brought their own gazebos and set themselves up for the day. If you guys are out there, and of course you've got your smart devices, hope you're going to be watching us on the live stream as well. There is our fans of Chevrolet, Opel, KTM, Audi and Alfa Romeo. And they also look for checkered flags as well. There's a BMW checkered flag there too. So they are just loving whatever car brands are on track. And a couple of bike fans there with the Katums as well. As I said, the Briars are absolutely in full force right now, and with this wind blowing, you have to just be careful that they don't fall over as well, because we're fighting fires on the side of circuits, but I'm sure that they are being watched all the time. I know that they'll be potentially be watched up at Hanger Bend, and then a nice backdrop as well, of course, here at the circuit in the Nelson Mandela region. Fantastic to see sort of all the big ships and cargo ships out in the bay as well. So we are standing by for the next bit of race action to come your way, and some serious manoeuvring happening here in the Gazoo Racing SA Cup as well, because Toyota Gazoo Racing has been a really hard fought battle, both in the 86s, the dealer team, and in the media challenge. They've really been working each other to the limit at the various rounds that they've been at so far. That's the outside of the S's there. That whole arc is just rammed with people, and they're enjoying every aspect of today's race action by the looks of things. Julian van der Walt has hung on to the lead of the championship ahead of Casey and Smith. Jason Gqeberha is still in third place, and he's ahead of Andrew Schofield. So that's how things stand in terms of the championship up to now. Van der Walt has got 40 points ahead of Casey. Casey's dropped down two positions though, so his biggest mover there was Jason Gqeberha. Andrew Schofield also moving up nicely. Michael van Rooyen dropping down slightly. Campos with some work to do, but we saw the kind of pace that Keegan Campos has got today, so potentially that could change things up a little bit in race number 2. But Van der Walt now with a 40-point margin over Casey and Smith for touring cars. We're just standing by for Toyota Gazoo Racing to make their way onto the circuit. Don't think there's any cars that need to be cleared, but I think they're just doing a bit of track clearance there. Looking at the way things stand in the SupaCup class at this stage, Jason Newsmore maintains his lead over Rory Atkinson. It's now up to 48 points between them. Judd Berthold is a little bit further back from that and 54 points back. Tyler Robinson, of course, who's no longer here in the championship. She's only going to be participating in the German SupaCup championship from now on. Nicky Vastanos, of course, is in 5th place, but he's now changed allegiance, as we see some big fans enjoying themselves up there on the banking. Vastanos, of course, was in the SupaCup class and has decided to hang up the tin top, and we should have seen him in action in MSA4s, but unfortunately he had a little bit of problems with his chassis yesterday, and they didn't have the spare parts available, so Vastanos will be, of course, piloting a MSA4 car for the rest of the season. So we'll expect to see him probably being outgunned in the next race. Severus will probably move up from 6th place to 5th place. Davide Franco's not show this weekend, but he stays in 7th place. Paolo Larao, even with that DNF, stays in 8th place. And a nice run there from Jared Rousseau, who now goes ahead of Rick Larao, and also Tate Bishop, who unfortunately only just came out for the last round. It was sort of a one-off for him. Mohammed Wali, I think, will be back in action by the time we get to Cape Town. And we got a new man, of course, who joined the championship this time out. He comes into 14th place, the last man in the championship. Brandon Dean still scoring points in his first outing. That's not a bad run. But he's got 151 points to make up if he wants to win the championship. That's what he has to do. Brandon Dean, good luck on that one, bro. My money's on you, dude. Previous round of GR Cup here at the Aldo Scribante circuit was pretty spectacular, and we're starting to see some stalwarts in this category who come to the front end, particularly in the 86 Brigade, where we've got two very hot youngsters who seem to be a little bit further up the road than most of the other category contenders in the 86, and that's Reinecker and Weston. And we expected to see a bit of a fight between the two of them, and they didn't fail to deliver as they got underway in the 86 Brigade. But then in the background, the battle between the dealer team and the media challenge is turning into something pretty awesome as well. Side by side down into turn 1, it was going to be very tight, but Reinecker just squeezing Connor Weston out there for the whole shot into turn 1 as the media and dealer team headed to the same place. But as they came into the S's, it was Reinecker from Weston with a bit of pressure coming from Chipang Chinsanwana, and then behind that Spicy Maula coming into the mix as well. Emma Rose Darling was in the mix there too, having to work hard after securing the deal with the FIM F1 Academy that she's done through her karting side of her racing career. Phenomenal effort there from her. And then this mid-pack of dealer team and the boys and girls fighting for dealer and media championship honours. Always a spectacle to watch. And they certainly do not fail to deliver. Particularly that man in the Supersport car, Nabil Abdul, forcing his way through into the back end of the 86s. But how close do you want it coming into the final part of this race? Reinecker on the outside. Weston unfortunately got a bit of a tail-happy slide coming out of the hairpin, which lost him a little bit of ground, handing Reinecker in the gold colours, the gold win and the gold medal for that win, and the checkered flag eventually going to Kobus Reinecker, I beg your pardon, to get the victory. Speaking of gold cars, it was a double gold win there because the Supersport car also runs that gold livery, and he took the victory in the media and dealer team championship, winning out over, of course, his arch rival in the media side of things, Craig Nicholson, for Media 24. Second race later on in the afternoon, so slightly cooler conditions. It was a lot cooler than what it was. We've got conditions here today, and of course this time out, Weston was having none of it. He got away nicely, got the whole shot relatively easily. In the background, a little bit of squirrely driving coming out of the 30 car of Chipang Chinsanwana, but he was able to managed to catch it and tuck in behind Spicy Maula and fought it out there with him and Vatsiawa. So Vatsi and Chipang going at it with Spice Maula for the mid-pack of the 86s. And then as they came through there, the Toyotas and Corollas and Yaris's starting to get up close and personal, almost from lap 1. Not as up close and personal as these two did though. Almost the entire race we saw Weston and Reinecker go at it. It was a little bit closer for the rest of the pack coming in from behind in terms of the battles that were raging. But how close do you want this? Have a look at this. Coming out of the final corner, Reinecker side by side with Weston. They actually came across and touched each other's wing mirrors. And as the wing mirrors folded in and they crossed the line, it was Weston who took it by 8 thousandths of a second. Chipang getting spun out right in the closing stages after the battle between him and Spicy Maula got a little bit more spicy at the end of the day's racing, and wrapping up a spectacular day in terms of the race action so far. We're back live now at Aldo Scribante. They're out on their warm-up lap, and it's going to be more of the same as Kobus Reinecker, Kian Fussell on the front row. Connor Weston only down in third place alongside Spicy Maula. Then you've got Chipang Chinsanwana and Vatsiawa Mokonyana there alongside him. Emma Dowling not finding pace this weekend. She really has battled a little bit as they come under the safety car lap now, getting 2 laps to get some heat into that Dunlop rubber. She'll be starting at the back of the pack for the 86s, and she'll be, I think, alongside, if I'm not mistaken. Just waiting to see how they line up there. I'm not seeing Russell out there, so there's one car missing. I'm not quite sure if they've been able to make it out yet. So one of the 86s not making it out there. Nabil Abdul will start from the front alongside his arch rival. Great to see that rivalry now pick up again, because it was Vanna who was fighting hard last time side by side and fighting with Nabil Abdul, but this time Devon Scott has joined the party. Nabil Abdul, of course, he leads things out in terms of the overall standings for qualifying. He was the fastest in qualifying. Devon Scott was second and Vanna Fenter was third. Kobus Reinecker was the first of the 86s in fourth place. But of course, with the change up on how they start, the 86s start at the front end. There's a bit of a gap, and then the media and dealer team championship cars in the Toyota Corollas and Yaris's start on a second set of lights. So they will hold back ever so slightly. Nabil will just hold them a little bit further back from there. And in terms of that, it's Nabil Abdul, Brandon Jacobs, great start there from him, ahead of Craig Nicholson in terms of the press side and media GR Cup. The Dealer Cup is Devon Scott ahead of Vanna Fenta and Theo Brits, with Andries de Villiers and Bunzai the top 5. And as I said, Reinecker ahead of Fussell, Weston, Maula and Shinsenwana. That is the way the 86ers are going to start things out now. They come up towards the hairpin. They're coming through there relatively slowly, I've got to say. Probably a little bit too slow for my liking here, but anyway, let's see if they get a little bit of pace as they head down the hill. They're going to get caught out if they don't pick the pace up slightly. But the safety car is doing its job and holding up the 86ers. Nabil will have to take on the role of the safety car as the pole position man in the media and dealer cup class. You'll see him just hold that pack up as they come out of Chevy. There he goes. He goes into that role right now with his closest rival on his tail there being Brandon Jacobs, in fact, this time out as opposed to Craig Nicholson. Theo Brits and Fenta will be there as well. We'll keep an eye on them as they now get the Golf 8 off track and hand the duties now to all of these Gazoo Racing Toyota Corollas, Yaris's, and at the front, the magnificent rear-wheel drive 86s. Reinecker coming out of Dunlop, trying to catch the second place Ken Fussell out there slightly as they come now to start positions. They start up into their positions. Oh, somebody getting mixed up there. I think it might have been Spicy who was on the wrong side. But as they come into the start procedure done perfectly there from the 86 Brigade as they head down towards turn 1. The rest of the pack coming out of turn 7. Nabil Abdul holding them up nicely. You'll see him drop the hammer and try and get away from the rest of the media and dealer team competitors behind him as the second set of lights are about to go out. And we'll be heading down towards turn 1 with Nabil Abdul getting the drop off the line and heads down towards turn 1, possibly in the whole shot position. Getting the whole shot there, it is Reinecker. Weston is up into second place and outguns Fussell. Fussell drops back one position, and in fact that might be Spicy Maula diving through, I think, for third. They're going to be side by side through hanger sweep. Outside of hanger sweep off camber is going to be a tough position to hold on to, but as they come under braking, yeah, there's a move up there. Weston up in a second. Certainly biggest move there from his point of view to get out ahead of Ken Fussell almost instantaneously and demote the man back one position into the clutches of Spice Maula, who has now got the 99 car on his tail of Vatsi. Vatsi Awa, what a start from her. Right on the tail of Spice Maula and ahead of Chapang as well as Emma Darling. So she's moved up pretty rapidly. See this pack coming through here. The Mabalani Toyota machines coming through there. The Roller Toyotas, NMI Group, CFAO in the mix there from the dealer's point of view. Motors Toyota Corolla out there as well. Super stuff from all the dealer team competitors. Remember what happens with the dealer team side of this championship is they get opportunities for their guys to drive these cars and race these cars in the GR Cup as the dealer team cup side of the championship, and then they take the knowledge that they gain here on the racetrack and then put it into their sales knowledge to sell the GR aspect of Toyota's fleet of cars. And of course it ranges right from the entry-level cars right up into sort of the big Toyota Corollas, and then of course into the Hiluxes and Fortuners and all the big cars as well that have got GR Racing branding on them that give them a slightly bigger performance and better performance than the stock standard cars that you can buy off the dealer floors. The media side, they're just loving life. The 33 car there, keep an eye on that machine because usually we see Vanna Horn participating in a slightly more off-road capable vehicle, but Vanna does tend to enjoy his outings, and not enjoying the outing there. Was that Emma Rose? I think that might be Emma Rose Darling who went off coming out of Chevy Sweep. Just trying to pick up on the number there on the car. Or it's Vatsi. It's Vatsi. It's Vatsi, and she got the back left is flat tire on the back left there. That's what Vatsi's probably. She's probably going to have to come into pit lane. I don't think she realized she's got a flat tire. She's continuing on her way. She's about to be caught and passed there by Nabil Abdul, and Nabil Abdul has got Devon Scott right on his tail as they cross the line. And in fact, Devon Scott goes quicker than Nabil on that last lap. So Devon Scott putting in the fastest lap of the race so far, down in 9th place, and coming up onto the tail end of a very tail-happy car. And I think Vatsiawa doesn't realize what's wrong with that car. She's gonna have to pit the car, unfortunately. I think she realizes now there's some kind of an issue. There you go. There's a prime example of how much of an issue she's got. The back end stepping out now for the 5th time. Vatsi trying to nurse that car, but now just being engulfed by press and dealer team cars. And unfortunately, the young lady is going to go right to the back of the pack and out of contention for the 86 Cup. Such a pity there to lose her, but unfortunately it is one of the things that can happen. She probably put a wheel just off the circuit at some point where there might have been a slightly ridged curve or curbing on the outside here of potentially Chevy. And if they run onto the curbs and run a little bit off the track, it potentially can damage the Dunlop rubber that they're on. And that's exactly what it looks like has happened there for her. So unfortunately for Vatsiawa, she's dropped to the back of the pack. And it's Devon's turn at Aldo Scribante. Come up onto the breaking point. This is the battle at the front end, and you can see Connor Weston now getting a little bit more up close and personal, like we saw in the highlights reel just before this first race. Running slightly wide there was Fussell, but he managed to bring it back onto the track, but it loses him a little bit of ground to the top two. It also brings Spice and Chapang into the mix, who's just behind him. So the Hulk green colours is Fussell, the gold colours is Reinecker, the orange colours in second there is Connor Weston. And then just behind that, it's the bright yellow of Spicy Mahula and some more bright orange machinery from Chipang Shinsenwana. Pink colours, of course, is all Emma Rose Dowling. And then we see these guys going at it. Here we go. Up towards the top, that's Craig Nicholson. Is he sitting second, I think, possibly in the press side of things? The press is led out by... No, he's actually sitting in third. It's Brandon Jacobs who's still in second place. So Brandon Jacobs having a fantastic run there in 11th place overall. He's fifth in the dealer and press mix, but of course second in the press championship as it stands. So nice run there from Brandon Jacobs. Certainly one of his best runs that we've seen out of him. Nicholson with no answer at this stage for the Media 24 side. He sits in third ahead of Tambiri from Auto Trader. Gaps opening up here slightly as we see some maneuvering happening through this field. 223 coming through there. It's Emma Rose Dowling just finding her way past on Fussell. Fussell's dropped right to the back. What has gone wrong there with Ken Fussell? Fussell's had some kind of issue. He's slowing. Maybe he's also picked up a puncture. Hopefully not, but Fussell has dropped right to the back of the 86s and is about to be caught now by Nabil Abdul in his hard-charging Supersport car. Here comes Fussell. Is he coming in the pit lane? He is. Fussell's out. Devon Scott has closed the gap down. Just looking at Fussell's car, doesn't look like there's any punctures on that car. Just must be some kind of an electrical issue or some kind of a problem on that 86 there for Kian. But a big pity to lose him. He was in the mix there with Reinecker and Weston for the overall win and for the 86 Cup for race 1. Devon Scott, what did he do on the last lap? 111.1, 111 dead from Nabil. So Nabil answered the call. Last lap out, Devon was quickest. Instantaneously a quick lap from Nabil Abdul, keeping them very evenly matched for the overall win in the media and press challenge up against the dealers. And of course the dealer team guys, and I say the dealer team guys, Devon Scott falls into the dealer team championship, but that dealer team championship, Devon Scott actually is the guy who teaches most of these drivers how to drive these cars, coming from the Gazoo Racing Academy that's based now at SupaCup's International World of Motoring full time. So the Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy driver man in second place at the moment, trying to catch the man he taught how to drive. It's kind of like Star Wars here. The master, or the Padawan has now become the master. It's kind of how you could put it, I suppose. Devon Scott, though, an incredible driver, and at this stage doesn't seem to have an answer. He's keeping Van der Venter out, he's keeping Theo Brits out. Jacobs has dropped back into the top 10, but still hangs on to second overall in the Press Cup, or the Media Cup. Andries de Villiers in 11th place. Good run there from Andries de Villiers as well. Nice start there for 12th overall, keeping Craig Nicholson and Tayambiri at bay at the moment. Media 24 versus Auto Trader for 11th, 11th, 12th and 13th place between those three cars. This is further back in the pack there. Looks like a little bit of a fight starting to unwind a bit as well. As you can see there, the 19 car, that is Marius Klaassen, and he's got Johan Bunzai just up the road from him. So Bunzai and Klaassen also starting to get maybe a little bit closer. Could be a 5-way fight or even a 6-way fight in a few moments' time. No, it's going to be a 5-way fight if they can catch those two cars that are heading up towards the hairpin in the next couple of laps. And of course they've only got a lap and a half to go, so it's now whatever time, which is probably why you're seeing the Mabalani and Rolex Toyotas and NMR machines starting to get a little bit more up close and personal. CFAO Mobility is the 555 car, and of course we've seen some guys who come through that car on a few occasions, but this time out it's Jaco Borense who's at the wheel of that car, looking for a chance to try and run a little higher than what he did, but also good to see Naresh Maharaj with some impressive improvements coming out of his machine. Still at the back of the pack. He said to me yesterday, don't worry, I'm the guy at the back of the pack. I said, doesn't matter, bud. So when you go to MotoGP, you still got to have the guys at the back of the pack, eh? You've got to have the likes of Alex Rins and those kind of guys at the back of the pack to create a big field of cars like this. So no matter where you are, as long as you're involved in the championship, that's the most important factor. It doesn't matter where you finish up, as long as you've had a good battle on the day. That's usually what most racing drivers and riders would like to have by the time they finish things up. Speaking of finishing things up though, wrapping this one up properly in the last lap here is Gqeberha. He's pulled a massive margin over the last 2 laps over Connor Weston, and Connor has had no answer to him. So they come to the line, checkered flag comes out, and it's a great run here from race winner Gqeberha. Reineke wins out over Connor Weston. Spicy Maula is going to come through for 3rd place by the looks of it. Yes, Chipang Sinsinwana, and then Emma Rose Darling, who's got Nabil Abdul in between the two of them, winning the Media Cup ahead of Devon Scott. Devon Scott wins out, of course, the championship there for the dealer team. So a good run there for him. And that's how things go here into the first heat of Toyota Gazoo Racing's GR Cup. And some battles, of course, still sorting out as they cross the line there, as we expect, all the way through. The little fights that have unfolded throughout the day will be wrapped up. Bunzai winning out of Vanna Horn, and Jaco Barnsoff for CFO Mobility coming through there. Last lap off track for the Roller Toyota. What's happening there? Marius Klaassen getting it all wrong. I think that's up at the hairpin, and that's probably under braking that he put that Corolla into the tyre barrier. So unfortunately there for Marius Klaassen, right on the last lap, probably having a go to try and get through, probably just missed his braking point, and unfortunately that cost him dearly, and he's dropped him right off the back of the pack. I think even Naresh Maharaj might have beaten him had he not had to go in earlier on. So it's Klaassen in 19th place, Maharaj in 20th. Fassel retired, and Vatsiawa Makonyana also having to retire with that puncture we saw her pick up earlier on. So looking at the overall standings as it came through there, unofficially of course, it's Gqeberha, Connor Weston, Riachile, Spice Maula, Chipang Shinsinwana, and Emma Darling. That are your top 5 in the 86 Brigade. In the press side of things, it was Nabil Abdul who won out over Brandon Jacobs, and then Craig Nicholson, and he's down in 12th place. And then in the Dealer Cup, it was a win for Devon Scott in 6th place overall, beating Vanna Venter and Theo Brits for the top 3 in that side of this championship. So not a bad way to start things out there for Toyota Gazoo Racing's GR SA Cup. Up next, we head into Heat 2 of Volkswagen Rookie Cup. They'll be out shortly. Well, the wind's died down enough to stop the big fan outside of Aldo Scribante by the looks of things, as the Golf 8 makes its way back onto the circuit, our official safety car for today. And we stand by for more action for Heat 2 of 3 today of Volkswagen Rookie Cup. They'll be making their way onto the circuit any second now. Here they come. Diaz leading out race 1 winner, Jack Moore. Sebastian Venkov, Kian Duomo, and Will April, and Maxi Corbett, all looking to go to battle once again here for Heat 2 of 3 at the home of Volkswagen Motorsport, and their 75th anniversary of being in South Africa as a major manufacturer in the motorsport industry. Great job from our Orange Army, as well as Lloyd and some of the race control helping out today, getting that tyre barrier sorted out after we saw Marius Klaassen go off track at the end of the day's proceedings in race 1 of Gazoo Racing's GR Cup up here at the hairpin. The Corolla unfortunately hitting the tyre barrier and doing a little bit of tyre barrier damage, which they managed to get repaired in relatively record time, I'd say. So fantastic effort there from the Aldo Scribante Orange Army, and under the auspices there of Lloyd Brown. Thanks for that, buddy. Much appreciated. There's a big team effort that goes into the running of a day like today. Also a massive thanks to Tanya and her team, as always, for the major logistics that go into running this championship on an overall side of things. And of course, some 2 more rounds to go in this championship. We head down to Cape Town International for the Killarney penultimate round, and that will be on the 19th of September, and then back up to SupaCup for the final round of the national championships, and then we wrap things up for 2026. Stream Festival always providing great action no matter where we go. Big fights still expected to happen as well amongst all of our top rookie competitors as they come under starters orders now. They'll still have 1 lap of warm-up to go before they get into the full race procedure. Luke Hill this time will start from pole. He's got to do it ahead of Sebastian Diaz. Race 1 winner Jack Moore will start from 3rd ahead of Sebastian Venkov, who of course was race 2 winner at the last round here at Aldo Scribante a month and a half ago. And Will April, Kian Duomo and Maxi Corbett will line up in that order for race 2 start. Well, as we head down towards turn 1, I'm also going to give a shout out to a whole bunch of the East London supporters who've come all the way from the East London Grand Prix circuit. Remember, today is being hosted by Border Motorsport Club, even though we are at Aldo Scribante. We were supposed to be at the East London Grand Prix circuit, so a massive shout out to, of course, all of the supporters who've taken the, about 300 k's away, I think it is, East London, that drive, and come to join us here today. So joining the usual contenders here as the big supporters of Aldo Scribante, and they're about to go past the biggest supporters there. Up on the left-hand side, that's the Hanger Bend diehards, all on the left-hand side there. Silvio Scribante's in there somewhere as well, I'm sure, along with Graham Young. Graham Young's gone a long way, hey. He was a hardcore Ferndale high school boy in his day, and now turned into a relatively, I wouldn't say a gentleman, but he's quite a nice guy. He's up there too with all his friends, having an absolute blast. Watching all the race unfold in the various championships here today.
Has Kirsty confirmed that you received the money?
So heading down into Chevy, and now starting to sort of get that race face on. I'll start to get into that race mode. Katie, there's the number 99 of Kian Duomo. He's had a pretty awesome run in Rookie Cup for his first outing. Also spends a bit of time in the other championships. As I said, he was here last weekend in the regional championships, getting a bit of extra seat time in his other Polo, learning to drive that front-wheel drive. Difficult car to learn to drive in, because front-wheel drive means that you need to learn how to drive the car, how to turn the car, how to accelerate the car, all going through the front wheels. And there's certainly an art and a science to it. Brad Liebenberg will certainly be teaching these younger guys, along with Matt Merton and Jonathan Mkhotsi, exactly what they need to do. All the preparation of these cars is done by Graham Nathan, and you can see him even saying, time to go. Let's not mess around, watch the lights and put that hammer down. And I think that's to Sebastian Venkov. He's giving a shout out there too. So a bit of work from the Volkswagen stable and from our coaches to get them all ready to go. Standing by as our strongest COC in the world, Eric Schultz. Did you see the video I put up earlier on today of Eric Schultz pushing an Opel Corsa Light over by himself with just the strength of his own body? Unbelievably strong, that man. Stand by, lights out, and we're racing. Oh, and it's Sebastian Diaz who gets a little bog on the line. That's going to give Luke Hill an opportunity to maybe squeeze through there and head down towards turn 1. Here comes Venkov. Venkov up in the second place. Diaz got off the line and eventually got the drop, as I said. But Luke Hill not capitalizing on that pole position and drops to third. Into the clutches of Duomo, who's side by side with Josh Moore. Moore's on his inside. And following through is Animal April, who's going to try and get on the inside into the S's. Does he squeeze through? Yes, he does. Is he strong enough to hold on? Oh, no, he's going to have to go around the outside. Giving some room there to the 99 of Kian Duomo might cost him. But he'll have the inside line now for out of the kink up towards Hanger. Will he be able to make it stick there? Yes, he does. Just eventually gets it through Hanger. But it took him 4 corners to try and negotiate what is 5th place on track at the moment. And it's still not sorted yet. Eventually he gets 5th place into the hairpin. Turn 5 is not a bad place to get 5th place eventually on lap 1. Diaz and Diaz, or Sebastian and Sebastian, I should say, at the front end. Diaz versus Venkov. Hill versus Moore. Moore, race 1 winner, down in 4th. That's going to be a bit of a mountain to climb there for the Fleet Dynamic Services man. His dad fought hard last weekend in, of course, a debut here at the regional side of the Extreme Festival Championship. It's great to see James getting into the car. But both of his boys were on the sideline going, Dad, what are you doing? We need to show you a couple of the ropes. And both Josh and Jack were loving life seeing their dad go at it at the regional Extreme Festival last weekend here at Aldo Scribante. So Diaz from Venkov, very close as well. 0.3, 0.4 between them and Luke Hill, and then it's about 1.1 down to Jack. So some work to be done there from Moore's point of view. Luke Hill is the man who was on pole, but he's not able to use that pole position to his advantage just yet. So maintaining that 3rd place ahead of Jack Moore, but Jack Moore's putting big pressure on. Look at that defensive driving coming from that car in 3rd place, and having to do the defensive driving to keep Moore out is exactly what Luke Hill does not want to do, because it means he's going to lose ground to the 2 Sebastians out front. Diaz hasn't won here. Venkov has won here. If I remember correctly, Venkov has won here, Jack Moore has won here. So the fight at the front end has got 3 winners in that front end fight. And Luke Hill would certainly like to take a victory here as well, to keep himself at the front end of this championship. They hardly score big points in. I think it's 10-8-6 is how they score in this championship. So when you take a victory, those 10 points are vital, because there's only a 2-point differential, I think, between these cars. So it makes it exceptionally difficult to try and stay and get a big lead in the championship, unless you just keep winning all the time. And it's not easy to do, especially when the cars are as evenly matched as what these cars are in Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Duomo in 6th, Maxi Corbett still in 7th. Remember, Max Corbett in 7th place had a massive moment in qualifying this morning and destroyed his car down the one side, which the Volkswagen Motorsport and Nathan's Motorsport team had to climb into to get him up and ready and race ready before they went out for race 1 of the day. So hats off to that team. Graham and his squad getting together there and fixing Corbett's car to get him back on track. Diaz has set the fastest lap so far of a 16.163, but I think that pace will drop. You'll see better times coming from these cars, particularly maybe from Venkov as he tries to close the gap down there. Diaz has got his head down. He's trying to get a slight advantage. He's pulled about 2 or 3 car lengths over Venkov. So the 2 Sebastians still 1 and 2 on the road as they head up towards turn 1 and complete the first 3 laps in anger. 5 more still to go. Hard braking coming from Luke Hill to keep out Jack Moore. Jack Moore all over the back end of him. Can't find a way past just yet, but he's definitely looking for one. if that door opens up, he's going to pounce and squeeze through to possibly spoil the day there for Luke Hill. Not an easy drive there for Luke Hill's point of view, having to fend off the race 1 winner. And Jack knows he's got pace, so he's certainly not going to be holding anything back here to try and stay out ahead and keep himself in the front end of the championship battle, because the battle is definitely working in his advantage right now as he tries to close that gap down. The steel form car, though, is making it difficult for him. Here they come through Chevy. CMTA and steel form fighting there with Fleet Dynamic Services. Diaz out front. Oof, what a run here from Sebastian Diaz. He's literally going quicker and quicker every single time they go across the line, and he's now pulled, what is it, about 5-6 car lengths over Sebastian Venkov. Venkov just not settling into a rhythm to close that gap down. Diaz has found a fantastic rhythm, and he's now pulled almost a second over Sebastian Venkov and gone quickest on a 16.101. So he's doing Rookie Cup 101s here, showing these guys and girls, well, there were some girls involved in this championship, no longer anymore, but there were, how to do it. One of them, of course, is Berlin Robinson, who we saw earlier on in Astron Energy Polo Cup's first heat. Fortunately, ended up with her right at the back of the pack, but she came through this program. And it's working well for a couple of drivers who are looking to go into tin tops in their racing careers. They spend a lot of time off track with the coaches, not only learning what they can get at the racetracks from the data that's provided by the cars, how to read that data, what to do with the data to convert it into good laps around the track, where to brake, where to turn in, where to accelerate. All of that gets taught to them. Racecraft, of course, is what they're learning now as they're in the racing. And originally, of course, in the Rookie Cup, when they first started this program, they used to throw the coaches in amongst these competitors to give them a little bit of extra competitors to play with, which also gave them a little bit of extra knowledge on how to get the racecraft right. 5 done and 3 to go. Still no changes. Top 5 remain the same. But then, as I said, off track, they spend some time with the coaches learning what to do in terms of their fitness, what their gym programs need to be, what their cardiovascular programs need to be to get the fitness up to race cars. They do nutrition stuff with them as well. And then they also do some media training with the youngsters behind the wheels of these cars too. So it's an all-round package that you buy into here with the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. And, of course, the Rookie Cup champion. Ooh, who's that? Off track there for Corbett. Again, second time there for Max Corbett. So he's having a bit of a nightmare of a day as he's gone off on the brakes into turn 1. Going back to my previous point there, the Rookie Cup champion, of course, gets a drive in Polo Cups for winning the Rookie Cup championship. And we'll move on, like Christopher Tate has done, up into the seat for Volkswagen Motorsport in the Astron Energy Polo Cup in 2027. Another lap completed, 2 to go. And this time Diaz still stays at the front end and continues to bring those lap times down. 16.101 was his quickest, but he stayed in the low 16s to maintain his lead. Late braking from Jack Moore, but even later braking coming from behind there. Look at how things have changed up there. Annual April has just joined the party for the battle for third. So whatever Luke Hill was doing to fend off Jack Moore, it's concertinaed the 3 cars together, and April has now joined in to the fight for third place. Diaz, I don't think, is going to be caught, and I think Venkov is pretty comfortable in second, but third place is about to heat up here big time with a lap and a half to go. Up onto the brakes they go, and into the hairpin. Jack Moore looking to try and steal at least third place away to bring himself slightly higher up in the overall standings, which will potentially... No, it won't. I think Diaz might get the overall win if he finishes at the front end of the field. But Jack Moore will be in the top 3 overall for sure. Venkov, between him and Venkov, will be for second and third, depending on what the overall race times are for the day. About to start the final lap. Here we go for Rookie Cup's second heat of 3. We've still got 1 more to go right at the end of the day for these 7 cars. And as they head towards 1, yeah, Diaz has got this. Pending no mistakes or issues with the car, That should be in the hands of Sebastian Diaz and Venkov for second. But third place, as I said, not done yet. Annual April has found some really great late race pace here. Could he potentially spoil the day here for both Luke Hill and Jack Moore and move himself up into his top finish overall in a Rookie Cup race so far in 2026? He certainly looks like he's up for the challenge, that's for sure. As they come up onto the brakes now, Diaz into the hairpin for the last time. Defensive driving from Luke Hill to keep Jack Moore behind him. He'll know exactly where to place that car. And now Annual April is considering, does he have a go here? Does he just settle for that fifth place? I think if the opportunity opens up for him into Dunlop, the last corner, he'll definitely have one. But I don't think that's going to be the case because Luke Hill once again goes defensive into Dunlop corner, so he's going to hang on to third place. Diaz is going to get flag to flag here. He literally got off the line, got the whole shot, and he takes the victory for race 2 ahead of Venkov. And once, yeah, there we go. It is Luke Hill hanging on for third. Jack Moore, Annual April, and Kian Duamo. With Maxi Corbett having gone off the circuit earlier on, he will be a little bit concerned about the performance of his car as well as his own driving. He's had a much better outing the last time we were here, and a much better outing actually last weekend here at the regional side of the championship too. Venkov in second behind Diaz. The Sebastians are going at it for 1 and 2. Luke Hill takes third place ahead of Jack Moore, and Annual April in fifth place with Duomo and Corbett, your top 7 in Rookie Cup. Rookie Cup, we go straight into a circuit break. So there should be a little bit of a break in proceedings right now, according to my understanding, and then we come back in approximately half an hour for race 2 of Investchem MSA4, Astron Energy Polo Cup's second heat, the South African Touring Cars and SATC SupaCup, Gazoo Racing second heat of the day, and to wrap things up later on this afternoon, Volkswagen Rookie Cup's third race of the day. So that's what we are expecting to see. I'm just waiting for confirmation on that, but I think we are going into a small break in proceedings to get our marshals a chance to get some lunch, and of course a chance for us to take a little bit of a comfort break as well here in commentary. Hope you've enjoyed all the race action so far. I'm just waiting for my good friend here from Race PSL to give me the current standings. I think have we got in Rookie Cup. We've got them there. Don't forget that we have got race action coming up all around the country as well. There's still lots of racing to be sorted out next weekend. If you are up in the Gauteng region and you can make your way to the west of Pretoria to SupaCup's International World of Motoring, SupaCup's Annapolis 500 is happening there on that weekend. And then, of course, into September, we go on the 12th of September to Regional Extreme Festival at SupaCup's. 19th of September, we go down to Cape Town for the penultimate round of the National Championship side of things at Cologne International. We will then be coming back up to the Highveld on the 17th of October to wrap up our final action from the national side of the Extreme Festival. And then in November, it's the 7th. Is it the 7th? No, it's not. It's the 21st of November that we wrap up the regional side of the Extreme Festival Championships for 2026. So those are dates that you might want to keep in your diaries, because there's still lots of race action to happen in 2026. Looking at the way things stand now, thanks to Race PSL, we've got Luke Hill now with 4 points between himself and Sebastian Diaz. That's incredible. Amazing bit of change up there. Sebastian Venkov is only 13 points adrift on them. Jack Moore's race 1 win has brought him up into the top 4, but he's got some work to do if he wants to get into that top 3, because he's still sitting 17 points behind the leader. But that means he's only 4 points behind Venkov ahead of him. So it has certainly closed up between Diaz, Venkov and Jack Moore. Kian Duomo ahead of Maxi Corbett and Annual April. He's going to move up nicely as well, closing the gap down between himself and Maxi Corbett to, what is it, 10 points. 10 points there to play with them. So that's how things stand now as we go into a small break here at Aldo Scribante. We'll be back shortly with race action from Investchem MSA4's second heat of the day.
Sebastian Diaz, winner, heat number 2. Tell us how it went.
Yeah, so it was a good race. I managed to get a nice launch off the line and take the lead. And then for those first few, like 2-3 laps, I had quite a bit of pressure from Sebastian Venkov behind. And then after that, like my tyres held on really nicely, and I managed to break away.
Yeah, and breakaway you certainly did. It was quite a comprehensive win in the end.
Yeah, it was really nice. And I just want to say thanks to Wayne Masters also for all the help with the tyre pressures. He really made a big difference there as well.
You guys are lucky enough to have a 3rd heat today. What's the plan for heat number 3?
Try to do the same as this one and just stay out of any trouble.
Jack Moore, brilliant launch off the line the moment the lights went out, but then unfortunately getting boxed in.
Yeah, I had the best start I've ever had. Like I was like first to second was perfect, and then I think Luke missed first to second, and I got boxed in. And by that time, Seb was already next to me, so all I had to do was let off and then wait, which kind of ruined my whole race because then I was stuck in 4th behind Luke. And I know I had like so much more pace than that, but Luke defended like a champ, and I just couldn't get around him. These cars around here, if you turn one, hairpin, last corner, if you defend, it's physically almost impossible to get past unless they make a mistake, which I tried to force Luke into a couple of mistakes there, but he was just too good in the race. So well done to all the people.
Great stuff. And tell us about your hometown win in heat number 1. Brilliant stuff there.
Yeah, heat 1 was amazing. I got a decent start and then just held it from there. Seb was really quick in race 1. He was on my heels the whole way, but race 1 was good. This race wasn't, so we'll see for the next one. Thank you.
Max Corbett slightly off pace today. What's happening?
Well, I think off today I just had a crash in warm-up, and I think it's just putting me off for just the following races, and I need to get back into my rhythm, and hopefully in the next race I can do better.
So more mind games than actually being the car problem at this stage?
I think so, yes.
And plan for heat number 3, going to do anything differently?
I'm going to do everything I can to try to be better in heat 3.
get Brendan, eh?
Paulo Loureiro, good day for you so far.
So far it's been good, yeah. I'm obviously getting used to these front-wheel drive cars now properly. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's been a bit of a stressful day with a couple of issues with a few penalties. But yeah, it's been good. I mean, my time was good, so I'm chuffed, yeah.
Competition certainly starting to heat up out there though.
Definitely. I mean, it's an awesome series. It's starting to pick up again. Rules are like being used rightfully now. The cars are all the same. We're hoping that the series grows. I mean, there's 8 cars on the grid now. This whole thing started probably like 5 years back. There was 20-something cars, and we're hoping that in the new year guys come back, bring their cars back, and we can have that same grid of 15 to 20 cars again.
Yeah, that would be absolutely brilliant. And talk us race number 2. Anything different from your side?
Probably not anything different. Just I had to work from the back because I had a very good quality lap. Obviously, the front splitter story, it was fumbles down on one side, so we accepted it. Just head down, get heat in the tires is the main thing, and just head down and go.
Yeah, getting heat into the tires. I mean, weather conditions couldn't be any better out there.
Exactly, but you can't overheat them too much because they go off and the car just won't turn. So strategies do come into the play now. Yeah.
Great stuff.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Man.
Thank you.
Chatting to Jared Rousseau, SupaCup driver. Good day for you so far?
Yeah, awesome day. Out in the sun. I mean, what's better than coming to PE to come and race? There's no wind, so the racing is good.
Yeah, the racing has certainly been good, and for us at Aldo Scribante Raceway, our 3rd race weekend in a row, so we have certainly been blessed down here.
No, absolutely. I was here last weekend for the regional as well with my son. We had a successful weekend out, and we're hoping for the same this weekend. Yeah, we had very good race in race 1. We started in 6th place. We fell back to, I think, 7th or 8th, and we fought our way back to 6th, which was fantastic. And yeah, we're waiting now for race 2 to start, and hopefully we have the same success, or we edge forward to maybe a P5 finish. It'll be great. Cool.
Mauro de Liz in the the Astron Energy Polo Cup, pole position and then dropping down to 5th place. What happened?
Yeah, I got a bit unlucky on the start. I made a mistake. I got a bit of wheel spin and then I missed the gear, so that sent everybody past me, especially in a tight field like Polo Cup where one mistake means you lose a bunch of positions. So yeah.
The competition certainly hotting up out there as well. The top 6 cars, there was virtually nothing in it.
Yeah, we're very close. I mean, even the times that decided the starting grid for race 2, it's all within a tenth of each other, so it's going to be some good racing.
Anything different that you're going to try for race number 2 other than get off the line properly?
Yeah, win.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
It's great to hear some confidence coming out of Mauro Deleuze there. I see we're putting Brendan Kelly to work, considering the fact that he's jumped out of the studio upstairs for the PA. In that crowd as well, a big shout out to all the East London Grand Prix circuit fans who've made the 300k trip to Aldo Scribante and come and be part and parcel of today's proceedings. So thanks to them for all of their efforts to be here and to be part and parcel of the, as you heard from Brendan, 3rd in a row event here for Aldo Scribante. So back-to-back events for Extreme Festival, nationals, regionals, and then back to nationals again. But of course this weekend being hosted by Border Motorsport Club, and that's why we've got a whole bunch of the East London Grand Prix circuit fans who've come here this weekend to be entertained by the national side of the championship. We had a whole bunch of them last weekend as well who made the trip for the regional side, and they definitely are hungry for motorsport down here in the Eastern Cape. So big shout out to all of you guys and to everybody else out there that's enjoying themselves. I know there's been a lot of people out on the grandstands at various points of the circuit that have been enjoying all the action that happens in front of them on the grey stuff. But make sure that you're tuning in on our live stream feed as well, so you can see what's happening at areas that you can't see possibly on the circuit, and some of the action that might be unfolding on those parts. You can pick up on the live timing as well, and you can see exactly what the times are like in terms of what these drivers' capabilities are to get quicker and quicker. We're back down in pit lane with Renzo.
Renzo Ribeiro racing in the MSA4 category. Good day for you so far?
Yeah, it's been good. Qualifying was a bit difficult. Qualified 7th, but managed to get to 3rd before turn 1. And held it there for the rest of the race. It was great. It was lots of fun.
With the single-seaters, they really are starting to grab the imagination of the spectators, and they are really looking good. It must be a hell of a lot of fun to drive.
Yeah, lots of fun, but lots of learning. Not easy to be good, but very hard to get that little edge, like you've seen, I'm sure, yesterday. The whole grid up to 15th place in a second was hard. It was tight, but it's good. It's been fun racing. I'm looking forward to the second one.
Good stuff. And anything different for race number 2?
Yeah, send it a little bit more even. Starting 6th. Hopefully I can try get up to the top 4, top 3 again. Be good for points, good for the championship. Try our best.
Great stuff. We wish you all the very best of luck.
Thank you very much.
That's his plan, and you can see the young lady walking down pit lane just behind him there is Anastasia Jurasis, who also has had a magnificent turnaround in terms of her luck and her ability in those cars. Yes, most of those drivers are all starting to learn how those cars work. They're a brand new championship, only kicked off last year, so things turning around there big time, and hats off to Ian Schofield and his team for the massive effort that they've put in to bring all the cars and bring as many cars as they've done. And also just a correction to earlier on, Nicky Vasanis' car actually didn't have a chassis issue, it was actually a diff issue. They did have the spare parts, but he chose not to go and get those spare parts fitted, and he'll be joining us, I think, in Cape Town. Speaking of guys from Cape Town who like Cape Town, there's Keegan Campos. Let's find out what his plans are for race 2.
Keegan Campos, quite an interesting first race for you today. Yeah, we were just waiting for you to take a dive on the inside.
Just for once, for BM to win race 1 will be good. Obviously great start. Got Robbie off the line, and then Julian, I thought he'd be a little bit more nervous into turn 1 as he's championship leader. I'm sitting P6, I think. So I tried to go around his outside and didn't really work. And like we just discussed previously, I mean the car took a while to come on. A little bit of lower tyre pressure for longevity, I guess. And then, towards the end, the car came strong, and sadly, I'd like to imagine a lap or 2 more, and I think we could have had him.
Yeah, we were waiting for, we've seen some classic moves from you, especially turn 1, to go around the outside in turn 1. Takes a, I want to say a special kind of stupid, but a really big pair.
Well, I know I'm not scared of it, that's for sure. Julian ironically made the comment because the last time we were here, myself and Michael came into contact into the turn 1 last lap. So he says he's quite surprised I would go for it. I'd be like, the outside's always a place no one likes to go, so it's always available. But yeah, overall, I mean, I'm happy with it. Obviously, we want to win a race, but yeah, race 2 now, reverse grid. It's going to be an interesting thing, especially the fact that when you look at it, Robbie did out-qualify me to be P2, and then he finishes 4th, so now he'll be 3rd on the grid. So Julian and I have our homework to catch him, that's for sure.
Great stuff. Well, we look forward to heat number 2 of the touring cars with great anticipation.
Thank you guys. Thank you for all the support, and thank you guys for watching at home. Thank you.
Yeah, I was quite surprised to see him try that overtaking maneuver when we'd just shown how it all went wrong on the highlights reel before race 1 started, on his attempt to get around the outside of Michael van Rooyen, and how it kind of didn't quite work out, and he spun 180 degrees and ended up in the wrong direction, and his teammate literally going almost BMW badge to BMW badge as they went into turn 1. But as you heard, yeah, the outside line is available, so if you've got the guns, go for it. Here's Anastasia Jurasis, a fantastic effort so far from her. Let's see how her plans are going for race 2.
Anastasia Jurasis racing in the MSA4 class. Looks like a whole lot of fun out there today.
It's been an awesome day, probably the best pace we've had the whole season. I started the first race in P5, and honestly I couldn't be more happy with the performance. The way that the teams worked so hard to get here. It's our second weekend at this racetrack, and yeah, it just looks like our whole team's on pace.
Race number 2 coming up shortly. Any change of the strategy?
I think the only thing I'm going to try to do is be a little bit more consistent and not make as many mistakes. In the first race I went from P5 to P3 off the start, and then just fumbled up a few little things here and there, and it just dropped me back a few more positions, but nothing I can't change in the next one. So next one, just be more consistent.
Well, the MSA4 class is really starting to take off and looking incredibly good. And for these cars to be lapping around Aldo Scribante in just over a minute is fantastic to see.
100%. I think there's been so much effort and so much work put into these cars in this series, especially at this race weekend. We found so much on the cars and also in our driving that the lap times are just getting very close. I mean, from 1st to 11th yesterday, everyone was within a second. So that just tells you how close the pack is and how amazing they've developed the cars and the drivers. So it's been a close race and definitely a tough one, but yeah, definitely looking forward to it.
Great stuff. We look forward to watching heat number 2 with great anticipation. All the best.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Motormouth, not no. Nico Zafiris, first podium in SupaCup for you. Good day so far.
Yeah, today's been quite decent. We kind of messed up with the schedule, so we rushed out, didn't check the tyre pressures on the car, so the tyres were a little bit of a problem throughout the race. But lap 1 we were on it, and then they just kind of dropped off. So we still managed to keep second with Rory behind me putting pressure, but Jason just left us in the dust, and hopefully we can make race 2 a little bit closer.
Yeah, well, talking about close up front, competition is intense out there.
Yeah, there's about half a second throughout the whole field, I think, if I'm not wrong. But even in qualifying, top 4 was not even 2 tenths between all of us. So it's quite intense. You make one mistake, you lose 2-3 positions.
Strategy for heat number 2?
Just get a good start, good start and put my head down.
Well, you've got the first podium under your belt now. That must mean a lot, though.
Yeah, it is. We've been working quite hard. We've had a few problems with the car, ironed out all those problems, but seems to be working out now this weekend.
chatting to Jagger Robertson. Jagger, a young man like yourself in charge of a team like this, that's quite impressive.
Yeah, definitely a huge responsibility, but it also comes with, a lot of pluses. We've had a driver that's, watching them come through the system and doing this, following our way of getting things done and ultimately performing.
And a very professional setup that you guys have got. I mean, it certainly looks rock solid.
No, thank you very much. We pride ourselves in, looking the best to be the best. So definitely you win races off track before you win them on track.
And talking about winning races, not behind the wheel of a car at this stage?
No, unfortunately not. With running, we've now got 9 single-seaters. So with that responsibility, I had to take a step down, which ultimately it's the aim of the game.
Oh, great stuff. Well, we wish you all the very best with the endeavours of War Motorsport.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Have a lucky one.
Dr. Hannes Gqeberha leading the championship at this stage in the Astron Energy Polo Cup class. Things going your way this weekend?
No, not really this weekend. We've been struggling since Thursday with setup and so on, and just some sort of issue on the car that we just can't figure out. But yeah, I think the mindset this weekend is you take it on the chin and just bag as much points as we can.
Well, you certainly had a great start to the season. I mean, the first half of the season, absolutely untouchable. So it has now led to a closer, more interesting second half.
Yeah, definitely. I think we were very lucky in the beginning of the year, and it gave us a nice buffer. So we're not too stressed about it, but still, if you know me, it's being sixth and so on isn't really what I'm after. It's always going after a win. And as I said, we'll take this on the chin and then be sure that we take at least 2 or 3 wins at Cape Town.
Great stuff. Thinking ahead for the rest of the season, so mind games come into play at all?
Yeah, definitely. You can sense that competitors are trying to get in your head and so on, but as I said, if you know me, there's one goal, and if you're not first, you're last.
Great stuff. We wish you all of the best for heat number 2.
Thank you so much.
Hannes, Ricky, Bobby, Skippers there. Hey? If you're not first, you're lost. That's pretty much what you got to do. And that's exactly why all of these people have come to join us here at Aldo Scribante. So once again, thank you so much for the support on the sideline, and everybody that's watching on our international live stream feed as well on YouTube, as well as on a whole bunch of the social media pages on Facebook as well. Hope you've enjoyed all the action. We're about to kick that action off in about 5 minutes time or so with the second heat of Investchem MSA4s, and they'll be making their way onto the circuit shortly. We'll see if we can get a couple more interviews down in pit lane, but some spectacular race action so far here today at round 5 of the National Extreme Festival. So that's what it looks like for the rest of the day. In about a minute's time, we'll get Investchem MSA4s out onto the circuit for their second heat. Astron Energy Polo Cup for another 10 laps of action from them. 12 laps of touring cars and SupaCup. 8 more laps of Gazoo Racing SA Cup. And once again, the final race is Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Third and final heat of the day here at round 5 of the National Extreme Festival at Aldo Scribante, proudly hosted by Border Motorsport Club this weekend. Big thanks to Brendan Kelly and to Claudio there for a couple of the pit lane interviews with some of the drivers that have been involved in today's action so far. Getting a little bit of insight as to what's gone on with their plans and what their plans are for the second heats of the day as well. Great to see that they're chatting about all moving up through the fields. That's kind of a good plan to have, I suppose, if you're going into the second heat. If it hasn't gone according to plan in the first one, certainly look to improve in the second one if you're capable of doing that. And everybody you've spoken to certainly has got the capabilities of doing that. So look forward to more of the same or even more coming into these second heats and third and final heat of the day for Rookie Cup as we get into the second half of round 5 of this championship for 2026. Don't forget, as I said, we move up to Gauteng for the next regional as they roll out now for Heat 2. That's on in September, and of course down to Killarney International Raceway for the penultimate round of this championship on the 19th of September. So make sure you're at SupaCup on the 12th for regionals, and the 19th in Cape Town, the mother city, for the national penultimate round. And then we come back to SupaCup, the International World of Motoring and the home of Extreme Festival, to wrap up the 2026 championship there for the final round. This weekend it's just MSA4. Formula Ford Kent did not make it down for the second Eastern Cape trip. It's just the MSA4s that are out there. And as I said earlier on, just to correct myself from the earlier commentary, Nicky Vastanis, who jumped over from Touring Cars SupaCup into MSA4 for the first time this weekend, didn't have a chassis problem, actually had a gearbox and diff issue, and they did offer to fix the car, but unfortunately he decided he would rather give it a miss, get the car ready for Cape Town, and then start his single-seater aspirations at the penultimate round down in the mother city. So Nicky not joining us again for this second heat, but hats off to the team, of course, at Investchem and the whole team that have put this championship together. The spare parts were available, and he just decided he was going to give them a skip for this one and rather get the car sorted out in time for the next outing, and that'll be the penultimate round in Cape Town. So they come to the line to take up their positions once again for race 2. Nzala Khoza, some new livery on that car. He'll be looking to get back into the mix, maybe a little bit higher up than what he was, but he was in a nice little battle in that first heat, so I'm thinking more of the same from him. Look for some improvements possibly out of Gianna Pasquale and Simpiwe Matlatlo as well. The two ladies looking to do exactly what the top lady in this category has done in Anastasia Gerasas. We chatted to her there, as you saw, with Brendan Kelly. Motormouth having a quick chat there to the fast lady there in the blue and black car down the left-hand side of our shot. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th on the grid. Looking for a chance to go a little higher up than maybe she got the last time. We got a fantastic start to the blue, red and white car from Metal Use Spares from Renzo Ribeiro. We also chatted to him. He said his start certainly helped him out. But I think it was a case of Guido Badoli and Chase Haskins that also had some problems in the first one, and they start on the second and fourth positions on the grid there. So hopefully their luck is going to turn around here in this second heat. Just a double check of the grid positions before we let them roll. And we go into the start procedures here for race 2 of Investchem MSA4. Incredible technology that's gone into these cars, running the Volkswagen engines, Dunlop tyres. They've also got, of course, a whole bunch of technology that's been brought across from some of the single-seater classes around the world. You've got that Halo-type device that's around the cockpit of the drivers, protecting them if the car goes and rolls at any stage. There are some special carbon fiber rope style tethers that are tied to each of the wheels that are connected to the uprights on all 4 parts of that car. So if a wheel does get loose at any stage, it never ever detracts itself from the car or sort of comes off the car completely. there's always something holding that wheel, so it stops it from bouncing around and potentially doing harm to other drivers or potentially to spectators if they're involved in incidents near spectators. So we now stand by for starting procedure to get underway. Rev starting to pick up. 5-second board's about to go out. Those lights go out. We go racing, not when they go on. And drop the hammer time down towards turn 1. Great start from Akila Levi, Karaba Malamela. Oh, and on the line, Nzala Corza coming together with Gianna Pasquale, I think. And the two of them coming together big time right at the start-finish line. There's a whole bunch of cars. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars involved. One of them is Liam Palomi. It's come from the back of the pack. He tried to avoid all the action that was unfolding in front of him. It looks like that might be a horrible start to proceedings there, coming through from, is that, just trying to pick up, I'm not sure if that was Michael Besaidnot or the other Huawei car. No, Michael Besaidnot's at the front end, so it must be the other Huawei car that was involved in that first part of the action, but there's a very good possibility I think we might be going to red flag because there are cars everywhere right there. I'm just trying to pick up Bianco was the other one, Bianco Ferri, I think is the car that's stricken on the outside. We've got yellow flags waving down into Chevy sweep, and that's possibly with an incident, and a red flag had to come. I thought so. I didn't think we were going to get any further than that. There is our COC who's just made the call, Arlene Brown, just saying, no, red flag. We got cars everywhere. And there's a very unhappy driver on the outside. Just trying to pick up on the number on that car. I think that's possibly going to be Adam Kaji. Yeah, I think it's Adam Kaji kicking the wheel, knowing that he's not going to be out of this one. So they'll come to take up their positions. And normally with this, if they haven't done a full lap, they may have to go back into their original grid positions, but they may restart them with a rolling start and line astern, which is exactly how they've lined up at the moment. Gianna Pasquale has got going again. She was involved. She was fortunate to just avoid a big moment that happened right in front of her. And Nzala Corza came straight across on the start line, trying to get through, and a couple of cars that sort of bogged down on the start that caught a few drivers out. There is Bianco jumping out of his car. So it's the second of the Huawei cars. You can see some battle scars on the side of the car as well. And he's not going to be happy about that. They're rolling the cars around. I think they're going to bring them back to their original grid positions because they didn't complete the first lap in anger. So I think the ruling is that they have to come back to their original grid positions unless they complete a full lap. And then when they stop it, they go into a line astern restart and a rolling start for the restart as well. But it looks like they're going to bring them all the way around and restart this one again. So Bianco was definitely one of the cars involved. Pasquale going into pit lane with some damage to that car, so it looks like Gianna will be out of this one too. Just having a look to see who else might have been involved there. I think definitely Nzala Corza was involved. And as I said, I'm not sure if Simpiwe Matlatlo and Liam Palome were able to avoid the fracas that unfolded in front of them. Palome is there, I can see him there in the green, yellow and white colours. Simpiwe is behind him, so she's also been able to avoid the action, and Nzala Corza. So the main sort of casualties there, I think, are going to be Bianco Ferri and Adam Kaji, if I've got it right. I can't see the number 27 on that car because his wing is broken off the car. So unfortunately, I'm not sure who that car on the sideline is because we don't have a number on it, but I'm assuming it's the number 27 car of Adam Kaji. We'll wait to see when they come to the line and take up their positions who's missing from the grid positions. So it'll be Akila Levi to come back to pole position, Michael Besaidnot back to second. Or are they reshuffling? No, they're reshuffling to original grid positions. Original grid positions. So there we go. Haskins will go up into second, and it will be Guido Bedoli into fourth place. Shren having to back up. There you can see that's Bianco. He's not going to be happy about that. I think there actually might be a second car there as well. It possibly Shren is there, so he was the car backing up to allow Renzo to retake his position on the grid. We'll see once they've got themselves all sorted out who's missing from which position. They're dropping Gqeberha Malamela back into his original grid position as well. Ken Swartz is on the grid too, so he was able to stay out of harm's way, but I think he was in front of it. I don't think he was involved initially. Gqeberha is coming through now back to her 5th place. They're pushing her back into position at the moment. Bit of chaos on that front row, that's for sure, though, on the start. And then it just turned into cars trying to avoid cars crashing in front of them. Palome did a great job, considering the fact he started from the back of the pack and went through. He actually went onto the grass and realised that only safe place is going to be on the grass. So it wasn't a bad plan, but it could possibly have done some damage. Not quite sure. We'll wait and see if that's the case. I can see the mechanic there just double checking on the front of Liam's car, and everything's okay. Chris Radloff running across there to make sure that his driver's all right as well. Double checking on Gqeberha Malamela as well, as the Orange Army goes to recover the stranded vehicle down the left hand side. It's the right hand side of your shot right now. Sebastian Lanzetti actually getting into that car, so I think it may have been one of his drivers that was involved in that. Having to climb into the cockpit there to try and get the car off the circuit with a bit of help from our Orange Army. Sweeping some debris off the track as well. Bit more difficult to drive a car in real tacky size, Sebastian Lanzetti. You know, the War Motorsport team, they're having to help out and get that car out of harm's way. Back under starter's orders though, so as soon as we've got that side of the track cleared, we'll probably go straight into the start procedures for the restart, yeah? Or are we going to have to get that car possibly recovered, I think, first, before we get into race action, because that's in quite a dangerous place. Bianco's car. So if I look at how things are standing there, I think it is Kaji, because he should be behind Srinadu. Just can't see the number on that car though, unfortunately. So I'm assuming it's Kaji. It is. I think I can see his name on the Halo type device there, if I've got it right. Hopefully I have. Nzalo's definitely gone missing as well. We saw he had a bit of damage on his car, but he probably pulled into pit lane, same as what we saw with Gianna Pasquale. So Simpiwe, I think, was able to get around and get out of harm's way and stay out of harm's way. She might have got a little bit of battle scars, but a car that's still able to be piloted by her, along with the one from Liam Palome, who also avoided the action that unfolded in front of him. No, Nzalo's car's there. Nzalo's car's actually on the grid there. Sorry, apologies. Arlene was standing in the way. I didn't see that nose cone. It actually looks like they might be changing the nose cone there on Nzalo's car, or just fixing it, because it had a bit of damage. Here's the replay. Down towards it. It's Gianna Pasquale who actually got in the way there slightly on the start. She bogged down slightly. Nzalo tried to go around the outside. You can see Palome going a long way around. And then, yeah, there we go. There was fracas on the inside as well. I think that was Nzalo coming back across, and he caught out Bianco. And then, of course, Bianco coming together, I think possibly with Adam Kaji. So Kaji, Bianco, and Nzalo Corsa, the main contenders in that little action that unfolded. And of course we also saw initially Gianna Pasquale And it looks like the damage on her car has also been a bit terminal because she hasn't made it back onto the grid. So that's how things turned out on the start of race number 2 for Investchem MSA4s. Back live, here we go for the restart. Wait for those lights to go on. This time hope we get a clean start. Lights on. Oh, a little move. Oh, and we got Haskins on the front row, stalls the car. Chase Haskins is not loving life, and Renzo Ribeiro spun out right in front of him. Renzo's got clipped by somebody and spun right in front of him. That is the second big incident for Investchem MSA4s. We've got 2 cars stricken. There goes Mike. Is that Michael Besaidnout? It is. Michael Besaidnout off at turn 1. Going through the flowers. That is definitely not where the Huawei car needs to be if he wants to stay in contention for this championship. He's going to be losing oodles amounts of ground there to Akil Levi. Hopefully they can get those 2 cars. No, they can't. Oh, it's going to be a restart again. Another red flag. Chase Haskins is not liking Gqeberha. It has not been the friendly city to Chase Haskins. He had a big moment the last time we came here. He ended off crashing the car. He had a big moment in race 1, coming together with Guido Bedoli in race 1's turn 1 incident, and now stalls on the restart. And with that stall, looks like he might have been involved in whatever incident has taken out Renzo Ribeiro, because Renzo would have had to go in to avoid him, and everybody else would have gone left, right to try and avoid the stalled car on the front row of the grid. And with that, oh my goodness, just another bit of chaos behind that. And then right in front of it as well. So they're pulling MSA4 into pit lane. Which means they'll send Chase Haskins on his way as well. He'll have to come and take up his position back into the Park Ferme area. They're going to need to now certainly extract Renzo Ribeiro's car off the circuit. He's not happy. He climbs out of that cockpit unamused. There goes Haskins. So he stalled on the grid, and with that stall caused a bit of trouble from behind, which eventually turned into some big trouble ahead of him. So 2 major incidents on the restarts here. 1 start and then the restart, another big incident for Investchem MSA4s. And certainly not what they wanted for a restart of the second half of today's racing. Everything was going according to plan and very smoothly, and unfortunately here on the restart of the second half, 2 major incidents causing red flags back to back within the space of a couple of minutes of each other. Akil Levi got off the line nicely, and in fact it looked like Anastasia Gerasis might have got into potentially into 3rd place as she came through. Nzalo Khoza still got a bit of nose cone damage on the front end of that car. I think they were just removing the wing from the front of that car. That's one of the reasons why he got to restart the race. And then there you can see the stricken metal use spares car of Renzo. Renzo Ribeiro is not going to be happy about that. Ooh, that's going to be costly from his championship point of view. He's currently sitting 3rd in the championship. If he can't start this one, he could possibly be losing some advantage here to his close rivals. And it's something I don't think he could avoid. I think he was potentially in an incident that had nothing to do with him. It came from behind. Akil Levi is the leader of this championship. He has got a 10-point advantage over Michael Besaidnout, but as we saw, Michael Besaidnout ended up in the flowers as well. He went off track completely in turn 1. So whatever happened there with Besaidnout's side of things didn't work out according to plan. Fortunately, he'll have a 3rd attempt to restart this one. But they have pulled all the MSA4 category cars into Park Ferme. So I'm not sure if they're going to pull them off the circuit and maybe bring them back a bit later and go into the next race to give them a chance to sort of cool down and settle down. There you can see a whole bunch of the moms and dads involved in that class, and some other moms and dads up on the container at turn 2 in the S's. Race Driver SA's Mr. Piazza Musso there, probably looking at some of his drivers going, I wonder if it was my drivers that were involved in those incidents or not. Karabo Malamela will be looking to make up some ground now on Renzo if Renzo can't start, that's for sure. Malamela sits in 4th place in the championship, so he's going to have to do some work now if he wants to maybe bridge that gap again and retake the 3rd place away. There's only 3 points in it between them. So potentially Karabo Malamela with a good finisher could bridge that gap and maybe get into the top 3 in the championship, dropping Renzo out of that top 3 because of his possible inability to restart this second heat. Crowds have stuck around. They're not going anywhere. They have enjoyed all the action so far. As I said, Eastern Cape is certainly hungry for motorsport, and considering the fact that we've had 3 back-to-back events here at Aldo Scribante, great to see the support coming from everywhere, even up top there with the diehards. Hanger Ben diehards are still there and loving life. All the way from East London, a whole bunch of fans have made the trek up from East London Grand Prix circuits and the East London region to Port Elizabeth for the weekend to come enjoy all the race action. Some of them might have just driven up for the day as well. A couple of official merchandise caps going out there as well on the sideline. I saw some of those caps. I think some of the Scribantes bought some of those caps the last time, and up at SupaCup at top of the hill, literally took the entire Ford branded caps and t-shirts that were available with those merchandise guys and put them on, because they're now driving the Fords, of course, in the classic side of hill climb and time attack championships that they're involved in. It's not quite springtime just yet, but we're nearly there. And of course the flowers are blooming here. Those are some of the flowers that Michael Besaidenow took out at turn 1 actually. He went through turn 1 rapidly and was doing a little bit of crop dusting through there for us. That's a good vantage point to be at, eh? On top of Dad's 4x4, watching the racing. Got the snacks out there. Yeah, looks like they're good to go for the rest of the afternoon. Environmentally friendly by the looks of things, those kids as well, eh? Keeping all their rubbish in the spa bag. Well done, guys. That's quite an awesome setup as well. If you see Gazoo Racing Academy, that's the Junior Academy karting truck that they bring some of the parts down with. But those 3 tents just on the left-hand side is where they look after their drivers and all the fans and friends that come with the drivers involved in the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup Series. That's also not a bad way of doing things, eh? Bring the bucky, put the chairs on the back of the bucky, and then just chillax and watch from, I think that's heading down towards Chevy Sweep. It's on the inside of the circuit there. So nice to see vantage points being taken advantage of all the way around the track. That man's probably happy that he's here, but he's a little disappointed that there's no Audis in action today. Big Audi fan there by the looks of it. And he's telling the stories about how Terry Moss and Chris Aberdeen and Sarah van der Merwe used to win races at this circuit. And they did in their day. There were some very fast Audis that used to participate at this track. So there's an old school Michael Schumacher Gqeberha Ferrari cap there as well. Looks like an old school motorsport fan involved there too. Been coming to this track for a long time. Great recovery work done there by the Precision Towing guys. Once again, thank you for your support, guys. Getting Vianco Ferri's car out of harm's way. Hopefully they were able to get the other car on the other side of the circuit of Adam Karji's out of the way as well. Or did they just leave that one parked against the sideline? Gianna Pasquale is there in pit lane. And it looked like she might be good to go. Just looking to see what the other car is there behind her. There goes Renzo's car on the second of those flatbeds. And even Lloyd Brown doing some sweeping. Impressive stuff there, Lloyd. I think he swept 2 stones. So he's done his job for the day. Now, it does look like they've cleared all those cars as well. And the MSA4 field will be making its way down pit lane to get back onto circuit. Led out by our official safety car today. I think it's the Brabsch Golf 8 there from Volkswagen Motorsport. Great job again. And a massive thanks and a good call to say thank you yet again, as always, to the Orange Army that are out there at all the circuits that we go to. They are quite a spectacular team everywhere we go, and they are pretty well matched with the best in the country when it comes to recovery and clean-up jobs that they have to do on occasion. And this time out, it'll be the 3rd time of asking. Hopefully we can get a clean run towards turn 1 on the 3rd restart for Investchem MSA4s. So Investchem MSA4 make their way out onto the circuit now for the third time of asking. Actually, the second time, but the restart started without them having to go back into pit lane. But I think the law has been laid down there by the COC. Arlene bringing them in and just giving the warning to everybody to behave themselves on the start line after two pretty erratic starts there from MSA4 competitors. Particularly the back end of the field with a couple of cars trying to come through there and turning into a little bit of chaos that reigned, but fortunately we do have a couple of the cars that were involved back on track, and most notably was the one that was limping into pit lane at the end of what we saw on race 2's second start. Gianna Pasquale, she's back on track, and I think she'll start from the back of the pack alongside Liam Palome. The usual contenders at the front will remain there. The biggest misser, of course, from that one is third place in the championship, and that being Renzo Ribeiro, whose metal use spares car had to be put onto the back of a flatbed and returned to pit lane. We also saw Bianco Ferri having to be returned to pit lane. We saw battle scars on Adam Kaji's car, and we also saw some potential battle scars on Nzalo Koza's car. That was just a wing that had to be taken off, so he's going to be wingless for the start. And here we go. Restart down towards turn 1, and it's under flag and single file restart on the rollout. So heading down towards turn 1, getting the drop on everybody was Akila Levi. He caught them all napping big time and headed down towards turn 1. So it looks like they've gone for the second option of what they've got as restarts, and that's the single file restart, allowing Chase Haskins to maintain second place with Michael Besaidnout right on his tail. Then Guido Bedoli looking to try and close down on the two of them as they come through the kink and up towards Hangar for the first time. Behind that, Jurasis. So Anastasia Jurasis is up into the top 5, stays in the top 5. She maintains her just a slight advantage there as we see a dive on the inside, and Michael Besaidnout up into second place, ahead now of Chase Haskins. Round the outside comes Guido. Guido looking to try and squeeze Haskins out as they went into Chevy sweep. Couldn't quite get round the outside or tuck back on the inside of the Gqeberha Racing machine there in third. Chase goes defensive into Dunlop corner, forcing Guido to take a slightly longer way, but the shortened apex and a late apex there from Guido might get him the drive on the main straightaway, and I think he's going to come alongside Chase and get past him, and he does. He flies past him down towards turn 1. Jurasis trying to get into that slipstream to maybe capitalise. She's late on the brakes down into turn 1 as well. Closes up on her teammate out of Gqeberha Racing, and the Apex lady is now looking to become the Apex Predator at the front end of that field, closing the gap down on her teammate Chase Haskins. Behind that, it's Ken Swartz. He lines up and brings the rest of the field into play. Behind him, it's Karabo Malamela. Malamela's got Shrin Naidu on his tail. And then further back without the wing, Nzalo Koza. Did they manage to get the wing back on again? I'm not quite sure. Yes, they have. They've actually put a new wing on that car. So they must have put that in the Park Fermé area when they pulled them back into Park Fermé. So Nzalo Koza maintains ahead of, it'll now be, I think, Palome at the back behind Nkoza, and Gianni Pasquale as well. So that's how things go at this stage as they come up into the completion of another lap here. Akila Levi leading comfortably over Michael Besaidnout. Guido Bedoli in third place. Here comes Jurasis on Haskins. Anastasia Jurasis moving up into the top 4 overall. That'll be the highest standing she's been in MSA4. Fighting for potentially to even squeeze into that battle for the podium. So Jurasis is now looking for a chance to maybe get into the podium. Ken Swartz going a little bit defensive, putting a wheel on the dirt, forcing Karabo wide again. Karabo Malamela, second time he's been out there on the dirty stuff, and catches it for the second time as well. Man, that kid has got some skills. Unbelievable driving skills there from Karabo Malamela to hold on to that outside line through the roses and the bushes and all the flowers on the sideline. Malamela doing some gardening work on the sideline there for Alcoa Motorsport Club. They're going to appreciate that, but he's not going to be happy with that, having been forced wide by an attempt to get through on Ken Swartz, and with him it's Shrin Naidu who's fighting hard for that position as well. Three-way fight. Bedoli. Here comes a bit of slipstream effect. Here we go. Into turn 1. Jurasis pulls out. She's going to go long way around. Long way around. Turn 1 is not always an easy way around, but she finds the way through. Cuts back, shuts the door, and gets ahead of Haskins. So Chase Haskins dropping down now behind Anastasia. So Anastasia into the top 4. She sets her sights now on Guido Bedoli. Can we get our first lady on a podium here at the Aldo Scribante circuit? It's going to be a long way up the road to catch that number 68 car of Guido. And Guido Bedoli's got his sights set, of course, on Michael Besaidenote, now that things have all settled down on the restart for the second time. Besides Karabo Malamela going off there after a little bit of argy-bargy between himself, Ken Swartz and Srin Naidu, no one else has really got it wrong this time. So we've lost a whole pack of this field. It really has been a battle of attrition for the second race of MSA4. But just showing you what this class has the potential to do. It provides some phenomenal action and some great race action. And a bit of drama as well. That's what we want. Single-seater racing with drama is one of the best things you can have in motorsport. Production X car of Srin Naidu closing down on Ken Swartz. Pulling away slightly now. And with that, they're starting to close the gap onto Haskins. Haskins is in trouble. Chase Haskins is about to be caught here by Srin Naidu and by Ken Swartz. And potentially, not too far behind that, Karabo Malamela as well. Jurasis hasn't quite got the speed or... Well, I don't think she's got the pace just yet to catch Guido, because Guido's just hanging on and maintaining the 103s over the last couple of laps. So those 103s might keep Guido in that top 3 and just spoil the chances of our first lady on the podium for MSA4. Anastasia would love that to be in her record books, to be the first lady in MSA4 to get onto the overall podium for a race day and for one of the races as well. She certainly is going well at this stage in 4th place. Pulling away now from Haskins, who falls right into the clutches of Ken Swartz, who closes in on him, under brakes for turn 1, bringing Srin along for the ride. Srin Naidu having a fantastic run there in the Production X car, running right underneath that gearbox of Ken Swartz, using Ken Swartz to sort of open up the door. If he goes, there's a good possibility that Pablo Clark car is going to sneak through on the Gqeberha racing machine, and with that, if the door opens up, Srin is going to go with him. Karaba's too far back to take advantage of it just yet, but if he was a little bit closer, he would certainly be in for that move as well. So watching in the background, I think we've got an ailing car of Liam Palome and some Piwe Matlatlo that are still circulating, but a long way down on where they'd normally be. So now just trying to score as many points as they can, salvage what has been a bit of a nightmare finish to the day's racing for Investchem MSA4 with the bit of crashes and incidents we've had on the start lines on the 2 starts of race number 2 here today. No worries for this man though. He is certainly getting the job done exactly like he wants to, and continuing on his way will maintain a possibility of now a 14-point lead over his arch rival in second there, Michael Besaidenote. For team Del Gameli, as well as, of course, the Huawei sponsorship on that car. Gqeberha Racing having a phenomenal run here with Akila Levi. He really has got to grips with these cars and is loving life in this MSA4 championship so far. All things going according to plan for that man as he starts and comes through for the victory. Great job in the end, wrapping things up over Michael Besaidenote. Oh, is that Gianna who spun out on the last lap? Yes, she has. Pasquale on the sideline. Must have been maybe some of the damage still on that car that she wasn't quite able to hang on to. It was coming out of hangar, so that must have been a really big moment. Out of hangar in a single-seater in MSA4, probably just over 200 k's an hour, because they've got some nice downforce and traction given to them by those slick tyres from Dunlop and the wings that they run on those cars now. So it would have been a big moment there for the young lady. Fortunately, she has survived and got back on track, and she'll probably still come across the line to be classified, but she'll be classified down in last place, which would be 11th spot in this restart. Besaidenote got the fastest lap on the last lap as well, getting down into the 102.703s from him, but nothing wrong with that, because that also just keeps him in the hunt of this championship. So Keela Levi extends his lead in the championship over Michael Besaidenote. Guido Bedoli will certainly move up Anastasia's going to be some serious manoeuvring in the championship from her point of view. Haskins will be dropping down after a nightmare again in PE for him. He just does not get to grips with this track, and it certainly has not been his favourite in the championship so far, having already had an off-track excursion in round 4 and 2 big moments here at round number 5. Off-track in race 1 and a stall on the grid in race 2 has cost that man a lot of ground in the championship, Chase Haskins. Ken Swartz was behind him. Then it was Shren Naidu, Karaba Malamela, Palome and Zalo Corzo with some damage on the front end. Simpiwe did finish, and so did Gianna. So all 3 ladies finishing up in their respective positions overall in race 2 for Investchem MSA4s. Touring cars and SupaCup should be up next, and they'll be out. No, beg your pardon. It's Astron Energy Polo Cup first. Polo Cup are up next, so they'll be making their way down. You can see Hannes Skipper's already starting to roll down there, along with Mara Deleuze. Looking for a chance now to go and fight it out at the front end of Polo Cup, as we heard from him. Didn't quite go according to plan from his pole position, but hopefully he can be a little bit higher up by the end of this second heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup. Astron Energy Volkswagen Polo Cup are up next. 30th anniversary edition of this Polo Cup this year. And this is race 2 of round 5 of their championship as they head onto the track. It'll be Charles Smallberger who'll be looking to capitalise on the pole position ahead of Chris Tate. That is going to be an interesting front row. You've got current Rookie Cup champion up against arguably, in this current field, the most experienced driver on pole position in Charles Smallberger. As I said, in amongst the drivers that he's with at the moment, there's no one more experienced than Charles in this grid, other than the Masters category competitors further back, because his dad, Wayne Masters, John Kruger, they'd probably have a little bit more experience in front-wheel drive polos. But in Polo Cup itself, I think the most experienced driver on track is the man who'll be on pole position, Charles Smallberger. He's, of course, known as the Smallberger out of that family. You've got the Big Mac, his dad, Derek, who'll be starting, I think also, is he on pole? Yes, he's on pole as well. So 2 poles for the Smallbergers. The Big Mac's on pole. And as we look at things now, it's Hannes Skippers, of course, who leads the championship over Charles Smallberger, who's on pole. But it's 31 points that they've got to play with. And Amara Deleuze, the pole man from the first race, he stays in 3rd place overall in the championship. But he's 44 points to the leader. So he's got to make up, 13 points to catch Charles Smallberger. We did speak to Maro at the break, and he's looking forward to going through. He potentially even touted himself for the win. So if that's the case, he's going to have to fight hard for it, because I think Hannes Skippers also wants the win after we chatted to him. And the doctor was telling us that he hasn't quite got the niggle out of whatever the car is. There's certainly no niggle whatsoever in Bjorn Berthold's car, but he'll be starting from 5th place. So him and Mauro Deleuze, who were the front row for race number 1, are the 3rd row for race number 2. So we have to keep an eye on those two youngsters coming through the field pretty rapidly. Skippers will start from the 2nd row. There you can see him lining up in 3rd place. He's going to have Roshan Goodman alongside him in the upward spiral. Team Red Racing and Mzansi Motorsport machine. He will move up there and tuck in behind Chris Tate. We'll be watching for Charles Smallberger's Sabertech machine coming through to try and take up a position at the front in pole. Deleuze and Liam Crystal in similar liveried colours cars there. So Liam Crystal will be the car further back there, coming to take up his place in 10th on the grid. Behind Skippers, it will be Bjorn Berthold and Roshan Goodman. And as I said, Shin Rajpaul and Jaden Kursen will make up the 4th row of the grid. There is the doctor, championship leader, Hannes Skippers. Eyes on the prize. Possibly going to see that visor go down and the window go up just before they start racing. Some of them choosing to race with the windows open, and it does detract slightly from the aerodynamics of the cars, but some of the drivers prefer to have a little bit of air in the car, and will take the disadvantage that might come from an open window for the cool air coming through and keeping the driver cool. There is the man, as I said, arguably the most experienced man on this grid. Time Art and Sabertech driver, Charles Smallberger. He's gone with the slightly open window, whether that stays slightly open all the way through. And Andre Haupt, of course, the man who helps him with the preparation of that car. He's also the man who does all the work on Rory Atkinson's machines as well, having taken him to multiple championships, as well as his championship last year in the assistance with the Polo Cups win for Rory. He's now stepped up into SupaCup. There is your Rookie Cup champion from last year, Chris Tate. Also looking very much like it's eyes on the prize there for him. Running in Volkswagen official motorsport colours there, celebrating the Polo Cup's 30th anniversary. Green flag at the back. Safety car rolls, which means our cars are about to roll on their formation lap now to come into formation for race 2 start. Chris Tate looks like he was stuck on the line, but he gets going eventually, as do the rest of the field. Looking for some big improvements coming, of course, from Berlin Robinson. We also found out that in between the heats, her teammate Cyril Jacobs was given a grid position penalty. He'll be starting behind Berlin. Must have been an incident between the two of them that was protested inside Team Red, and Cyril will have to take a position behind Berlin. She eventually, as I said, after that incident, ended up right at the back of the pack behind the Masters, so she had to do some work. Not a bad place to be, actually, if you do get into an incident, is to fall in behind the Masters or in amongst them, because you can learn a lot from the likes of Derek Smallberger, Wayne Masters, John Kruger, and the rest of the pack of those Masters. Richard van Heerden in there as well. And got a lot of experience behind their helmets, and in those helmets, I should say. I'll definitely be able to show you a few things on where to brake, where to turn in, where to accelerate, possibly how to get your car through a tough day's racing. Hannes trying to get some heat into the rubber. Deleuze, Shinraj Paul, Jaden Kursen, Josh Moore also looking to try and get slightly higher up there for Photon Trucks in his machine as he gets out of the hairpin and down the hill. Behind him, Liam Crystal, Berlin Robinson, Cyril Jacobs Jr., Milan Emsley there as well. 3 Team Red competitors. They'll try and get higher up with their teammate Roshan Goodman, who starts a bit further up the pack. These guys taking their time to get round there, so Mauro Deleuze may be playing a little bit of gamesmanship here. We did see last time they were here, Deleuze came together with Skippers up at the hairpin, realised his mistake, rolled off, gave the position back to Hannes Skippers, and avoided being penalised. for the action that he took to try and get past on a late braking maneuver. Good thinking there on a young man's shoulders, that's for sure. So they come to the line now for the second heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup in its anniversary year here at the home of Volkswagen Motorsport, Aldo Scribante Racetrack in Gqeberha. If you've just joined us on our live stream, a big welcome. If you're watching all around the track, stand by for 10 laps of incredible action coming your way, as always, from Astron Energy Volkswagen Polo Cup. Under starters orders, and we are now good to go. Green flag. Start procedure starts. It's the fastest 30 seconds of your life, because 30 changes to 5, 5 changes to lights on. When those lights go off, we go racing. It's a good start from Smallberger. Gets off the line nicely alongside Tate. Almost the equal starts from both of those drivers. As we wait for the second set of lights now for the Masters, it's Derek Smallberger and Wayne Masters. Looks like Wayne might have got a slight advantage, but no, Derek makes it up down towards turn 1. Smallberger's at the front end of both packs as we see race 1 winner out of shape into turn 1. Catching it though to Bjorn Berthold. Just ahead of 2 hard chargers in Berlin Robertson, who's on the inside of Jaden Gqeberha as they go into the S's. So has she been able to squeeze through there? I think she might have. Liam Crystal got a good start, tucks right behind Shin Rajbal, just outside of the top 6 in 7th place. And then some off-track excursions there for Milan Emsley. Emsley running onto the grass slightly there as he came out of the S's through the kink. And now up onto the braking markers, tries to squeeze on the inside of Cyril Jacobs Jr. Berlin Robertson has found a way through there on Jaden Gqeberha. So Jaden Gqeberha dropping 1 position back as Berlin had to try and avoid the slipping and sliding man in front of her, Bjorn Berthold, race 1 winner. He's now down in what is about 8th place on track, so some work to do for the race 1 winner. But Charles Smallberger has got his head down, the Sabertech car in full flight and trying to pull away from this field, doing it all right there on that first lap, getting the drop and getting away from Tate. Leaving Tate in the clutches of the championship leader, Hannes Gqeberha, and Mara Deleuze, race 1's pole man, in 4th place. So the men and ladies involved in this race are all fighting hard, and this championship is certainly not done, not by a long way. 31 points you'd think is enough of a margin, nice cushion to have. And with the dominance of Hannes Gqeberha in the start of this championship, where he went almost, I think, 7 out of 7 races without losing a race, he's now having to find out that it's a little bit more difficult, because the rest of the field have now eventually started to catch up with the pace that Works Motorsport had put into that car that sits in 3rd at the moment. It's his stablemate who's on his tail though, or not his stablemate I should say, his arch rival in Mara Deleuze, coming through there for Nathan's Motorsport, trying to close that gap down rapidly and hopefully get into that top 3 to fight it out with his arch rival from last year's Rookie Cup, Christopher Tate. Smallberger, front end of both classes, headed out by the Smallberger and the Big Mac. Derek Smallberger leading Wayne Masters, and then John Kruger and Richard van Heerden in the Masters battle up towards Dunlop. We did see Wayne get off the line nicely, but Derek just seemed to get it all together into 3rd gear, and that's where he pulled slightly away. So it's Haupt Motorsport in the front end of both battles. Volkswagen Motorsport 2nd in the Cup class, and Performance Masters 2nd in the Masters. 3rd place, it's Works Motorsport and Team Red Racing that sit in 3rd in each of the categories as they come through into the S's. Berlin still holding off Jaden Gqeberha. Josh trying to find a way through on the Triton and Team Red car of Milan Emsley. Up onto the brakes into the hairpin comes the leader. Tate locking up, he's under pressure. Oh, there's a lockup from Chris Tate. Feeling the pressure coming from Hannes Gqeberha now. Josh Moore applying the pressure onto the back end of Milan Emsley, looking for a way past. Right behind them is Cyril Jacobs. So Moore, the meat in the sandwich between the 2 Team Red boys as they come through Chevy Sweep. It's Emsley who's got the advantage over Cyril Jacobs Jr. Maybe Cyril just taking it easy, not wanting to get another penalty after he had that penalty applied to him after race 1. Here comes Gqeberha side by side with Tate, and on his tail is Deleuze. Deleuze is in the slipstream. Can he find a way through on Tate as they head towards turn 1? Tate has got Gqeberha on his inside. Gqeberha will have the advantage for turn 1, but Tate will try and hold on to that outside line, knowing that going into the S's he might be able to capitalise, but he can't. It's great placement from the car in 2nd place from Gqeberha to get up into 2nd and force Tate into the clutches of Deleuze and of Goodman. Berthold, race 1 winner, has now about to join that party. He's about 2 car lengths back on Roshan Goodman. Going to make it a 4-way fight, possibly a 5-way fight for second place, as Smallberger gets the job done at the front. Yeah, we go. Deleuze on the inside of turn number 5, looking for a way through. Squeezes Tate, forces him wide, coming on the exit. Tate comes back at him. They are swapping paint, going down into Chevy Sweep. Just enough room there. What can he put in there? Maybe a playing card between those 2 cards. That's how close it was. Who's going to have the Joker up into Dunlop, though? Deleuze has got the inside line and should cement that. And with that, here comes Goodman. Roshan Goodman diving through in the upward spiral, and Mzansi car looking for a way past. Oh, that was really close. Roshan saw the gap, said, let me have a go, and couldn't quite get up there. Berthold has now joined that party. So Berthold gets onto the back end of Goodman, puts the pressure onto Tate. Tate having to soak up pressure from 2 cars from behind as he goes on the attack to come back at that retail inside. And G&H Transport, Nathan's Motorsport Machine, one's off. Going off on the sideline, that's Berthold, race 1 winner. Bjorn Berthold, 0-0 by the looks of things, unfortunately there for him. Race 1 winner has gone off into the grass and heads into the, what would be Kitty Litter, but of course it's grass and flowers here at Aldo Scribante. Not working out for him whatsoever. So it's gone a little bit haywire there for the race 1 winner as he ends up on the grass. He comes back on track though, but he's dropped right to the back, and behind this little battle between Moore and the 2 team red cars of Emsley and Cyril Jacobs Jr. This is a good run here from Berlin Robinson. How is she keeping Jaden Gqeberha out? That's an incredible bit of driving there, and into the single digits there for Berlin. So a complete turnaround there for the young lady from Team Red Racing in the Fantech car. Doing a similar kind of job to what her sister did in this championship. She slowly but surely built her way up to Tyler and eventually became a front runner. Berlin is looking to do the same thing here. Oh! Across the line! Oh, I've just given them a commentator's curse there by the looks of things. Berlin Robinson and Jaden Gqeberha coming together right at the start-finish line. And that could potentially need a safety car. We'll have to wait and see. Berlin Robinson and Jaden Gqeberha coming together, the Fantech car and the AA car, are now stricken on the left-hand side of the start-finish straight. I was about to say, Jaden was looking pretty dangerous and looking for a way through there on Berlin Robinson. Did she shut the door on him down the main straightaway, or did he have a go and possibly tag the back end of her? I'm not quite sure. We'll have to wait and see. Didn't see exactly what went down between those 2 cars. It was just in front of our shot, but we might be able to pick that up. That's something we can see as they head down there. But what a turnaround there for that little battle. Deleuze has got through and pulling away now from Tate. Roshan Goodman's lost the gap there to Tate, so he's not going to be able to do anything about Chris Tate in 4th place. The battle might now be for 2nd, as Mauro Deleuze seems to be finding late race pace here. Have we got a potential safety car, or is that just the yellow flag waving for the cars on the sideline? There you can see, there's the replay. Okay, I can't tell who made a mistake there and who didn't between those 2 cars. But certainly the 2 of them ending up on the sideline and out of race number 2, Berlin Robinson and Jaden Gqeberha. We only caught the tail end of it, so unfortunately we're not going to be able to see exactly who the protagonist in that was, but certainly 2 cars out after that incident. Deleuze, though, down into the 11.4s, 11.7s out of Hannes Gqeberha, so he's 0.3 of a second quicker than the doctor in 2nd place. So Mauro Deleuze is still in with a chance of a 2nd place here. Dr. Hannes Gqeberha is not going to make it easy for him. He has not held the championship lead for such a long time and been the dominant factor for 2026 without having to take a bit of evasive action. Looks like Jaden Gqeberha got out the car, slammed the boot shut, climbed back in the car, and he's got going again. He's a lap down, but he's still circulating. I don't know if Berlin's been able to get going again. Hopefully she has, and she can at least score some more points at the back end. No, she won't score points down there. It'll be 2 rear end finishes there for Berlin Robinson in both races. Yeah, they both have got going again because the 2 cars are no longer there. So we've got 3 to go, and the drama continues in 2026's Astron Energy Polo Cup 30th Anniversary Championship. Smallberger, Skippers and Deleuze are your top 3. Deleuze putting the pressure onto Skippers now for 2nd place. The Dentist in 2nd. One of the top competitors from Rookie Cup coming through the ranks and now starting to become a major factor at the front end of Astron Energy Polo Cup. Here's the rear end of Polo Cup about to be passed with Berlin Robinson. and the Fantech car, an ailing Fantech car, coming towards the hairpin. Actually, she was staying out of harm's way, but potentially became a part of harm's way as Shrin Rajpal went defensive on Liam Crystal's attack on him towards the hairpin. Had to change his mind as he saw Berlin Robertson in the way there and cut back into the middle of the track. Liam had to do the same thing, so it fortunately didn't change up the position there for Shrin Rajpal in the Gold Bargain and Works Motorsport machine. But he was very lucky because there was a slower car into the hairpin. I think Berlin might be coming to retire that car as they start the penultimate lap. Pressure coming from Deleuze now. Mara looking around the outside. This is exactly what happened in race 2 only a couple of weeks ago. And remember, there was an incident between Mara Deleuze and Hannes Schippers up at the hairpin. Is there going to be another one here? Are we going to see a bit of it could be deja vu here by the looks of things, because this is exactly what was happening in race number 2 in the last time we were here. As they head towards the top of the hill, this time Deleuze will try and get it right and not take Schippers out, but Schippers goes defensive, sees him coming. Schippers goes instantaneously on the defensive, not to give a line to Mara Deleuze. He's going to have to try and find another way around on the doctor to get through for second place. Milan Emsey's gone off track. The Triton car, unfortunately, coming out of the S's, gets back onto the circuit, and he'll drop right to the back of the pack now, behind possibly Richard van Heerden. Not sure maybe if he's able to get on maybe ahead of the Masters, but didn't look like it. The Masters, I think, would have gone through as they start the final lap in the Cup class with Smallberger dominating. We're going to have history made back-to-back races here in second heats. It's going to be victories possibly for the two Smallbergers again. They did it the last time we came to Port Elizabeth, and Gqeberha was friendly enough to the Smallbergers that day. It looks like it might be the friendly city again for the Smallberger family. They're going to go make history to go back-to-back with father and son victories in each of the respective classes. History was made the last time. Now they're going to just double up it. Maybe they should go to the casino tonight. Might be a good plan. Win some money there. All right, up towards the hairpin for the last time comes Charles Smallberger. Schippers defensive on Deleuze. Deleuze does not want to make the same mistake. He's going to try and keep it clean here on Hannes Schippers, so that he doesn't have to give it back. There's only one more opportunity for him, and that's up into Dunlop. He's got to carry massive corner speed through Chevy, but there's much better corner speed coming out of that DDS BDS car in the front of him. Smallberger in the Sabertech car, prepped by Andre Haupt, about to take the victory. And yet again, it's going to be Charles Smallberger in one of his favorite tracks on the circuit. He spent all of his university career down here, and he takes another victory in what would be arguably be known as his second hometown here in South Africa. A couple of guys going off track there on the last ditch efforts to try and make up some ground, some dust on the sideline, but it's Derek Smallberger making back-to-back history there for the Smallberger and Sabertech team, with a win going to Charles and a win going to Derek in the Masters, beating Wayne Masters, John Kruger and Richard van Heerden. Milan Emsey did in fact drop right to the back of the pack, and he'll finish up in 15th place as he crosses the line now, with Jaden Hurston behind him. Retirement, unfortunately, for Berlin Robertson. She had to come into pit lane with that injured machine that she was driving for Fantech and Team Red Racing. So, unofficial results there. Charles Smallberger wins out over Schippers, Deleuze, Tate, Roshan Goodman and Shrin Rajpal are your top 6 in the Masters. Derek Smallberger, Wayne Masters, and then John Kruger and Richard van Heerden. And once again, as I said, history in the making, as we have back-to-back winners from the same family in the Cup class and Masters category here at Aldo Scribante. Great effort there from all of our Polo Cup drivers to give us some spectacular race action again. And from there, we move into touring cars and SupaCup in a few moments' time. And of course, we've still got Gazoo Racing SA Cup to come in for their second heat. Another 8 laps of race action from them. And our final race will be Volkswagen Rookie Cup at the end of the day. There's Berlin, and Dad walking over to give us some water. Doesn't look like she's too concerned, but she's always quite a happy chappy, I would have to say. She doesn't really show emotions too much, but I'm sure she's going to be pretty disappointed having been taken out twice now in the spate of 2 races here. And a tough day in the saddle there for Berlin Robertson and Team Red Racing. So Charles Smallberger climbing out of that car. Expect to see some big celebrations there. As I said, arguably our most experienced driver has done it again. Great job. Let's see if we can get a quick chat with him as well. Probably going to wait to pick up on him and his dad like we did last time, because that's exactly what we did the last time. We caught up with both of them having taken victories in the two respective classes. It was quite an awesome interview to have. There you can see the battle-scarred Jaden Goosen's car making its way back into pit lane. And as it stands, this is how things look coming out of race number 2. Courtesy of our race PSL stats here. Thanks to my good mate here, Mr. Safiso, number 63. Hannes Gqeberha is now with 27 points over Charles Smallberger, so the gap has come down pretty dramatically between Gqeberha and Smallberger, with a more lackluster performance from Hannes Gqeberha this weekend. That's probably the best way of putting it, after his dominance in the early stages of the championship, which means 27 points are up, and looking forward to another big battle in Cape Town, where of course Gqeberha was the dominant factor. And there you can see high fives, 1 for 1 between dad and son. That's always great to see. Deleuze in third place. He's now 46 points adrift on the leader, and he's opened up a little bit more of a margin over Roshan Goodman, who's down in fourth place. Srin Rajpal still maintains. In fact, he drops back. Goodman and Rajpal have dropped positions and shared the changes there between 4th and 5th overall in the championship. Tate stays in 6th. Jaden Goosen will stay in 7. Milan Emsley in 8th. And Berthold, your race 1 winner, he's the biggest mover of the weekend, moving up into single digits. And Josh Moore also coming up into the top 10 overall after his good performance this weekend too. So there we go. The Smallbergers, Big Mac about to climb out the car. Just give him a chance to get the helmet off. I'm not quite sure if he's going to get the helmet off. He's going to probably wait. He's probably just taken the Hans device. Yeah, there we go. He climbs out the car, gets the helmet off. And I'm sure we're going to be standing by to have a quick chat to our double race winners out of the same family again. Derek Smallberger for the Masters, and in the Cup class, Charles Smallberger. What an awesome effort there from those two guys. Check how professional Derek is as well. Keeps the cap in the back of the car. Ready for the interview? Let's get down and have a chat to them.
Charles, you guys picked up from where you left off last weekend, or last time we were out here at Aldo Scribante. Another 1-1 for the Smallbergers in the Masters and Polo Cup. What was that race?
Amazing. Yeah, we're very chuffed. I think we must come back here more often. It seems to be a good hunting ground for us.
Absolutely. I mean, we lost this track. And yeah, thank you to everybody that made it possible. I mean, our team and my wife for letting us race.
I suppose I must thank you for having me.
Did you use all your push to passes on the first lap there, Charles?
Everything I could. I just tried to get away. And then once you build a nice gap, it's more manageable. So that was my plan. And yeah, luckily this time everything went according to plan. So yeah, very chuffed.
And Derek, Wayne was a little bit closer, but he didn't make a move this time.
He tried to, but yeah, I just used my push to passes, I think, a little bit better.
Well done, guys.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Yeah, congratulations there. The Big Mac taking the victory in the Masters, and the Smallberger taking the victory in the Cup class. I wonder what's happening on the rally side with Georgie. He's the quarter pounder with cheese in that family, and he likes to do a little bit of off-road excursions. He does do occasional appearances and joins us in his Shield Polo for the Astron Energy Polo Cup, but hopefully we'll get him into the final round at SupaCup at the end of the year to make it a 3-way. Maybe there's a possibility of 3 Smallbergers on the podium. That'll be pretty impressive stuff. Standing by though is a whole bunch of seriously hot contenders when it comes to the sport that we love so much. South African touring cars are on standby and about to roll out for their second heat of race action here today at Aldo Scribante. It's round 5 of the Extreme Festival. If you've just joined us on our live stream, a big welcome to all of you. Thank you so much. Where have you been? Because you've missed out on huge action if you've only just jumped in right now. But the cool thing about our live stream, of course, is you can stop, rewind, and go and watch it again, and again, and again, and again. That's the real cool thing about what we do here on the live stream. And of course, when we jump in the very near future with some race PSL stats to play with too, we're going to get a chance to show you how things are going to change up a little bit as well. It's fantastic, the effort that's put in, of course, from the teams all around this incredible championship. South African touring cars and SupaCup about to make their way onto the circuit for the second and last time today at Aldo Scribante, hopefully. If we get everything according to plan and it all goes on the start line like it's supposed to, touring cars and SupaCup will be on the track for their last 12 laps of race action here today at round 5 of the Extreme Festival. We chatted, of course, throughout the day, and we've been talking about how close this championship is getting. And with the help of Sifiso Temba and, of course, a new development that he's playing around with, and some of the stats that we've been playing with today, just to mention it, is why we've got the stats available almost instantaneously. Coming into this race itself, second and third place in the championship are now tied in second in Casey Enso-Smith and Jason Gqeberha. With Jason Gqeberha starting from pole position, he could potentially see himself just squeeze into second place ahead of Casey Enso-Smith if he's able to capitalize on that pole position that he's got now on the reverse grid. With his teammate Michael van Rooyen alongside him, they'll certainly be trying to do at least a 1-2 for Team Toyota Gazoo Racing. We spoke to that man, Campos Transport and Turn 1 Veloce BMW driver from Fast Developments. Keegan Campos is definitely up for the challenge and wants to go and spoil the day for those two Toyotas, and he'll be looking to try and get some help from his stablemate Andrew Schofield. But Keegan's having to come from 5th place on the grid, so he's got to try and find a way through on Casey and on Robert Volk in the Chemical Logistics Golf 8 that we see coming out of the hairpin. So he's got a bit of work to do there as Campos. In the SupaCup class, of course, the championship will continue to rage between Jason Nussmore and Rory Atkinson. But we did have a chat to Nico Zafiris, who's found some great pace in that Origin Oil Polo of his. And he'll be looking to try and get to the front of the pack as opposed to second and third place that we've kind of seen him. He was yesterday at the top end of the sheets every single time that we went out in the practice sessions. So Nico's got the pace. He's now got to just put it into race pace to make it work for him. Looking forward to seeing if Judd Berthold can maybe emulate what his brother did earlier on in the day as well and potentially steal a victory in the SupaCup class there for the Berthold family. Makes some more history with 2 victories out of 2 different categories for the same family, as we've just seen in Astron Energy Polo Cup. And that would be really awesome to see. But that's a big ask there for Judd. Let's see what he can do possibly now that he starts alongside Nico Zafiris and just behind the top 2 in that class in Jason Nussmore and Rory Atkinson. We come under starters orders for the standing start. Jason Gqeberha will be the man to lead them off down towards turn 1 with his teammate Michael van Rooyen, the champion in this class from last year, alongside him. Red wing mirrors is Gqeberha, yellow wing mirrors and livery is that bright yellow of Michael van Rooyen. Volk behind that. Casey Enso-Smith eventually brings in the Africa Heat car into what is now, or it's now actually Clayton Racing, of course, in on the side of that car. The boys bringing their 2 SupaCup polos to join Nico Zafiris as the last cars come to take up their positions on the grid for SupaCup. Paulo will definitely be looking to turn his luck around. It hasn't quite gone according to plan for him, on a similar vein to what we saw in the last couple of races with a few drivers that have not had it go their way here this weekend. Most notably Chase Haskins in MSA4. But now we concentrate our efforts on what could potentially turn out to be another awesome spectacle in South African touring cars. Standing by and under starters orders. Green flag at the back. 30-second board. Into the start procedure, looking for those revs to pick up as they make their way around and onto their formation lap. Guys using that just as a test run for the standing start. And we saw in the first race how close the standing start allowed the SupaCup class to come to the back end of the touring car class. There's only a couple of grid positions between them. And as they came round by the end of lap number 1, Jason Nussmore had come pretty up close and personal to the back end of the touring car category as he led things out. And he'll be looking to do more of the same. He'll be looking to keep out last year's Astron Energy Polo Cup champion, Rory Atkinson, Nico Zafiris in that Origin Oil car. He'll be looking to keep the likes of Judd Berthold, the two Leroy brothers, and of course Jared Rousseau behind him at least. No Tate Bishop this weekend. He only came back for one outing. Last time we were here in PE, the Angry Racing SupaCup Polo, was the man who took the victory in the first heat and then second place in the second heat. Overall win on the day though. Lou Small now looking for 2 out of 2 to extend his lead in the overall championship for SupaCup in our South African Touring Car Championship for 2026. Julian van der Walt, the championship leader by 41 points, will start from 6th place with the inverted grid. Final cars in SupaCup pulling into their grid positions now, including right at the back there, Brandon Dean, and welcome to him for his second race in this championship. Probably looking to fight it out a little bit there with Paolo and Rick Leroy if they can. We got a green flag. We are under starters orders, standing by for the standing start now for South African Touring Cars and SupaCup. Lights on. Lights off. Oh, Marco van Rooyen. Did he get a bit of a jump there? I'm not quite sure. Van Rooyen seemed to move slightly before the lights went out, but that could have been just me. And it's Jason Gqeberha who's got the drop. In fact, Van Rooyen, yes, has lost out because of that. He drops down to 4th place into the clutches of a hard-charging Casey Ensel-Smith up the inside of Julian van der Walt. So the top 3 in the championship have basically sorted things out on the start. And it's the 2 cars that are tied for second that sit 1st and 5th on the road at the moment, and the championship leader down in 6th place. Julian van der Walt knows that 41-point gap is not enough with only 4 more races to go in this championship for 2026. 2 down in Cape Town and 2 at SupaCups, potentially in for a big battle in this championship to wrap things up for 2026. So van der Walt has got to get higher up in these heats of racing to ensure that he maintains his gap and maintains the lead of the championship overall. 12 laps gives him an extra 2 to get through the field with the inverted grid. Hopefully he can use them to good effect as they come to complete the first one. Jason Gqeberha leading things out. About a half a second over Robert Volk as they cross the line there. 0.4 to be exact as they come through the timing beam. And Jason Gqeberha at this stage fending off big threats with some seasoned campaigners on his tail. The rookie to the class is just soaking up the pressure being applied by multiple touring car champion Robert Volk, multiple motorsport champion in Keegan Campos, and behind him last year's champion running wide and onto the dirt, opening up the door for Casey Ensel-Smith and potentially for Van der Walt. Marco van Rooyen with a big mistake, costly one. 2 positions there to Marco van Rooyen as he ran off and put a wheel on the dirt on the exit of Hanger, giving the door wide open and the opportunity for Casey to pounce and Julian van der Walt to do the same thing. He now falls into the clutches of the Fly Sapphire car of Andrew Schofield. 2 down and 10 to go. Van der Walt in that time space has made up 2 positions. So there's a good possibility if he keeps doing that, he'll just keep ticking them off and hopefully by the end of this race be at the front. That's the plan from Julian van der Walt's point of view. Rory Atkinson and Nico Zafiris don't have an answer at this stage to Jason Newsmore, who's out front in the SupaCup class. 4th place is Berthold. 5th place, Leroy. Paolo Leroy ahead there of Jared Rousseau. And it's Rick Leroy at the back with Brandon Dean. Rory Atkinson trying to close that gap down on Jason Newsmore. Seems to have bridged it slightly there through Hanger. But Newsmore, as we know, can control things from the front end, and he did from the first one for the Nathan's Motorsport and Team Renegade car. they come up into the hairpin. Fast Developments doing the preparation on both of Paolo and Rick's cars. Trying to get them a little bit quicker and trying to get them onto the back end of Judd Berthold's car. A little bit of a slide there from from Paolo as he came out of Chevy. Jared Rousseau would have seen that. Maybe try and pounce there on the Astron car as he tries to put the pressure on. Combined Racing and Fast Developments SupaCup Polo. Speaking of pressure, man, if Jason Gqeberha can soak up this pressure from Robert Volk, Keegan Campos, and his closest rival and equal rival in the championship, second tied at the moment between Jason Gqeberha and Casey Ensor-Smith, 1 and 4 on the road. That would be a spectacular outing for this man. Not quite sure he's going to have what it takes. Here comes Campos on the inside of Volk, gets it done. Volk went on the attack, came and tucked back in behind Jason, and as he did that, Keegan Campos attacked and went to second. Campos capitalizing on an overtaking opportunity and making it his by the time they get to Dunlop. Now securing it and looking for the lead. Can he bring Volk along for the ride? Robert Volk has had a penalty incurred on him on the first race, so he'll have to be wary. Doesn't want to get any more penalties incurred on this one. As he comes down towards turn 1 in third place. Campos late on the brakes, closes onto the back end of Jason Gqeberha. Now, the last time we were here, Campos was doing the same thing to Marco van Rooyen, and we all saw, if you watch it, go back and rewind on our live stream and see the highlights from the previous round. Campos ended up going on the high side of turn 1, and unfortunately it didn't work out for him, and he spun right the way around 180 degrees and ended up facing the wrong direction. He attempted a pass in race number 1 to do the same thing, didn't quite work out, and he tucked in and took the better part of discretion, being the valor part of his racing, and managed to still finish the heat, not losing positions. This time out though, he's got a young gun in front of him, and he'll be looking to show that man the way around, show him the kind of experience he's had in his motorsport career. You can see his dad Roy on the sideline. He's at the Yeses, of course, watching from that container, probably loving all the action that he's seeing here with his son in second place with 7 to go. There is time, and Campos goes quickest by the looks of things. Campos, I think, has just set the fastest lap of the race in a 1:03.474, and yeah, he's moved up into that purple position in terms of timing. Shows him as the fastest car on the circuit right now. Keegan Campos looking to close that gap down of the 0.4 of a second he's got in the deficit to the leader, Jason Gqeberha. Keegs now applying massive pressure onto Jason Gqeberha. Gqeberha still continues to soak that pressure up. Keegs will be watching the rearview mirrors every now and again just to make sure that Robert Volk is not closing. It's a small gap, but it's a manageable gap right now. Rob's got a similar type gap to Casey Ensor-Smith. Tied second in the championship, 4th on the road, and now starting to fall into the clutches once again of Michael van Rooyen and Julian van der Walt. The two of them have now closed that gap down onto the back end of Casey. Three-way fight potentially for 4th place, about to unfurl itself on circuit. Here we go. Onto the brakes goes Loosemore. Late on the brakes as he comes through. Six to go. Halfway stage is reached. Into the second half of the race now. Can Campos find a way past? Where is he going to pounce? Where is he going to put the pressure on? Is he going to go early and then try and open a bit of a manageable gap over the rest of the field? Or was he happy with Jason Gqeberha's pace, and will he make a late ditch effort to get through? Campos does like to sort of dictate the pace, doesn't like to set it, doesn't like to follow it. So there is a chance that I think Keegs might try and find a way early on to get through there on Jason Gqeberha, and then settle himself down into getting away from the pack that are charging behind him. And slightly wide and slides out of Dunlop. So those tyres are now starting to feel the effects of the hard-wearing surface with 5 to go. 5 laps to go, and Campos now late on the brakes into turn 1. Closes once again right onto the back end of that Gazoo Racing Toyota Corolla of Jason Gqeberha out front. Jason Gqeberha is doing an absolutely amazing job here to soak up the pressure from seriously experienced drivers on his tail in Campos and Robert Volk. If Julian van der Walt can get through on Casey Ensel-Smith, he's going to have 3 very, very experienced drivers hunting him down for the lead. Rory Atkinson with a lot more experience. Oh, and as I say that, there's a little incident up at the hairpin. It's Casey Ensel-Smith and Van der Walt to come together. That is going to be a crucial move there. That's allowed Michael van Rooyen through. So Ensel-Smith and Van der Walt. Van der Walt's going to be losing out a couple of points here for his championship lead. Casey Ensel-Smith is certainly going to lose out ground to Jason Gqeberha if it stays the same as it is for the next couple of laps. And there are 4 of them to go. 4 laps to go, and the 2 Golfs have come together at the hairpin. The 3rd Golf in 3rd place at the moment, and the leading one is Robert Volk. And that Golf 8 hasn't quite got what it takes to close the gap down on Campos's BMW at this stage. But Campos is finding it exceptionally difficult to find a way through on Jason Campos. Jason Gqeberha. See, Jason must be listening to this commentary. Apologies on that one. Jason Gqeberha doing a super job out front here. 2 Campos boys, of course, have fought it out in many championships before, so apologies on the slip of the tongue there. But it's Gqeberha who leads out and could potentially be closing the 41 points down here on his championship leader, Julian van der Walt, after that mistake that Van der Walt and Casey Ensel-Smith made at the hairpin. What it will definitely do is move him ahead of Casey Ensel-Smith and into 2nd place on his own if he stays where he is now for the next 3 laps and gets that checkered flag. If he does stay there, it's arguably one of his best drives ever. Remember, this young man comes out of karting. He got picked up by the Gazoo Racing stable, put into their development program in the karting side of things, then went into Gazoo Racing's 86 Cup, won that, stepped up into what looked like a potential drive in one of the Toyota Starlets in SupaCup that turned into eventually a full-blown touring car drive here with Michael van Rooyen as his teammate. So he has definitely taken the bull by the horns and has run with it. Incredible bit of driving throughout the season coming out of Jason Gqeberha. That's the reason why he sits 2nd overall in the championship, tied up with Casey Ensel-Smith. He fought with Casey Ensel-Smith, of course, in what was the original format of single-seaters in Formula 1600s for a couple of seasons as well. So he knows exactly what Casey Ensel-Smith's driving style is and what his race tactics could be. He would be using them if he was fighting with him, but he's not fighting with him at the moment. We also saw a bit of a late outbreaking and lock up there from Michael van Rooyen into to Dunlop corner there as they start the penultimate lap. Now Campos looks dangerous. Pulls slightly wide, looks for a tighter apex out of turn 1. Wants to try and carry the corner speed into the S's. With that, Volk comes along for the ride. Volk sees exactly what he's doing and wants to sort of just mirror his maneuvers to try and find a way through here on the youngster ahead of him. But Volk now putting pressure onto Campos might slow him down. He may have to go on the defensive, which he does, as they come out of hangar, and it might slow him up and spoil his chances of continuing his attack on the lead. Robert Volk wants to spoil that's for sure. And if he can capitalize on a mistake made by Keegan Campos, then there's a chance that Robert Volk could move up nicely and negate one of the penalties that was incurred in race 1, which he was, of course, unfortunately found guilty of. Now they come into Dunlop for the second last time. Start the final lap, and I think Jason Gqeberha might have enough breathing room here to keep the 2 drivers behind him at bay, because they're fighting so hard for second, they've actually slowed each other down. And it's allowed Gqeberha a bit of breathing room. Campos late on the brakes. Volk just as late. Closes right underneath that big wing on the back end of that Campos and Carello machine as they head into the S's. Investchem Chemical Logistics top man. He's the top gun of that team. Of course, he's also their top pilot in their hill climb and the time attack team. And looking for a chance now to get up at least into second place overall and beat another arch rival in Keegan Campos. But that's not going to be an easy thing to do. Keegan Campos knows how vital it is for him to stay in second. It'll bring him slightly closer up to Casey Ensel-Smith in the overall standings, but I don't think they're going to have an answer here. This has been arguably one of the best drives I've ever seen from Jason Gqeberha. To soak up the pressure from the highly experienced drivers behind him and go flag to flag is unbelievable. Well done, Jason Gqeberha. Taking the victory ahead of Keegan Campos and Robert Volk. His teammate, Michael van Rooyen, comes through for 4th place Ansel Smith keeps out Julian van der Walt, which is going to change things up there pretty dramatically. It will move Casey Ansel Smith into third place in the championship. Second place will be now in the hands of Jason Coetzee as we watch Jason Loosmore on his way to the victory in the SupaCup class. And a change up between Roars as well. Rory Atkinson doing an amazing job. Up in the second place, stays there, and will hang on to second place for race 2 to beat out Nico Zaveris. Most improved driver of the weekend had to go to Zaveris, that's for sure, in the Origin Oil car for third place. And behind them it'll be Judd Berthold, who'll come through for fourth, beating Paulo Leroux, Chad Rousseau, Rick Leroux, and Brandon Dean to wrap up South African touring cars and our SupaCup coverage. There are your unofficial results: Coetzee, Campos, Volk, Van Rooyen, Ansel Smith, Van der Walt. That's how they finished up. It looks like Andrew Schofield had a problem about halfway through the race. He had to go into pit lane in the Fly Saf Air car there. The crowd enjoying, and the celebrations there from the drivers also being applauded by the crowd. Loosmore, Atkinson, Zafiris, Berthold, Leroux, Rousseau, Leroux, and Brandon Dean wrap up the 14 cars, finishing the second heat of touring cars and SupaCup. Up next, Toyota Gazoo Racing's GR Cup, race number 2. Stand by for action from some 86s, Yaris's, and Corollas, as they will be on standby to come onto the circuit, and we'll give you some stats in a few moments' time as well, as I think we'll see some changes there in this championship, as I said. Big change, of course, coming from an amazing effort there from Jason Coetzee. That will secure him second place in this championship for sure, and move him just slightly ahead of Casey Ansel Smith, who had that coming together with the championship leader, Julian van der Walt. Van der Walt would have lost a little bit of the ground that he had on the 41-point advantage he started this race with. So he's definitely going to be having to work hard as they head down to Cape Town for the penultimate round of touring cars and SupaCup. And that's how things could, just how quickly things change in this championship is dramatic. It always has been. And we're not done yet. We've still got Cape Town and SupaCups to go before we can even look at possibilities of crowning a champion. Right now, it's still in the advantage zone of Julian van der Walt in that Weber Cars Golf 8. But it has certainly come down a little bit closer to Jason Coetzee joining him in a fight for the lead of this championship. Casey Ansel Smith not quite out of it just yet, and Campos certainly still a big protagonist in the South African Touring Car Championship, heading to round 6 on the 19th of September in Cape Town. There is Jason Coetzee. I think he's sitting in the car just contemplating what he's just done. I don't think he realizes the magnitude of this victory and who was behind him and the race experience they have compared to this young man. This young man certainly has a big future in touring cars, and Toyota Gazoo Racing did a great job in providing him not only a chance to get into this touring car early, but a chance to fight for the championship in his rookie year. You can see him removing the balaclava. Let's see if we can have a quick chat with him, and then we'll come back to you with how things stands. There you go. That's always good to see. Kiki Campos knows how hard he had to try and fight there with Jason Coetzee to win this one, and we'll be standing by to have a quick chat there to Jay to see how things went and how he's feeling.
Jason Coetzee, race 2 winner. That was quite a good race. You were driving actually a Fortuna there.
Yeah, I know. I think the changes we made now for the last race was a bit better. First race we just suffered with a slipping clutch. But I think, yeah, all in all, not a bad race. I think there's still some stuff to work on. But generally, I can't thank the team enough. Leroy, Chopper, Henk, even Daniel, just for all the hard work in between the heats now to get the car correct. Thank you.
Well, all the best for the next round.
Thanks.
So the advantage there that Jason Coetzee got is he's now moved himself 10 points ahead of Casey Ansel Smith and 29 points behind Julian van der Walt. So biggest loser there was actually Julian van der Walt after that incident between himself and Casey Ansel Smith that ended up with the 2 Golfs going off at the hairpin. Keegan Campos does move up nicely into 5th place, right on Michael van Rooyen's tail, and there's only 5 points between him and his stablemate, Andrew Schofield and Campos, on equal points in 5th place in the championship. So the two of them will be fighting hard down in Cape Town in the BMWs to try and close and pass Michael van Rooyen in the number 1 car by the time they leave the Killarney International Raceway. So that's how things stand in this championship, headed to the next round on the 19th of September down in the Mother City. Standing by now for Toyota Gazoo Racing to make their way out onto the circuit, and looking forward to another big battle amongst our 86s, Yaris's and Corollas.
Robbie Volk, that was an awesome race you did there. You put pressure on Keeks, but just not enough time, eh?
Yeah, obviously got a decent start this time. Learned what I did the first race, so yeah, decent start. Got second. We had decent pace, just difficult to pass around. Yeah, I think had 1 or 2 looks. Got a good drive into Hanger. I thought maybe into the hip, and I could have had a go at Jason, but he made a bit of a mistake. Had to come out of it. I think got a bit sideways, and Keegan got next to me. So yeah, obviously then just struggled with the passing from there. Yeah, overall just a tough weekend. I think we had decent 1 lap pace, but yeah, I think in the race itself we just struggled with the front end, so something to look at and try to look at for the next one.
And looking forward to Cape Town?
Yeah, it's been a while since I drove in Cape Town, so it'd be nice to get away somewhere different. We've been in Smart Cups quite a bit, so yeah, looking forward to Cape Town. It's always been an enjoyable circuit for me, so yeah, I think we should be strong.
All the best, man.
Cheers, thank you.
Always great to catch up with multiple touring car champion there, Robert Volk, as we got Toyota Gazoo Racing Cup competitors making their way around. Just catching up with a couple of guys in Park for May and getting their post-race comments on how things have gone, or did they go good, bad or ugly. Looks like Robert Volk is kind of in between right now, saying that he kind of thought he had good pace, didn't quite come to him in the race, and he had to, of course, fight with Keegan Campos, which is not an easy thing to do, I should say. Always a tough competitor is Keegan Campos in any form of motorsport. And in fact, at this stage, I think Keegan Campos is one of the only drivers who scores points in 2 championships overall so far, because he, of course, also had a delve into MSA4 earlier on this year. So it's awesome to see that. We are on the second warm-up lap now for Gazoo Racing's GR Cup, and it is the 86 Brigade that are now moving left and right to try and get as much heat into that Dunlop rubber. Behind them, it's the media and the dealer team cars that are starting to try and get the heat into similar Dunlop rubber, but maybe looking forward to fighting it out with Nabil Abdul. Can anybody catch him? Here is your winner down in SupaCup with our pit lane presenter. Let's catch up with Jason Loosemore.
Jason Loosemore, SupaCup Race 2 winner and Race 1 winner. That's a good weekend from the last round.
Yeah, very good weekend. Yesterday was a struggle, but yeah, today the car was just very good. Team have worked hard. And just thanks to everyone supporting me. I know there's a lot watching at home at the moment, so thank you to you guys. And yeah, just super happy. More points for the championship. 2 fastest laps, pole, 2 race wins. I think PE's treated me very well the last few years, but we look forward to the next round. Work hard and keep the momentum.
All the best. We'll see you in Cape Town.
100%. See you then.
Woo!
Yeah, always great to catch up with Jason Loosemore after he's had a good day in the saddle. He does enjoy the PE circuit. Another man who enjoys the PE circuit, sending me a little message via the WhatsApp and Facebook Messenger, is Simon Moss. I'm glad that you're watching there, Sam. Thanks, buddy. He said to us on the message that if Robert Volk won this second race, he would have come to do a one-off race and lose the 8 kilos that he needs to get back into his race suit. So, Simon, we'd love to have you back, buddy. Come on. Don't just make assumptions like that. If you can get back in a race car, it would be fantastic for South African motorsport. So that I'm going to throw out to you, but come and bring it. That's what I'm looking forward to. So coming to the line, Connor Weston, Kobus Reinecker front row, Kian Fussell and Chapang Sinchanwana in the second row. Third row is Spicy Maula and Emma Darling, Vatsawa and she's all on her own, some at the back there. Yeah, she's on her own in 7th on the 3rd. So here we go as they come through to start the 86 Cup. It's Connor Weston looking to now redeem himself and do what they did in the first race and second race here in the previous outing, round 4 of this championship, where both him and Reinecker shared the honours on the day. Reinecker taking the first one, Connor Weston taking second place in the first one. Now Connor holds on to first place, or does he? Oh, a late dive on the inside there from Kobus Reinecker. A little bit of touching already, and already some more touching. Reinecker's on the inside, squeezing through, looking to try and get into the lead. Can he get into the S's first? Connor goes high and wide, trying to hold that inside line for the second part of the S, and loses out. Reinecker's got it. Reinecker forcing his way into the S's and past Connor Weston, and now pulls slightly away as Connor goes defensive on Fussell, who's right on his tail. Behind that, they're all waiting to pick up the pieces. Here comes Nabil Abdul onto... no, it's not Nabil Abdul. It's the 21 car of Devon Scott who's got the drop. Devon Scott has got the whole shot down into turn 1 and holds on to the lead ahead of Nabil Abdul. So it's roles reversed on both occasions for the men in pole position. They've lost out and gone to second in both of the classes out front. Unbelievable start there from the 21 car of Devon Scott. He gets ahead of Nabil Abdul and maintains as they come out of hangar up towards the hairpin. Abdul now on the brakes. Behind him, closing things down rapidly, is Van der Venter. Then you got Theo Brits tucked in. Then Andries de Villiers. Great start once again there from de Villiers. And Brandon Jacobs back up into second in the immediate challenge. So not a bad start there to the day's proceedings there for Brandon. And he wants to try and wrap it up again here with a good finish as well. Heading down into the S's go the 86s, and massive pressure now being put onto Reinecker as Connor Weston tries to come back at him, return the favour. They got up close and personal. They got real racy and rubbings racing when they came out of the S's. The two of them literally stuck together as they were. If you saw the highlights reel at the beginning of the day here for this class, the second race of the last outing at round 4 saw these two boys go literally across the line with 8 thousandths of a second splitting them, and their wing mirrors folded in as they closed and went over the finish line. Now we see a big move here coming from Nabil Abdul, championship leader overall in the standings here for Gazoo Racing GR Cup. And you can see he's now trying to close things down now on that big Corolla out front of him of Devon Scott. Dev going defensive. The Toyota Gazoo Racing Driving Academy man fending off the hard charge from the number 1 man in the media challenge. Behind that, a little bit of off-track excursion. I think that was Andries de Villiers that ran a little bit wide there. And Marius Klaassen, he wants to try and stay on track this time, not off track if he can. The number 19 car there from Roller Toyota, fighting with his stablemate there in the number 12 car. The two Roller Toyotas just doing similar jobs there as they try and stay on track. Behind that, the Waterberg Toyota of Jan Bunzai. He had a fantastic battle in the first one. He's looking to resume it, I think, there with the likes of Jaco Barrense and with Tamberi. To Trader Man having a super job as well. Here's a late dive from Connor Weston. Perfectly timed, sneaking up the inside and gets back to the lead of the 86s out front. So Connor Weston finding a way through in what was originally termed the Toyota hairpin. It's no longer. But, of course, in the old days, it used to be known as Toyota hairpin up at turn 5. Now he comes under braking into Dunlop, leading the race ahead of Reinecker and Fussell. Fussell into third place, putting the pressure now onto Kobus Reinecker. And just behind them, closing down pretty rapidly, is Chapang Shinsenwana. He has found some serious pace here in race number 2. Nabil Abdul hounding the back end of Devon Scott for the lead of both the media and the dealer team championship. And now side by side up towards Dunlop. Dev will know exactly where to place that car. Look, he makes him go wide, forces him onto the outside line, almost into the marbles as well. But the cutback could work out here. Should have tried to stay maybe for the slipstream. Is he going to go into that slipstream? Yes, he is. With 5 to go, Nabil Abdul slips into that slipstream for Devon Scott, but it didn't engage it quick enough. He should have gone earlier on. He could have maybe used the advantage of the slipstream down that main straightaway to get through on Devon Scott for the lead. Remember, that's the lead of the battle between the media and the dealer team cars. The overall lead currently in the hands of Connor Weston a little bit further up the road as these two come out of the S's heading through the kink and up towards hangar. Let's see how they go through hangar. Are those tyres hanging on? Yes, they are. They're actually working perfectly. Connor Weston still working his tyres to perfection as well to keep Reinecker at bay. And Fussell waiting to pounce along with Shinsenwana. Spicy also coming along for the ride. Battle out front between the top two, slowing them slightly, allowing Spice Maula to close that gap down. Then it's Emma Rose Dowling and Vatsi not too far behind her. So the 86 bunch is actually not too far, or not too widely spread, actually. It's a lot closer than what it was in race number 1. And that always bodes well for a great finish. Hopefully we're going to see one just as close as we did in the last outing we had here at round 4. This is very close racing between our 86 development drivers. They're coming up onto the back end of, I think that's Naresh Maharaj, which they're about to catch. Yes, indeed, there he is. Naresh Maharaj about to be caught now by the 86ers. And oh! Big touch between Connor and Reinecker. Connor Weston went defensive. Reinecker got tagged by Weston as he went defensive, and he actually got airborne. Reinecker gets back on track, so does Weston, but they've dropped right to the back of the pack, and that's allowed now Kian Fussell to take the lead of the race. Big touch between the top two contenders there. Kobus Reinecker dropping right to the back of the pack as they came into the hairpin. The rest of the field now make their way up towards the hairpin, but there was almost huge carnage here. Have a look at this. Here is Connor Weston going defensive. Reinecker not giving up. He wants that inside line and just keeps going. Reinecker just keeps going into the inside, and Connor Weston's going, hang on a second, bud. There's only room for one car. I've made the move. You've tagged me once, you've tagged me twice, and you've tagged me 3 times into the same corner. That's going to be an interesting little turn of affairs that our COC has to look after this. Don't want to get involved in that one, but we are definitely going to see a new race winner in the 86ers. Is it going to be Kian, or is Chapang or Riachile possibly on their way to their first overall wins? Emma Dowling in 4th place. Connor Weston's in 5. He managed to get back on track into 5th place. And watching in the background, he's on his way through, but there's a long way to go before he even sees the back end of Emma Dowling's car. And even further back from that is Kobus Reinecker, who also managed to get back onto the track. Big contact between those two cars as they came up towards the hairpin. They've both got through and stayed ahead of Vatsiawa. So Vatsiawa, unfortunately, wasn't able to capitalize on the big contact there between Connor and Kobus. But here we go, back up towards Dunlop go these two top protagonists, and of course our championship leaders in this class. The two of them have shared the honours almost the whole way through this championship, right from the inception at Killarney International Raceway, and that's of course where we're going next. So it's going to be a big turnaround of affairs here on how things turn out at the end of today's racing, with a potential new and first time winner in Kian Fussell. Fussell on his way, but he's got Chapang Sinchanwana on his tail. Chapang realizes now he's not fighting for 4th, he's now fighting for the lead. So he's also turned the wick up slightly in the pace that he's pulling. And Chapang on the last lap down to a 13.446 and a 13.431 out of Kian. A 14 dead out of Spicy might not be enough to get onto the back end of those top two. Speaking of top two, here are the top two. And oh, is there more? There is! There's more between Reinecker and Weston. Weston sideways out of the hairpin as Reinecker went back up the inside looking for a way through. And once again, almost contact between the two of them. There may actually be more contact because there's a bit of body rub and body work on the floor there. I'm not quite sure which car it's come off, but it looks like there might be a little bit of rubber there. That's come off one of those 86s at the hairpin. Devon Scott coming up now onto the back end, I think, of Maharaj. Going to try and use him to a good advantage here if he can. If he sneaks on the inside, he might just be able to squeeze through there. And if he does, oh no, I thought he might be able to get a car between himself and the hard-charging Nabil Abdul. He's the fastest man on track at the moment, is Nabil Abdul. And he's looking to try and stay in that fastest lap mode until the end of the race. It's the only way he's going to catch and pass the leader of the media and dealer team championships combined. Devon Scott maintains, though, for Toyota Gazoo Racing's driving academy ahead of Supersport's Nabil Abdul. Abdul and Scott have fought it out on numerous occasions. They really are arch rivals in this championship, and it's great to see the two of them fighting so hard. Speaking of fighting hard, it's now a highlighter fight. And we're going to put highlights on this, of course, later on. But if you look at the front end of this field, it looks like a bunch of highlighters heading your way here. It's the green one versus the orange one versus the yellow one. Who's going to have what it takes to take this final victory? Kian Fussell has got it. Unbelievable stuff. Stayed out of harm's way, and his first win ahead of two very hard chargers and some podium finishes there for Chapang Shinsanwana and for Spicy Maula. Last ditch effort here from Nabil Abdul around the outside. Can he get around the outside? Very similar maneuver to what we saw from Weston in the previous round. He's going to come to the line and he's got it. Can you believe that? He comes through for the win, or does he? Yes, he does. And it's to the tune of, what is that? 875 and 937. Man alive, that is just mind-blowing. A couple of hundredths of a second there between Nabil Abdul stealing the victory from Devon Scott across the line. That's how close you want it. Unbelievable race action there. In the front of the pack, in the middle of the pack, between the dealers, between the media. They fight it hammer and tongs in Gazoo Racing. Unbelievable. Fassel from Shinsanwana, Maula, Emma Darling, Reinecker, Vatiawa and Connor Weston down in 7th place. Man, that's not good for Connor's championship. Nabil Abdul takes the win in the media challenge. Great drive from him. And he will come through, of course, to beat out 2nd place. I think maybe Craig Nicholson this time. Yes, it is. Craig Nicholson, and then in 3rd, Brandon Jacobs. So there'll be a little bit of a change up in terms of overall there. I'm not quite sure who will get it. I think Brandon Jacobs might have it over Craig Nicholson in the overall standings. But in this race, he certainly got Craig Nicholson's, Craig Nicholson betted him. And then, of course, great drive from Devon Scott to win out over Vanna Fenter and Theo Brits for the wins and top 3 in the dealer championship. I can tell you something. Gazoo Racing started out as, I would say, a highly sought after PR activity and exercise from Toyota's point of view, but it has turned into one of the most exciting championships we have on Extreme Festival, particularly when they're in this mode and they give us the race action that they've just provided for our 2nd last heat of the day. Congratulations to all the drivers. A magnificent effort there from all of you. And can we please have more of the same when we get down to Cape Town in a month's time? Because I can't wait to see what's going to happen in this one. It's not done yet in any of these championships. Not after all that. And I think it might not be done yet in race control either, because there's going to be a couple of guys having a chat to the COC after that action unfolded on track here at Aldo Scribante. Our final bit of race action will be standing by to come out onto the circuit. It is the Volkswagen Rookie Cup, last race and 3rd heat of the day. And we'll look forward to seeing what they get up to in the final one as Sebastian Diaz, race 2 winner, starts from pole alongside Anwar April, and Sebastian Venkov and race 1 winner Jack Moore will be on the 2nd row. Final race of the day coming out of Volkswagen Rookie Cup at their home circuit. A triple header for them. Sebastian Diaz now with only 1 point ahead of Luke Hill. Venkov down 12 points behind that. Jack Moore 19 points back adrift. And Kian Duomo with 38 points to make up. Maxi Corbett's had a bit of a nightmare of a weekend. He's got 48 points to make up, and it's still 60 points for the man who starts in second on the grid for this third and final heat, Anwil April. So he's got a chance here of making up a little bit of ground, but he's got a tough ask because Diaz, Venkov, Hill and Jack have all been the class of the field so far this weekend. So whether Anwil can hang in there with them, we certainly hope that's the case. But it'll be a big turnaround here expected from his side of things. And I don't know if there's enough time for him to do anything in terms of the front end of this championship. But the front end of the championship, as I said, a big battle. And Sebastian Diaz now with the advantage over Luke Hill. But it's only to the tune of 1 point. Luke Hill taking 3 wins. Sebastian Diaz taking 3 wins. That is the differentiating factor. And of course, if we go head to head, the 89 and 88 points that they've got with the 3 wins each, 9 podiums each, it's literally the ranking that changes up there, and best finishes are exactly the same as well. So they are literally so evenly matched right the way through. And in terms of fastest heats, etc., control of the heats that they've had, it's kind of been 60% that Sebastian Diaz has had overall, as opposed to Luke's 40%. But needless to say, that's why they are so evenly matched coming into this third and final heat of a triple header for them, heading into this final race of the day. Expect to see a big fight, I think, here between these first 5 cars. I think they'll certainly be looking to try and go at it and show what they've got here for the last time. Final bit of tyre pressure checks there. The coaches giving final bit of advice. And just saying, listen, go out there and do what you can, do the best you can. And standing by now to come under starters' orders. One more warm-up lap, of course. Get the last bit of heat into those Dunlops before they come round and get ready to go. So safety car is on its way. Let's see if we can get them, or pace car I should say. Pace car it'll be now, not the safety car. It's a dual role that car does play, but now taking the pace car roll on as they roll off down towards turn 1. We see a little bit of weaving to get some whatever's left of those Dunlops, some heat into them if possible. Diaz would love to make it 2 out of 3. Maybe just extend his lead slightly over Luke Hill. Luke Hill's got to come through for a win here. He's certainly going to have to work hard from 5th place to get that win. But it's vital that he does to bring himself back into contention and maybe back into the lead of the championship. But from 5th place with such a competitive field, going to be a hard ask there for the yellow liveried machine there. Jack Moore, he's taken 1. Diaz has taken 1. Will we have a third different victor of the day here in the 3 heats of Volkswagen Rookie Cup? We'll find out in 8 laps time. The diehards are still there. They're not going anywhere. They have not left the scene of the crime just yet. They are sticking around right till the closing stages, and we'll watch the final 8 laps of race action unfold here at Aldo Scribante. Up through Dunlop and onto the main straight they come to take up their positions. Diaz and April on the front row. Venkov and Moore, second row. Hill and Duomo, third row, and final row, Max Corbett. Maxi's just looking to survive this one, I think. He knows he's had such a tough weekend so far after that big off this morning in qualifying. He's literally had to just try and salvage as many points as he could with a very damaged car that was repaired dramatically and emphatically to get him back on track in time for race 1. So hats off to show you just how well that Volkswagen Motorsport team works to bring these cars back into race prep and ready to go. Coaches are off, Machotsi, Merton and Liebenberg. COC makes his way out of harm's way as we're about to go to 5 seconds. Lights on. And we're racing. Off the line, it's a good start there from Diaz. He's got a great drop off the line, but it's also a great start coming out of Jack Moore. Jack Moore trying to go around the outside of Sebastian Venkov. And he's now got, looks like Annual April just getting eaten up by the 4 usual contenders. Luke Hill's on the inside. April drops down from the front row to 5th place as they head into turn 1. And it's Venkov up into 3rd place. Hill into 3rd place is Hill, actually. 2nd place is Venkov. Hill forcing Jack Moore coming together there. They've had a couple of coming togethers there. In the very first outing for Rookie Cup, Jack Moore actually went through the S's and ended up on his roof as he got onto 2 wheels and couldn't catch it. Rolled the car through the S's. This time he manages to keep all 4 wheels on the ground and stays in the attack for what is now 3rd place. April coming back at Luke Hill up towards the hairpin, but Hill's got the inside line for the hairpin. He'll force Unwell onto the outside. Yes, he does, and moves himself up into 4th place, but he's lost ground to Jack Moore and to the 2 Sebastians out front. Diaz from Venkov as they head towards Dunlop, and then April on the tail end and looking to try and find a way back now at Luke Hill for 4th place. Behind them, looks like it's Kian Duomo who's joined that party for the 2nd fight. So you've got 3 cars fighting for the lead, and then another 3 cars fighting for 4th place as they complete the first lap of 8. 7 to go. Most notable change there, of course, is Annual April going from 2nd down to 5th. Luke Hill moving his way up and up into what is now 4th place. Defensive driving coming out of Venkov as Jack Moore had a little look on the inside of turn 1. Just showing that blue lipstick and wing mirrors to the man in the Hulk colours out front. Trying to find a way through to smash his way ahead of Venkov as they come through. Now through the big fast right-hand sweep and hanger. Uphill, slightly off camber. Flat out, and of course in these 1-litre turbo machines. So it'll be everything she's got through there. And I'll just pray that the Dunlops keep them on the grey stuff, which they do. Now head down the hill through Chevy. This corner is absolutely amazing to do in a race car. Get that like roller coaster sort of feeling through your stomach as you go through there. You just get the whole tummy dropping as you go through because it literally drops away from you. Similar kind of feeling I'd say they probably pick up in Bray Hill when they head through there in the TT. Just a mind-blowingly fast corner, and then up towards Dunlop corner where they're down the gearbox and look for overtaking opportunities. None at the moment opening up for anybody. I think the one that we'd be watching for the most is here going to be for 2nd place, as you can see Jack Moore closes once again on Venkov, but Venkov just matches him on the brakes into turn 1 and doesn't give any advantage away. Evenly matched and equidistant between the top 3 as they go into the S's. Hill hanging on to 4th place, keeping April at bay for now. And we're looking for a chance to pounce. Maxi Corbett's made up 1 place. He's got through there on Kian Duomo. So CR versus KD at the back as they come through. Maxi Corbett has made up 1 position. Can he try and hang on to that position and keep Kian Duomo behind him? It'll be a nice recovery for him after his first bit of a nightmare start this morning. Came out of Chevy sweep and got it all wrong and ended up smashing into the wall, and they had to do some serious repairs on the car to get it ready for race 1. How well built these cars are, just a testament to that, and of course of the safety cells that are inside these cars as well, keeping the driver safe and letting him continue to race once they've done the repairs. The running repairs were done and he got back on track, but doesn't have the pace he had. He came last weekend and found some great pace in amongst the usual contenders in the other category he races in. But of course, the majority of these guys were here last weekend as well, getting extra time in the saddle, which is important. It's part of their learning curve in the Rookie Cup. Get as much seat time as you can. And that seat time is converted into experience, which is converted into race points, which could potentially win you championships at the end of your seasons. And if you do win the Rookie Cup championship, remember that you do move on to Astron Energy Polo Cup as part of Volkswagen's team in the Astron Energy Polo Cup, just like Chris Tate has done. Venkov doesn't have an answer to Diaz. Diaz has been smooth as silk in these last 2 races. He was untouched and unmatched in race 2, and he's doing a similar job here in race number 3. April trying to come back here at Luke Hill. Luke soaking the pressure up. It's arguably the closest battle here is between Annual April and Luke Hill for 4th place on the road. 2nd place did heat up for a little bit. It's about to heat up again, I think, as we're seeing the halfway stage reached, and Sebastian Venkov under a bit more pressure now from Jack Moore. Venkov was fastest on the last lap of 16.388, but we've seen 16.1s out of Sebastian Diaz, so Diaz actually quicker that time out than Sebastian Venkov was, but only 16.4s out of Jack Moore, so Moore has to find some way of upping his pace. It's so difficult to win races when you've got drivers that are so equally matched in terms of their abilities behind the wheel, but then you give them cars that are identically matched, and it makes it so difficult. That's one of the sort of pros of, and could be seen as cons if you are a driver, because you have to take all your own race experience and how much race experience you've had, which Venkov has just thrown away down the outside. Is Jack Moore going to capitalize on that? He is. He's going to drive around the outside of Chevy Sweep and keep Venkov very honest. He runs slightly wide, but he's got enough to get through, and he hangs on. That is a huge moment there for Jack Moore to get up to 2nd place, as Venkov made a small mistake out of the hairpin, opened up the door, and Jack Moore said, "I'll have that all day. Thanks a lot." With 3 to go, Jack Moore moves up into 2nd place. So it's just saying how difficult it is to try and make overtaking maneuvers, and that's what you got to try and look for. As we see somebody running completely off the track in the background. Was that Anwell? I think it was. No, it wasn't. Anwell still sitting behind Luke Hill. So probably Kian Duomo or Maxi Corbett that made a small mistake. I think it was Maxi Corbett who did. He ran off the track completely. And he's had a couple of off-track excursions, so he doesn't need any more of those today. That's for sure. Jack Moore. And on his tail is Sebastian Venkov trying to come back at him now. Put the pressure onto Jack Moore. He folded under the pressure that Moore was putting him under. Now can he return the favour? They come towards the hairpin. Venkov is not close enough to make a dive on the inside there to try and find a way past, but he certainly had a big look. Didn't quite work out though, as Moore now starts to open up a little bit of margin. He's pulling away. So Venkov was a bit rattled there, can't get back into the same rhythm he had. And that's helping him pull away, or helping Jack Moore pull away from him. They're going to have 2 to go. So nothing in it here. And just over 4 kilometers of racing to go here at round 5 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. We're in the Friendly City. The wind has died down slightly compared to what it was sort of over the lunchtime and into the early afternoon. Late afternoon, that wind has died down a lot, and it's not affecting the cars as much as what it was. And as I say that, big slide there from Annual April, well held into turn 1. He just caught that car as it got out of shape, and the understeer went to oversteer. He had to catch it on the exit, and when in doubt in a front wheel drive, flat out put that pedal to the metal, and he did, to bring the car back under control. So great bit of driving there, and some skill being showed there from Annual April down in 5th place to keep his car on the grey stuff here at Aldo Scribante. Didn't lose him too much ground either. In fact, I think it might have fired him up ever so slightly there, because he's closed the gap down almost to the exact same place he was in when he made the mistake. So, as I said, the ground wasn't too badly lost there. And has he still got enough here to possibly still have a go at Luke Hill on this last lap? Leaders coming through to complete the penultimate lap and start the final one, as we watch 4 and 5 heading onto the main straightaway to do the same thing. Diaz, Moore, Venkov, Hill and April, your top 5. Kendroma all on his own, some in 6th place and a long way up the road from Max Corbett, who ran off on the previous last lap. And he managed to come and bring it back onto the track, fortunately, and not do any more damage to his car. Into the S's goes this battle for 4th. Hill hanging on. Hill in 4th. Diaz in the lead, is going to extend the lead probably by about 3 points headed to Cape Town. So, in fact, it'll be a bit more, probably about 6 points. So there might be a little bit more breathing room there for Sebastian Diaz heading into the round in Cape Town. Up through Chevy for the last time. Sebastian Diaz on his way. This car of Sebastian Diaz in race 2 and 3 has literally been unmatched. He hasn't put a wheel wrong. He's kept it on the grey stuff. He's got his apexes right, his braking points right, his acceleration points right. Done everything like the coaches have told him to do, and that's given him 2 out of 3 wins today, ahead of Jack Moore, who took, of course, the first victory of the day. And he finishes up ahead of Sebastian Venkov. Hill just keeping Annual April at bay there for 4 and 5 as they cross the line. And then it'll be Kian Duomo and Maxi Corbett to bring up the rear end of Volkswagen Rookie Cup. So there are your unofficial results. In fact, Venkov getting the fastest lap there on the last chance of asking there. So a nice little run there in the end, and a bit of confidence, I think, for Sebastian Venkov, showing that late race pace could come out of that car. But it's Sebastian Diaz who takes the victory. Jack Moore in 2nd, Venkov in 3rd, Luke Hill in 4 ahead of Annual April. Kian Duomo and Maxi Corbett will make up the top 7 there. So if we look at how things stand there, Sebastian Diaz will go into Cape Town's round still in the lead of the championship, and with a little bit of breathing room now over Luke Hill and Sebastian Venkov. So nicely done there from Diaz's point of view. That, of course, is our last bit of race action as well. So we will be signing off here in a few minutes' time, I'm sure. But just a reminder to everybody that we do have race action coming up. If you're heading to Gauteng next week, SupaCup Annapolis, happening at the SupaCup International World of Motoring. And then we come back to SupaCup on the 12th of September for the Regional Extreme Festival. That's, of course, the next round of that championship. And then a week later, we head down to the Mother City on the 19th of September for the penultimate round of the national side of the Extreme Festival. All the action you saw today will be there, including ZX10R Masters Cup. They'll be down there as well. And we'll be looking forward to bringing you all of that action, of course, as part of our coverage for the 2026 Extreme Festival of Motorsport. A big thanks to the Orange Army and, of course, Race Control and all our COCs for keeping us pretty much on time throughout the day, despite having a couple of off-track excursions on a few of the races and a few restarts required here and there. But needless to say, another fantastic day's racing in the Friendly City. Nice to see a big crowd support, and thank you to all of the crowd and friends and fans from around the world that watched on our live stream feed today. It was spectacular race action provided by Two Wheels TV and Planet Margate. And also a big thanks to Sifiso Temba for joining me here and helping us out with a new concept that we are testing out for the first time today. And thanks to Tanya for letting us do that as well. And to the entire team from Extreme Festival, we are really looking forward to bringing you the penultimate round on the 19th of September of the National Championship. But then, of course, as you can see there on the bottom, at the 12th of September, up at SupaCup, we'll be picking up on the 5th round of the regional side of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. Big thanks to Border Motorsport Club, of course, for hosting us here this weekend at Aldo Scribante. And great job from their team behind the scenes there and making sure that everything ran smoothly on the logistics of the race day. And we look forward to, of course, continuing that as we head to the Mother City and then up to SupaCup to wrap up the 2026 championship. I'm just having a look out my window to see if I can see Claudio in the park for me. I don't see him there, so I think we can probably wrap up here from Aldo Scribante and say on behalf of the entire live stream team and everybody from the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, we certainly hope you've enjoyed your day here. If you're at the track watching us, if you're all around the world watching us, thank you for your support. Thanks for the comments. And please like, share, and pass it on to all your friends, fans, and family. From myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.